The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance, will be led by birthday boy Representative Slaw.
Members, for my birthday, I would like to ask for a favor. Because we are going to say the Pledge of Allegiance, and in it we use the words united and indivisible, I would like to say it very united. And I know there's different ideas about it, and I didn't take a poll to find out how we would like to say it all together as a majority, but could we say it all together, one nation under God, with no pause, just to be together one time? And then we could fight about how we say it the rest of the time later. Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Sounds so much better together. Thank you.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Bacon. AML Bacon.
Excused.
Barone. Basenecker. Bottoms. Bradfield. Bradley. Brooks. Brown. Caldwell. Camacho. Carter. Clifford. Representative Clifford.
Excused.
DeGraff. Duran. Representative English is excused. Espinoza. Foray. Flanell. Froelich. Garcia. Representative Garcia.
Excused.
Garcia Sander. Gilchrist. Goldstein. Gonzalez. Hamrick. Hartsook. Jackson. Johnson. Joseph. Kelty. Leader. Lindsay. Luck. Representative Luck.
Excused.
Lukens. Mabry. Marshall. Martinez. Morrow. McCormick. Wynn. Pascal. Phillips. Representative Phillips.
Excused.
Richardson. Ricks. Representative Ricks. Is excused. Rutinell.
Thanks.
Ryden. Sirota. Rep. Sirota.
Excused.
Slaw. Smith. Soper. Stuart K. Stuart R. Story. Sukla. Taggart. Titone. Valdez A. Rep. Valdez is excused. Velasco. Weinberg.
Present.
Wilford. Winter. Woodrow. Woog. Zokai. Representative Zokai. And Madam Speaker.
With 58 present, 7 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Goldstein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to serve with you.
It is a pleasure to serve with you.
It's a pleasure to serve with all the other 63 of you also. Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Thursday, March 5th, 2026 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Announcements and introductions. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to get everyone's attention. It's Zoo Day today, everyone. Woo! Yay! I just want first to introduce our special guest, the Hawk, Sonora, who's going to go hang with Madam Speaker. If you want to get a picture, make sure you make your way over. But the Denver Zoo is in my district, and I'm so proud to have it in my district. I went to the Denver Zoo all growing up, and I take my kids there all the time. It's an incredible place. We have all these guests from the Denver Zoo. Welcome. As one of the Colorado's and the nation's oldest wildlife conservation organizations, the Denver Zoo Conservation Alliance is a champion for wildlife in wild places in Colorado and across the globe. Their unwavering commitment to the conservation is evident in their community engagement and fieldwork, from protecting endangered species in their native habitats to empowering local communities to become stewards of their own natural resources. The zoo's impact resonates far beyond the boundaries of the zoo. We are so proud to have everyone here today. Thank you, Zoo, for bringing these amazing animals, and thank you, Sonora and Sonora's helper. Happy Zoo Day, everyone.
Woohoo! Applause. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today is Catholic Lobby Day at the Capitol, organized by the Colorado Catholic Conference. There are individuals from the diocese as well as other Catholic organizations. We want to thank Archbishop Aquila for his prayer this morning and for his years as Archshepherd to the Catholic faithful in Colorado. And we look forward to Archbishop-designate Golka being installed on March 25th. They will be around today. If you want to speak with them, please welcome them to the Capitol.
Members, I'm going to ask for your attention as we get through the rest of our announcements and introductions, please. Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I would love to welcome students from Vertical Skills Academy today. We have some students here on the House floor, and others have joined the Senate. Vertical Skills Academy is a school for students grades 2 through 8 with dyslexia and other reading or language-based disabilities, as well as dysgraphia, dyscalculia, and ADHD. They are here to see how their representatives have done the work to change the lives of kids like them, and to express their gratitude for caring about kids like them. They will be in the House Committee Room 107 at 1 o'clock today to chat with any of you. Again, they'll be in the House Committee Room 107 at 1 o'clock today to chat with any of you, should you have the time. They're very excited to be here and meet the people that help change lives. Please welcome the students from Vertical Skills Academy.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Story.
Good morning, everyone. I wanted all of us to welcome the Colorado Optometric Association. They're here up in the gallery. They are optometrists that serve primary healthcare physicians for vision and eye healthcare in the state of Colorado. They also provide the broadest scope of care in the country for providing medical eye care for conditions including glaucoma, macular degeneration, and diabetes. Please welcome the Colorado Optometric Association.
Thank you, Rep. Story. Rep. Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the best optometrists is here from HD 39. Please stand and be recognized. Thank you for coming.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, today I am pleased to recognize members of the Junior League of Denver who are visiting the Capitol for their day at the Capitol. The Junior League of Denver has been serving our community for more than a century, developing civic leaders and supporting projects that strengthen families and communities across the Denver metro area. Through volunteerism, advocacy, and community partnerships, their members work to address issues ranging from food insecurity to education and economic stability and community health. Today's visit is an opportunity for members to learn more about the legislative process and how they can continue to engage in public service and civic leadership here in Colorado. I want to thank the Junior League for their commitment to service and for taking time to be here with us today. Please join me in welcoming the Junior League of Denver to the Colorado General Assembly.
Representative Ricks, AML Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. I'm proud to host today Jack and Jill. The Denver chapter of the Jack and Jill of America was incorporated in 1955. So this year makes them 71, because they celebrated their 69th anniversary in 2024. The organization serves our youth. They do a lot of youth activities. They also have a signature event called the Battalion, and this is where they've been doing that for about 39 years so far in Denver. And basically, they're working with the brightest young African-American boys in our community while raising funds to support the efforts in pursuing a higher education. So please, we would like for them to stand up, everybody from Jack and Jill.
Our young people.
Our young people. I want to thank Katrina Little. She is the one who is hosting them today, and they're going to be doing Q&A, and they will be at the Capitol all day. So please stop by and say hi. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Representative Gilchrist, round two.
Yes, round two. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to also recognize that it's HIV/AIDS Harm Reduction Lobby Day today. We have folks from many organizations in Colorado today. Want to recognize their advocacy. Please take time to listen to them and hear about the work that they're doing. More than 15,800 Coloradans are living with HIV, and over 430 Coloradans are newly diagnosed with HIV each year. More than 1,600 Coloradans died from an overdose in 2024, including 212 Coloradans who are unhoused. We are at a point where we are seeing reductions in investment in HIV/AIDS prevention and treatment and harm reduction, and we just want to recommit today to protecting the rights and well-being of Coloradans living with HIV and Coloradans struggling with drug use. So please take the time to meet with these incredible advocates, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to announce that I will be absent on Monday and Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. So approved. Representative Hartsook.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Happy Friday. Happy snow day.
Happy Snow Day.
Happy snow day. Hey, members, I need the Capitol Choir down here because Lord knows I cannot sing. And then I need Representatives Slaw and Johnson to front and center down here.
Capitol Choir, we need some
listen.
voices. We need some voices.
All right, where'd the birthday boy run off to? Did he sit in? Oh, there he is. He's trying to deviate. Yeah, front and center, right there. Right there. All right, who here's got the best voice? Oh, it ain't me. I can't sing to save myself. All right, you ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lisa. Happy birthday to you. Yay!
Woohoo! Members, we are going to move into business. Please take your seats. Members, please take your seats. Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of resolutions.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the immediate consideration of House Resolution 1002.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed to immediate consideration of House Resolution 1002. Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I move.
One moment, my fault. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Resolution 1002.
House Resolution 1002 by Representative Winter concerning the recognition of District Wildlife Manager Bob Holder for his 50 years of exemplary service to the state of Colorado.
Now, Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Madam Speaker, I move House Resolution 26-1002 and ask that it be read at length.
Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, please read our resolution.
Whereas Bob Holder began his legendary career with the Colorado Division of Wildlife in 1975 and was assigned to the Trinidad West District in 1976, where he has spent the entirety of his 51-year career protecting the wildlife resources of southern Colorado. And whereas known by generations of youth as Mr. Bob Holder, Bob has served as a mentor and hero to countless students using a captivating communication style and intimate subject matter knowledge to inspire conservation ethics in people of all ages. And whereas Bob Holder is particularly esteemed for his deep passion for Colorado's black bears, delivering renowned bear education programs and working tirelessly to resolve human-bear conflicts. And whereas Bob's technical contributions to wildlife management are historic, including trapping and transferring over 850 Merriam's turkeys throughout Colorado and Utah and assisting in critical research by trapping 240 birds for the state's wild turkey research program. And whereas through his exceptional ability to build landowner relationships, Bob was instrumental in the acquisition of the 30,000-acre Bosque del Oso State Wildlife Area, Colorado's largest state wildlife area, and has helped protect over 78,000 additional acres of critical habitat through perpetual conservation easements. And whereas in his role as a wildlife officer, Bob is known for his straight-shooter communication style and his sixth sense that led to the apprehension of hundreds of poachers, earning him a reputation for being determined, aggressive, and fair. And whereas Bob Holder's extraordinary career has been recognized with the John D. Hart Wildlife Officer of the Year Award in 1996, the North American Wildlife Officer of the Year Award in 2002, the National Wild Turkey Federation National Enforcement Officer of the Year Award in 2006, and the proclamation of June 10th as Bob Holder Day in 2018 in Los Animas County. And whereas Bob Holder officially retired on March 1st, 2026, marking a half-century of dedicated service to the people of the state of Colorado. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado that we, the members of the Colorado House of Representatives, hereby extend our deepest gratitude to Bob Holder for his 50 years of unwavering dedication to Colorado's wildlife and congratulate him on a well-deserved retirement.
AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This resolution is near and dear to my heart. I've known Bob forever. My mom and dad actually stood up for him and his wife at their wedding. Really good friends with his daughter and son, Zach, who's in the building today, who is an officer as well. Bob is the epitome of the Colorado Division of Wildlife. The name has changed, but he never changed. And he stayed an officer of the Division of Wildlife, and he was proud of that. You have to understand, Bob was bigger than life. Here'd come Bob, who lifted weights like a wild man in his garage, and he'd drive up in his truck, and he had this giant Rottweiler named Sumo in the back. So not only was Bob intimidating, but you have a giant Rottweiler in the back, which was also intimidating. he has a poster in his house. And it was really neat. And it was like, poachers beware. And here's all these game wardens, and it's black and white, and they have bandoleros on, and they have guns in their hands. And that's really how Bob's style was. He was fair, but he made you follow the law. And it didn't matter if you were his friend. It didn't matter if you know your family their whole life. Bob made you follow the law. I want to thank his family because it took a lot from his family to do what he did. Bob was always helping people, and even though his family was proud of him, they missed him a lot. But let me tell you something about Bob. He was always in the bleachers. His son was a really good football player. His daughter was a cheerleader at CU. And Bob was always in the bleachers. And even now, he travels. His grandkids live in Kansas, and he always makes sure, even as an officer, to get out there and watch that. And that goes to tell you what kind of man Bob Holder is. And he left an impression on his son, Zach. It isn't every day that somebody follows in the footsteps of their dad. And I know Zach always looked up to his dad. And it's been an honor to know him. Bob's love for animals, he worked to protect the resource. And he always did right by his community. The kids do love Bob. He'd show up at the schools, or he'd put on a clinic at the state parks. And the kids always just loved to see Mr. Bob Holder because he made it something fun for the kids to learn about wildlife. But most importantly, he cared for the hunters because he knows what they were in the grand scheme of what we do in this state and how we take care of our animals and how we protect the resource. So I would ask you all, 50 years is a long time to serve the state of Colorado. He's a good man, and I'm glad he's here today. And it is my honor to be able to recognize him. And I thank you all for standing and honoring somebody that would devote their life to doing what's right for this state. So I would ask you all, please. Mr. Holder, would you stand up so you can get your due, and would you please welcome him?
What a storied career. We are honored to have you with us today. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Resolution 1002. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Resolution 1002 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bills 1008 as amended, 1009, 1069 as amended, and 1088 as amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Business Affairs and Labor, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1117 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. House Bills 1181 as amended and 1207 as amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations, and House Bill 1258 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1197 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1213 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Energy and Environment, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1208 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bills 1124 and 1278 be postponed indefinitely. Committee on Education, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1191 and Senate Bill 34 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Finance, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1200 and Senate Bill 9 is amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Printing report.
The Chief Clerk
Printing
reports the
report will
following.
be printed in the journal. Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for third reading.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for third reading. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1081.
House Bill 1081 by Representatives Camacho and Duran, also Senator Roberts, concerning measures to optimize Colorado's electric transmission system.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1081 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1081 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 20 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1081 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1228.
House Bill 1228 by Representatives Stewart R. and Frey, also Senator Danielson, concerning measures to increase access to licensure as a marriage and family therapist.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1228 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1228 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1228 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1120.
House Bill 1120 by Representatives Martinez and Velasco, also Senators Simpson and Kipp, concerning the implementation of the recommendations of the Mobile Home Taxation Task Force and in connection therewith, modifying the process for the collection of delinquent property taxes to align with real property tax lien sale and public auction procedures, extending the redemption period for mobile homeowners and clarifying that a mobile home owner under legal disability is entitled to an extended redemption period of up to 9 years.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1120 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Folks, I know our treasurers, our assessors do like this bill. I generally do want to support them. There are some efficiencies added, but I'm a little concerned that we've raised the exemption here and keyed it to inflation, and that's good because it does recognize that costs become more expensive, and these are folks that generally fall lower in the economic spectrum and need our help. But we also have seniors on fixed incomes, and they have a senior homestead exemption that is not keyed to inflation. And I think in this case, we're really singling out one set of folks that are suffering hardship economically, and we're not providing that same accommodation to those of our seniors. So I will not be voting yes for this today. Thanks.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do appreciate the keying for inflation because that is an invisible tax on the citizens of Colorado, on the citizens of the United States. And that tax is basically imposed on the citizens through the debt spending and through overspending and the inability for government to control itself. So it's really imperative on the government to not penalize the the citizens for its decisions. Now, we know that's never going to happen. The government is going to continue to penalize the citizens for poor decisions. So I do like that this is, that this does key it to inflation. But I agree with my colleague. I tried to run an amendment. I tried to run it for the senior and disabled veterans a couple years ago for their exemption, and that was denied. So now we have a disparity in taxation. So now we're using the tax code not only to penalize, but then, then to reward. So it's a little bit conflicting on this one. So I think we need to get our tax policy aligned and make it fair across the board and stop using it as a alternately between a cudgel and a carrot. So, because it's usually the cudgel, and it's just the removal of that cudgel that becomes the onus for fealty. So I'll be a no on this for now. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1120 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Rep. DeGraff? Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 22 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1120 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1084.
House Bill 1084 by Representatives Espinoza and Camacho, also Senators Weissman and Lindstedt, concerning voter transparency requirements to expand information about the funding of initiated statewide ballot measures and in connection therewith requiring the ballot title and abstract of the fiscal impact statement for certain initiated statewide ballot measures to identify the main areas of state expenditure that would be affected by the measure.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1084 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy Friday, colleagues. I love third readings. It's quiet in here, and we can hear each other, and just makes me happy. I rise today in opposition to this bill. Coloradans have a long and proud tradition of citizen-led ballot initiatives. The initiative process is one of the few tools that ordinary citizens have to check the power of government when the legislature refuses to act. And that process belongs to the people of Colorado, not the legislator and not to the bureaucracy. House Bill 261084 claims to provide transparency, but in reality it risks tilting the playing field against citizen initiatives. This bill requires government-generated projections about how ballot measures might affect programs like education or healthcare, but we all know the fiscal projections are inherently political and often wrong. We have seen fiscal notes miss the mark time and time again. I mean, some of you guys have $0 on your fiscal notes. I don't know what magic's being done, but I would love to understand that. Yet under this bill, those speculative numbers could appear on the ballot in a way that frames a citizen proposal as harmful before voters even evaluate it themselves. This is not neutral information. This is about government shaping the narrative about policies the government may not like. And that should concern every one of us, Republican, Democrat, or Independent, because the initiative process is supposed to be a check on the legislator, not something the legislator regulates into submission. If voters want to know the fiscal impacts of a proposal, they already have access to it. The Blue Book, public debate, media coverage, advocacy campaigns on both sides. Colorado voters are smart and fully capable of weighing arguments without the state acting as a political referee. My concern is simple. Today, this bill may seem harmless, but tomorrow it could be used to discourage grassroots measures that challenge those in power. And I also want to say that it might challenge the grassroots, but it will challenge you too and your initiatives that you have passed. And I just want to say how proud I am that a proposed Initiative 108 will be on the ballot in November, led by grassroots conservatives.
Representative Bradley, we do not campaign at the well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The citizens of Colorado are tired of public safety issues. They are tired of crime. They want to be safe. They are tired of legislation going after their Second Amendment rights. And so this leads them to surpass what we are doing here and go out and get the signatures and go out and get measures to be put on the ballot. We are not protecting. And so they are putting it in the rights of their own hands. And now we're trying to be less transparent with them. And so I ask you, if this bill allows citizens to identify the money from all of your pet projects and allows them to pull money, because if they identify that pool of money, then that's what goes on the ballot. So I ask, would you like them to pull the money from the Office of Gun Violence Prevention? Would you like them to pull money from non-citizen health care, $53 million in fiscal year 25-26? Would you like them to pull that money, $53 million, and maybe, I don't know, put child rapists in jail as a citizen-led initiative? Because I would love to see that, and I'm pretty sure that that's going to go on the ballot. Would you like them to pull from decarbonization mandates? $100 million that the Colorado Democrats have created just in 2022 and 2023. $100 million, citizens, you can pull that money. Let's get some things on the ballot to provide public safety. Let's put criminals in jail in this state. Let's protect children in this state. Or how about the tax credits created by HB 23-1272, $65 million per year? There's a big pot to pull from, Colorado citizens. Tax-funded abortion, $6 million we can pull from.
Representative Bradley to the bill.
Yes, ma'am. We're talking about citizen-led initiatives. We're talking about a lack of transparency. We're talking about them now with this bill. I should probably thank them. Being able to pull from pet projects and put towards crime and put towards public safety. So great. Because the citizens of Colorado are tired of what's happening in this Golden Dome. They are tired of not being safe, they are tired of crime rising, and they are tired of child rapists running free on the streets. So they can pull the money from some of these pools and lead the citizen initiatives. That's what's going to happen with this bill, so vote carefully. Thank you.
Representative Bradley, I do just want to offer this because I'm sure our fiscal note staff is listening. I appreciate your disagreement with fiscal notes and you calling that out. I want to lift up that that is not, I'm sure, your intention to question the integrity of fiscal note nonpartisan staff. Thank you. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's interesting that we have bills this year that come on the heels of efforts to rein in corruption in our election system, to make it harder, make it more difficult to find, discover, and meet out the fraud that is endemic to our system. And now we have one that is a direct attack on the First Amendment. It seems like this is coming on the heels of a very successful series of ballot initiatives which not only challenge and are affront to the rulings, the dictates of this body, but they're also an affront to the industry of ballot initiatives, the industry of collecting those signatures. And so the idea seems here to be to make this more difficult, and this is a First Amendment right. And your job here is to secure these rights, to secure these certain, which means guaranteed, not among of, not a selection of, these certain, self-evident, creator-endowed rights. These rights that come from above government, and one of those rights that we've specified is the right to petition your government. And so this body's duty that you swore an oath to, that you took a pledge to this morning, again, is to secure the rights, not to make it harder, not to make the citizens in the gallery jump through more hoops. Because again, let's look at the way this building is situated. Not only do we have all these columns here that are testaments to truth, but the gallery is above the floor. And the floor is far above the executive. The citizens in the gallery have the rights. We in this room have the just power derived from the consent of the governed to act collectively on their behalf. That doesn't mean we can impose, doesn't mean we're allowed to. Certainly can, because we have the coercion behind us. And you use that coercion every day with every new law.
Representative DeGraff, careful not to impugn the motives or actions of others. Thank you.
I did not know I was stepping into motives. I thought I was dealing with facts. Because if a good intention was a good idea, it wouldn't need a gun. And everything we deal with in here requires a gun. So this body, the just powers of this body are derived from the consent of the governed, and those, so we, in the just system, we're not allowed to do to the citizens of Colorado what the citizens of Colorado cannot do individually. Yet that is done every day, legislating from one pocket to another. So we have a fiscal note of 0, or we have fiscal notes of 0. We'll see in the supplementals, that was just mentioned. Sorry about that, that was in my notes. But we have an issue here with requiring the citizens of Colorado to balance the budget and to delve into the budget. If they've gone through the hoops, which are making higher and more numerous, if the citizens of Colorado can navigate that gauntlet, then you say, well, now you have to do the budget process. But what you're really doing is you're creating a two-subject, because you're not only saying what do you advocate that the citizens prioritize, but you also have a separate bill in there that's combined that says, okay, now you have to take it from this other one. So you really have two ballot initiatives in one. Unless you're going to say, well, that ballot initiative has to come out of the same pot of money, which now you're creating a conflict of interest for the citizens of Colorado. Because what you're saying is that the ideals of this body, the body that is supposed to serve the citizens of Colorado, that is supposed to form the basis of a just government for these sharp-dressed youngsters on the wall over here, that we want to preserve for them, that this body knows better. So we're creating a problem in and of itself. And we're asking the citizens of Colorado to delve into a budget that this room can't even balance. This room has blown through billions of dollars worth of surplus, and then hidden billions of dollars in certificates of participation. And then you have the audacity to say to the citizens of Colorado, well, you need to have some fiscal responsibility. And then to reject the naming, like the board is somehow nonpartisan, and you're going to allow a partisan body to choose the title, when we know the choosing of the title is a very deliberate way to either promote it or kill it. And if the citizens of Colorado go through this, and of course, what you should be doing is making the process easier for the citizens of Colorado to get something on a ballot, not preserving your empire over here and saying that the citizens of Colorado can sit down, shut up, and color and like it. We need to be making this process easier for the citizens of Colorado, not more difficult. This is all about making it more difficult. This is all about silencing the voices of the citizens of Colorado. Probably because 3 ballot initiatives have been successful in challenging your sacred cows. So I asked for a no vote on this bill. We remember to what it was we took an oath, and that is to secure the rights of the citizens of Colorado, not usurp them, not override them, not tell the citizens of Colorado what they may and may not do. I asked for a no vote.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. So we're celebrating 150 years of Colorado this year. It's interesting that when you go back that 150 years, a ballot measure was actually something that was expected to come from the people, not the legislature. Our job as a legislature actually is one thing, pass a balanced budget. That's it, one thing. We've added over the years many bills to this where we're passing all of these different laws. We try to pass about 700 a year, usually get between 550 and 600. A ballot measure comes from the people predominantly, although sometimes it can come from this body. But it's interesting how we have made it more and more difficult. Just the 4 years I've been here, we've run legislation to make ballot initiatives more and more difficult. It has become more difficult for the people to actually present a law from the people for the people. And we've taken and put it into our hands, and so then it becomes more and more difficult. We have to jump through more and more hoops. And now we're calling something transparency of the people, but every single year we make this body less transparent and make it more difficult for the people to do what they're supposed to do. We're not supposed to be pushing all of these laws. This is not how we were intended. This is not what we're for. It's supposed to be the people presenting laws. And we continue to take that out of their hands, continue to make it more difficult. I have been very impressed by the people that have pushed some very strong ballot initiatives against the will of this body. And they're continuing to push the people's bills. Ballot initiatives are going to shake up this state. Because why? We the people actually still care more for we the people than this place. And we continue to make it more difficult. Continue to make it more difficult. This is shameful. But the good thing is this bill has the potential for backfiring upon itself, and I cannot wait until that begins to happen. Because now you don't have the ability, because of the way this was written, to control we the people when they get really smart. And they do that often, even against our will. And so I still believe in we the people. I believe in we the people ballot initiatives. And we, the legislature, must stop overriding, pushing, changing, and controlling we the people, because it's gotten too far, which is obviously what we're seeing this year. And we are seeing with these ballot initiatives that are coming through this year, we the people have had enough. And I'm excited to see what the next 6-8 months bring to the state not from this body, but from we the people.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I admit to being somewhat torn on this bill and kind of have a question for the sponsors. As I read 26-1084, it proposes to further structure how fiscal decisions are tied to ballot initiatives that we present to the voters. It in my mind, directly asks our voters to engage in fiscal decision-making through the ballot process. And I find it actually interesting that last year the sponsors of This bill and approximately 30 others in your caucus sponsored a resolution asserting that the Taxpayer Bill of Rights undermined our Republican form of government because it places decisions about revenues and spending in the hands of the voters rather than the elected legislature. Yet 261084 appears to move in the opposite direction. Rather than pulling fiscal decision-making away from the ballot process, this bill seems to further reinforce the validity of the voice of the people in these matters by asking voters to weigh in on the trade-offs of new spending and current programs. So my question, specifically in regard to this bill, is if your position last year was that voter-directed fiscal policy undermines Tabor, and our Republican, or under Tabor undermines our Republican form of government, why does this bill lean further into ballot box budgeting instead of returning those decisions to the legislature? And more directly, does the approach taken in this bill reflect a reconsideration of the role voters should have in fiscal policy? If 1084 assumes voters are capable of weighing spending priorities and trade-offs at the ballot box, that sounds very much like the core principle behind Tabor. So I'll just close with this. In bringing 261004, have you and your colleagues reconsidered your earlier position on Tabor? And do you now recognize that the taxpayer's voice in major fiscal decisions has a legitimate place in Colorado's system of government? Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For those who haven't, in the gallery on the side, read this bill perhaps, just want to give a little bit of more detail about what this policy is doing. So right now, citizens have the opportunity to come forth and ask for a change of law, whether constitutional or statutory, through the ballot initiative process. And those changes can impact on funding of particular programs. Recently, we saw a ballot measure passed whereby the people of Colorado said that the state of Colorado should spend $350 million in the arena of law enforcement, training, recruiting, that sort of thing. Well, that request, that ballot initiative passing, then put a burden on the budgetary process here. Because in Colorado, we have a balanced budget amendment on one side that requires us to ensure that everything equals at the end of the day, at the beginning of the day, and throughout different sides of the day. And so we can't borrow. We also have the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, which restricts our ability to collect more. And so if a $350 million bill comes forth by a ballot initiative, then this body has to find $350 million out of what has already been largely appropriated. And sometimes the citizenry doesn't understand that dynamic, and so I believe it is the desire of this policy to give notice to the citizens before they vote on that kind of a measure, that if we are going to spend $350 million here, it's going to have to come out of something we're already paying for, some other pool of money. And the way this bill is written is it says that the citizens who initiate that request can identify the buckets of money where their particular request is coming from. So for that $350 million request, if this bill had been in existence then, those initiators could have said, I want $100 million to come out of here, and I want $20 million to come here, and $5 million from this, and build out a budget to say, this is where we want this $350 million to come from. And so as the citizens vote, they say, yes, we would rather you spend $350 million there than in these other 15 categories. Now, if the citizens don't do that, then it falls to the title board, which are government actors who write the questions out for citizen initiatives. And those particular folks have to identify the 3 top areas of spending that the state has and say it is likely that the $350 million is going to come out of these 3 top areas. Now, those areas are often healthcare, higher education, K through 12 education, human services, and then less of our budget, it's somewhere around, 3% is corrections, et cetera. And so they'd have to identify those top 3 so that the people understand that in passing this, the money doesn't just appear. We don't just have $350 million hanging out, and that they have to make that cost-benefit analysis and decide whether or not that's actually what they want to do. And I think it's important that people do have that notice. I think it's important that they understand those budgetary constraints. And yet I'm rising in opposition to the solution that is proposed here, because I do believe that it is going to incentivize the ballot initiators to identify those pockets of money and further bind this body to particular solutions that may or may not actually be workable. I know that there were a lot of upset folks in this building when Proposition 130 passed because of the budgetary impact it was going to have. I can only imagine what this building's conversations would have been if that proposition had passed, while simultaneously saying, as my colleague earlier noted, that $3 million of that $350 is going to be in closing down the Office of Gun Violence Protection, and $53 million is going to come out of the children-only health care for those who are undocumented, and $111.2 million of it is going to come out of emergency medical services for immigrants, and the list goes on. I can only imagine what this building would have thought about that particular proposition passing. And I do believe that this policy is going to incentivize in that direction. And so what I would propose as a potential, and I would have loved to run an amendment, but it reminds me, the Senate, one of the senators on this bill, I suspect had a lot to do with the title drafting of this bill, because it is a very tight title, which I appreciate. I think that's, good legislating when it's a tight title, but it keeps me from being able, oh, is it this? Okay, well then I give you kudos for the tight title, representative from Denver. Both representatives from Denver. In any case, I would have loved to see more of a requirement that at every question where we are talking about funding, in the Blue Book there be an accounting, a statement that says, hey, we have a balanced budget amendment. Hey, we have the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Hey, these are our main categories, the overview, that first page that we get in our supplementals book or our long bill book that says, this is how much money we have and this is where these things are coming from. Please take this information into account as you decide this question. And I think a lot of the other issues that were raised here today would not be issues in that event if we had pursued that policy. And so I stand in support of what the bill sponsors have stated that they're trying to do. I stand in support of the idea that we want to give people the information they need to make good choices. Because we all, we all are tempted towards the good thing, right? That sounds good, why not? And then if we are not confronted with the reality of what that choice means on the cost side of the ratio, we can end up making bad decisions. And so it is important that we give as much information as possible to folks. I just don't think this is the best way to give them that information, and so I will be a no vote.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to say that the people are my boss. It's not the other way around. The people are my boss. I ran for county commissioner after I got elected. They put me on an airplane. They flew me up here to Denver, and they told me, they gave me a bunch of coffee. They gave me a bunch of donuts. They looked at their watch, and about an hour later, they knew that I was coming down off my sugar and my caffeine high. And they tried to indoctrinate me to tell me that I worked for the state of Colorado. I was the arm of the state of Colorado, and that I didn't work for the people, I worked for the state of Colorado. No, I don't. I work for my boss, and that's the people of Colorado. And then I won as a state representative. They did the same thing. They flew me up here. They gave me a bunch of donuts and coffee, waited till I came down. Well, this is the problem with that. I don't eat donuts, so they didn't get me. They didn't brainwash me. I still work for the people. And my advice to the people is this. Start throwing ballot initiatives out there, more ballots as you can do, because if you haven't seen what's going on, we can't balance our budget here. We're not good enough. We're $1 billion a year in the hole. We can't do it. We can't figure it out. And it is time for the people, because they can figure it out. There's 6 million of you. I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. You fill this place with ballots, and you fix this place, because we haven't figured it out yet. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my colleagues did a really good job talking about the issues that they all see. The issue I have, and I know I have a habit of repeating myself, and I think that's the only way sometimes I can get my point across, but this is the ability for the people to redress grievances with their government. If they're not happy with what they're doing, this does give them the ability to get the signatures, to get it on the ballot, to see how the greater population feels. And the representative for Penrose, I understand the quandary she's in when thinking about this and how she's torn, and the representative from Albert County, their comments about how they're torn on this because they see some value in it, but they just can't get behind it, because I think in a way, from what I understood, it muddies the waters a little bit and it puts hurdles in front of people. I always bring this up, and I'll bring it up again, Prop 112 and Senate Bill 181. We have literally watched the State House override the will of the voter there when Prop 12, I think, was over 60%. The people of Colorado shot it down, and then the next year, the governor and the legislature came in and passed Senate Bill 181, which literally circumvented the will of the voter. And I think this gives the voter the ability for that tit for tat back and forth. There's been some fights in this building. I was here for a special session, and I would say that and I'm not impugning Modi, but I think that this bill probably would have something to do with the quandary that we were in special session the year that we worked on taxes. And I think that that's probably a lot of what's driving this, maybe not. But at the end of the day, I mean, people have to have the ability. This is the people's government, not the government's people. And I truly believe that the true grassroots that get out and collect the signatures, we saw it all over rural Colorado. And we always say in rural Colorado that we don't feel like we get a strong enough voice here. And numerous times I'll say I have to go home and look at these people in town halls that feel like our way of life is looked at a little bit different, and resources are looked at a little bit different, and this gives them that hope. When you see those petitions on the corner, this gives them that hope that when they sign on that line that they're going to be able to make a difference in the state. And I think by muddying the waters for them and being, I mean, I can only imagine what the blue book will look like. It'll probably look like that stack of amendments that's sitting over there. But at the end of the day, it's about the people. And I don't think that that's a partisan issue. I think the people should have the ability, and I think that it should be easy, and I think it should be fast, and I don't think we should put hurdles in front of them, and I don't think we should muddy the water, and I don't think we should make things more complicated. They know what's best for them, not us. So I'm going to be a no vote today. Thank you.
Minority Leader Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I mean, for all the reasons that the members of the minority have laid out there, I understand what the bill sponsors are trying to do, and I do respect it. I just will say that the way I view ballot measures, and I think a lot of my members view the ballot measures, is that is the people telling us what their priority is. And so the example of the member from Penrose about the recent ballot initiative, I believe it was 130, I'm sorry if I'm messing up the number on that, about $350 million to law enforcement. That was pretty simple. Do you want to give more funding for training and other things for law enforcement? And the people overwhelmingly said, yes, that's what we want to do. Then it comes to us. Our job is to figure out how to prioritize that money, right? So making these ballot initiatives way more complicated, way more longer, I don't think is right. It is our job to listen to what the people say. So when they pass a ballot initiative, we say, okay, the people have spoken, they've showed us what their priority is. It is our job to come here and figure out how it gets funded. And a point that one of my members made away from the well was that we don't hold ourselves to that own standard. We pass bills all the time with very large appropriations, and we're not passing those bills and saying, well, if we pass this bill that costs $10 million, here's where the $10 million we're going to cut from. We don't hold ourselves to that same standard, and now we're saying we're going to put that on the people of Colorado and hold them to that standard. So for those reasons, I will be a no. I will say I understand where the bill sponsors were going with that, and I understand that this is they're, I think, making a transparency and fiscal argument. But if we're not holding ourselves to that own standard, and we're telling the people that you're telling us what your prioritization is, and then we overcomplicate it for them, I just can't get behind that. So I will be a no vote, but I do appreciate the sponsors.
Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't planning on saying anything, so I have nothing prepared, but when we were talking about Prop 130, and I do appreciate you bringing it up, it's a primary reason why I'll be a yes on this bill. And everyone in this chamber knows how hard we worked to get Prop 130 implemented here. I was involved in every step of the way, working with our colleagues both in this chamber and in the Senate to make sure that we could do exactly what the citizens asked us to do. But I will tell you that if we'd had some opportunity to be engaged with that in the process earlier, and there had been more clarity in how that was both written and in how we dealt with the finances in that ballot measure, it would have been far easier to implement in this chamber and easier to fit the exact puzzle piece of exactly what the citizens of Colorado ask us to do. So it's not about being for something or against something going to a ballot measure. It's about making sure that it's clear to people what they're voting for, and that we're writing things in such a way that is absolutely clear what you're doing when you do it. So I am very pleased that we are giving $350 million to law enforcement. Not everybody would have been as pleased if they knew that we were going to have to balance that on school funding necessarily, or if we were going to have to balance that on other budget items. I'm pretty sure that the citizens of Colorado, however, still would have checked the box and voted for the ballot measure. It was an incredibly popular measure, if you will. But one of the reasons that it was so difficult to implement is because it didn't have some of the structures that were needed, and several areas of that ballot measure were unclear in what the voters gave. So we had to do acrobatics in language in order to be able to fulfill on what the voters asked for. So I will be a resounding yes on making sure that we have these processes clear, and it is certainly not a diminution to inviting people in this state to go put something on the ballot. But just like me, I read my 64-question ballot, and it takes me a day of study. Now, I am a politician. I sort of read that stuff. I study it. I go and deal with it. I hear from people at the doors all the time that many of our citizens think that that is crazy, that they have to do a week-long study in order to fill out a ballot. So we add the blue book, and we give better education there. And it's because the language of the ballot isn't always so clear. And I don't want to impugn motives of people that put things on the ballots, but there are a lot of people that are not a citizen that came up with a good idea that put stuff on the ballot. And they start with the language. And they spend millions and millions and millions of dollars making a determination in front of a focus group. Well, will this language get you to vote yes, or will this language get you to vote yes? Perhaps this language will get you to vote yes, and this language will get you to vote yes. And I'm not, our side does it, the Republicans do it, people that all of us don't like do it from time to time. But they work out language to get you to check the box yes or no. It should be clear to people. Ask a simple question, get a simple answer. I'm going to always encourage something that makes it easier for our voters to understand what's on their ballot. I hope that we'll continue to work on that process and not have it be a problem. This is not asking people to stop running ballot measures. I would like to stop having ridiculous corporate interest go and put things on the ballot that don't really serve anyone other than their interest. But I want it to be really clear to people that that's who did it, if that's how it happened. So I think we should take this a few steps further, but this is a good start. So I'll be a yes today, and thank you for hearing me.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would just like to first acknowledge and thank my colleagues on this side of the aisle for their thoughtful comments. But I do believe it requires some clarification. Nothing in this bill prevents someone from going through the initiative process. Nothing in this bill prevents those signatures to be gathered in your communities when people of this state determine that there is an issue that is important to them that they would like to put forward. Nothing in this bill does that. What this bill does do is provide the transparency, because we all trust voters and we know that they make the right decisions. But it is incumbent upon us or whoever is putting a ballot measure forward to make sure they have all the information. And part of that is, how are you going to pay for the thing that you want? It is only a fair question. We ask that every day in committee. We ask it down the well. We ask that to our constituents. How is it going to be paid for? If you are going to go through the effort to put something on the ballot, you owe that part of the answer too. And that's what this bill does. So thank you.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did write a very tight a bill title on this issue, because I didn't want us to get into large other outside kinds of questions. This is a very simple approach that's taking one issue and putting it on the ballot. And to my good colleague from Fremont, I just want to say thank you very much. You described our bill more beautifully than even I think we have done so far, but that is exactly the point. I know there's one other issue I just want to give acknowledgement to you for raising, which is, if they put all those different buckets of funding, does that create a problem with single subject? We will deal with that in the Senate, because we don't want that in any way to be an impediment to putting an initiative on the ballot. That's not the intent of this bill at all. It is not to interfere with the ballot initiative process at all. It is to provide the people who are receiving the ballot initiative with enough information to make choices. We have to make choices every day. And I would just say, in contrast to what my good colleagues have said, we do address the financial trade-offs every single day, and we will see that starting in 2 to 3 weeks, when we have to fight line by line on some of those programs. If you recall, last year we had huge fights on $80,000 for some program, and we had to decide where that $80,000 was coming from, because our constitutional obligation is to balance the budget. So starting from that framework, when I walked into this chamber as a new representative, I was faced with an additional $350 million deficit in a time when the budget constraints were very tight last year. And nothing as tight as what we're dealing with this year. The voters do care for Tabor, and we also honor Tabor. So to my good representatives' questions with regard to how does this fit, does this change our position? I would say it does not change our overall position in terms of the constraints that Tabor's putting on our budget obligations. But in the conditions that we have with regard to Tabor, it is even more imperative that the public who are voting on increases in state expenditures know that there's a consequence that is tied to that. That consequence could have been done in a different bill, maybe with an overview to say, as my good colleague from Fremont said, putting that in front. Here's the balanced budget obligation under the Constitution. Here's our Tabor obligation under the Constitution. But we don't know the exact dollars that we have in our budget. And I don't think telling the voters that, when it may or may not be true, because we all have to wait for budget forecasting, sales tax, revenue information. We don't know that. And that would have created even more of an impediment to the initiative process, something that we were not intent in doing in any way. Our goal was not to constrain the initiative process, and that's why we gave full flexibility and alternatives. First discussion said, let's just tell them it's coming from these areas, and I felt that would severely constrain the initiative process, because that would be the government imposing something on the bill that the sponsors may not want us to impose. That's why this bill is written to give the full flexibility to the initiative seekers to designate where they might want the funding to come from. And I will say, we've had spirited debates in this chamber over whether or not some of the suggested cuts would be something that the public would want us to make. This does only give further opportunities for the citizenry to tell us that. If they can find those pennies in the cushion that is sufficient to fund their idea, that won't impact other areas they care about, I would welcome that information, and that's why that's written into the bill. They have an opportunity to look at the budgets and see that. But if they're coming to us with nefarious purposes, I also trust the voters not to be hoodwinked by either side of a party that would bring forward an initiative based on that, to try and go after underlying funding that are the values of this state, because I do believe the voters give us that as well. And so that was the other reason it was critical to me to ensure that the ideas or the reasons or rationale or the motives, not that we impugn motives, but the motives of citizen initiatives should be put on to the voters of on those citizen initiatives. I also wanted it in the title because what I've found so often when I'm approached by people collecting those signatures is they don't have an idea what's in that ballot initiative. And what's critical to me before I sign any of those petitions is to read the title and to understand what the people are asking. Because when I ask those signature gatherers who are paid lots of money from outside sources, often they don't know what they're asking people to sign for because they're just getting paid for each signature they get on that ballot page. So having that information in the title so voters can actually even decide in the front end, is this an initiative that I would want to get on the ballot or I would want to get on the ballot, is also critical. So the bill is framed in a way to maximize information for the voters, maximize information for the people who are going to be part of a process. Because oftentimes I think citizens are being misled in these initiative processes because of what my good colleague from Arapahoe just described. There are outside people taking advantage of our good citizen initiative process. And from my view, this is a way to give that power back to the citizens, not a way to undermine the citizen initiative in any way. Again, remember that Tabor and our balanced budgets constrains our funding. I don't think the citizens understand that. When they vote for something with a dollar figure and they have no idea it might have an impact on the state budget, we're doing a disservice to our citizens. It is critical, in my view, that we give them the information to be informed because my trust is in the people, but the people have to know what it is they're asking us to do. Please vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1084 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 22 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1084 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, I have an announcement. Representatives Brown, Sirota, and Taggart are excused at such time as necessary for the joint Budget Committee meeting. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders on March 6, 2026 at 10:28 a.m. Long list, members, so please pay attention. House Bill 1008, House Bill 1088, House Bill 1202, House Bill 1009, House Bill 1005, House Bill 1265, House Bill 1069, House Bill 1050, House Bill 1198, House Bill 1218, House Bill 1294, House Bill 1293, House Bill 1215, House Bill 1216, House Bill 1220, House Bill 1217, House Bill 1219, House Bill 1295, House Bill 1296, House Bill 1192, and House Bill 1110.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders today, March 6th at 10:28 a.m. Representative McCormick. Thank you, Representative. You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative McCormick will take the chair.
The House will come back to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for a reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen. on I, legislate, and in today's folder on your box account. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader. The court rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 26-1008.
House Bill 1008 by Representatives Lukens and Taggart, also Senators Marchman and Rich, concerning measures to enhance outdoor recreation opportunities in the state and in connection therewith, expanding the Division of Parks and Wildlife's capacity for outdoor recreation coordination, planning, and management.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1008, the Appropriations Report, and the Agriculture Committee Report.
To the committee report.
To the Appropriations?
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we adjusted the appropriation, and we asked for a yes vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the Appropriations Committee report say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report is adopted. Representative Lukens.
To the Agriculture Committee report, in Agriculture Committee, we brought a number of bills. One was in relation, we brought a number of amendments. One was in relation to water rights protection language. Another amendment was in relation to language that we came to an agreement with a number of agricultural stakeholders in regards to CPW engaging with agricultural stakeholders in implementing this work. Another amendment was in relation to a variety of conservation and recreation stakeholders, adding in definitions around accessible experiences, exceptional and sustainable outdoor recreation, and modifying the definition of Colorado's outdoor strategy. We also brought an amendment that strengthened the language about partnering with local governments.
Any further discussion on the Ag, Water, Natural Resource? Oh, Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L006 to House Bill 10008 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That's to the committee report. Representative Taggart, will you
Excuse me,
restate
to
your
the-
motion, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L006 to the Agricultural Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. Give us a minute. All right, Representative Taggart, to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment was reviewed and negotiated with CCI on behalf of all of our county commissioners across the state. And it acknowledges that the rapid increase in outdoor recreation is very challenging at a local level. And local ability to maintain access and provide related services, it is critical we're talking with the counties about issues like this and that they are key partners in this bill. As we all know, we all would like to say that our state lands and our federal lands butt up against one another and never butt up against agriculture, private lands, or county and municipal lands. But in fact, they do. So this amendment just strictly works on the situation of coordinating and consulting with local governments to identify potential impacts to services and infrastructure associated with these lands, communicate existing funding opportunities that are available through the division to help our local communities, and give appropriate consideration to local government priorities. And last but not least, report all of this on a yearly basis in the SMART hearings. I can't stress enough the counties, and we'll talk about others as we go, but the counties are critical partners to our outdoor strategy, and they have a seat at the table and are going to be engaged in this process all the way along. And I would ask for your support on this amendment.
Further discussion on L006, AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the sponsors for bringing this amendment. I mean, counties need this amendment because they want to strengthen their partnerships with CPW on decisions around recreation. And I think it's important that we're building that bridge and we're really strengthening those bonds. So I thank the sponsors for this amendment, and I urge an aye vote.
Further discussion on L006 to the committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of L006 say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L006 is adopted. To the committee report. Representative, any further discussion on the committee report as amended? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am looking forward to explaining what this bill does, but I have a few more amendments that I want to do first. So I move Amendment L7 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us a minute. All right, it is displayed. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L7 is another amendment that we have worked on in conjunction with our partners at the county level. It acknowledges that outdoor recreation significant economic, fiscal, and community benefits across the state include revenue that supports public services, infrastructure, and investments from transportation to childcare and mental health services. And that is important that these benefits be equitably distributed throughout the state to the extent possible, and we ask for your yes vote on L7.
Further discussion on L007. Representative Brooks.
Chair, thank you. I will not move in. I'll be here just on a very temporary basis and keep all my notes separate from this amendment. Also, it kind of goes further to some of my other concerns to the bill in general, specifically this. As soon as you start putting temperatures, then I start thinking to myself, okay, are we putting CPW in charge of climate change now in Colorado and the Office of Climate? I forget what offices we've created. I've got them in my notes, but I don't want to disturb the presentation here at the well. So once we start getting into this discussion, again, it strikes at the heart of what there was another amendment that had been brought earlier, and it just gives me pause to think of where we're trying to go with this and what we're trying to ask of Colorado Parks and Wildlife, because if you haven't noticed already, we've been passing some things around here that are going to stress out that department quite a bit. And now we're asking them to kind of be a leader in some other spaces that I have a lot of questions about. So I am a no on this amendment. Because the amendment momentum that I'm seeing that started in committee has started to significantly alter the conversation that I'm just not comfortable with.
Further discussion on L007. Seeing none, all those in favor of Amendment L007 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L007 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L8 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment. L008 is displayed. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L8 incorporates changes based on consultation with the Southern Ute Indian Tribe to correct verbiage as it relates to working with our tribal governments on this work, and to include treaty rights and cultural priorities to the list of items that CPW must meaningfully incorporate into statewide planning and coordination processes. It also requires that CPW engage local governments in the development of regional priorities and associated planning efforts and projects within their jurisdiction. We ask for your yes vote on L8.
Further discussion on L008. Seeing none, all those in favor of L008 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L008 is adopted. To the bill, Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1008, the Colorado Outdoor Opportunities Act, formalizes CPW as the lead state agency charged with implementing Colorado's outdoor strategy. It also solidifies CPW's role in outdoor recreation planning, management, and coordination while ensuring that key local, state, and federal partners and stakeholders are at the table to help shape these discussions and inform CPW's decisions. We think this is especially important given CPW's responsibilities to manage our state's wildlife, which uniquely positions them to balance recreation with conservation goals. These efforts are particularly important at a time when our public lands and open spaces face increasing pressure from Colorado's growing popularity. We ask for your yes vote on House Bill 1008 as amended.
Further discussion on House Bill, Representative Taggart.
Thank you. Representative Brooks, can I talk?
You have the floor, Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go over 3 points that this bill is all about. But before I get there, I want to remind everybody. We, several years ago, started a process during registration to pay $29 apiece voluntarily on our registrations to keep Colorado wild. The purpose of that was for a bill like this. It was not only for our state parks, it was also for our state lands. And so those dollars, which many of our colleagues, and I hope everybody in this chamber, has voluntarily put up $29 a year, is what is primarily funding this. This is not general fund. This is, in fact, an area of state lands that we need to manage. Secondly, and this has a lot to do with 8 amendments, both of us wanted our partners in this process, not only as stakeholders, but partners in the discussions of how we plan for the use of these lands for recreation purposes, which means the agriculture community has to be key partners in this. Our counties have to be key partners in this. Our municipalities need to be key partners in this. Our federal partners need to be involved with us. We need to respect private property rights. We need to respect water rights. And we need to understand that while these lands, or while recreation is a major economic driver in this state, we can, in fact, if we don't plan for it, abuse those lands. And so my second point on this is, it is our responsibility as a legislature to make sure our children, our grandchildren, and their children in the future have wonderful lands to recreate. And that's absolutely critical, because right now, as an outdoor enthusiast, I can tell you that we are, in many cases, misusing. And thirdly, we have to, by way of these dollars, allow, on a regional basis, because this bill creates 4 regional planning groups. Every region of our state is somewhat different. For those of us on the far western slope, we live in a high desert. So our planning has to take into account that we have high desert lands. And what do we have in addition to high desert lands, and why climate comes into this? Serious wildfires. And we have to plan how we use our land so that we don't trample them down and make them more susceptible by abuse to wildfires. We have alpine lands, we have eastern lands, and we have southern lands. And we need to plan accordingly. So A, the dollars are here because we have a success in keeping Colorado wild. We have partners around the table that are critical to these regional plans. We have to protect these lands for the future, for our generations to come. Thank you, and I hope you will support us in this endeavor.
Representative Brooks.
Chair, thank you. I think I actually regret my member speaking before because now it definitely. I mean, look. Let me start off with this. I apologize to my colleagues, plural, for not having a conversation about some of the concerns that I have over this prior to now. So I didn't mean to surprise you, didn't mean to catch you off guard, never my intention to do that. It's just my own process that was maybe just a little bit behind, and for that I do apologize. I am not here to blow anything up. I am just here to express some concerns that I have on a couple of different levels. The first, I had an opportunity to speak with my colleague about just with the fiscal note and just adding in our current structural deficit, looking at adding an additional 14 FTEs and multiple zeros of allocation into a program that, we're talking about putting in a mechanism, a permanent planning apparatus with all those zeros of cost to the states instead of what I'd rather see, which I know isn't a possibility right now, it's not in the bill, but I'd rather see prioritization instead on the ground enforcement, maintenance, and access issues. So overall, just in the financial climate that we're in, I don't know that perhaps maybe the pill would go down a little bit easier if it weren't in this current budget climate, but I have concerns about that. That's one. Bless you. Other concerns that I have is the overall stressing of Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I'd mentioned that in my opposition to an amendment that had been brought previously. That overall, I do worry about us putting them as the primary planner for conservation and recreation across multiple jurisdictions when already they have a little bit of a deer in the headlight look when you talk about the implementation of other programs that this body has recently passed. Lastly, there are language concerns that I have within the bill that are compounded through language concerns that I have in a committee amendment. Some terms just start to pop out to me when we're talking about climate resilience being added into the bill and bringing in the Office of Climate Preparedness and climate resistance efforts. It feels to me at the end, and I understand that part of the CPW, of course, is conservation. I'm not arguing that. But what I'm left with is a feel that there is an ideological overlay of climate policy here. And we're using recreation as the vehicle in order to overlay that instead of talking about core policies of CPW. It gives me pause and a reason to take a deep, or at least a shallow breath, because I do recognize that those are separate. But I am taking at least a shallow breath on this because there are some concerns with that. So I don't necessarily expect you to come up and answer to all of that, but I did want to address the concerns and the reasons why I stood up here to take time on the bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on 10008? Seeing none, all those in favor of the passage of House Bill 10008 as amended, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 10008 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 261088.
House Bill 1088 by Representatives Clifford and Taggart, also Senator Cutter, concerning entity filings made with the Secretary of State.
I'm not going to raise my hand for a minute, Madam Chair. We're going to go very slow for just a moment.
Representative Clifford. Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you too, sir.
This is always a delight to run a bill with Rep. Taggart. This bill is very straightforward. I move House Bill 261088 and to the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee report.
And we also need to move the
And
appropriation.
the Appropriations Committee report.
Very good. To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee report gives the Secretary of State's office spending authority to spend funds that they have in their budget existingly in order to accomplish what they've set forth in this bill.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the Appropriations Committee report say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes barely have it. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs report. Yes, Representative Clifford.
I move that we adopt the committee report.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The aye has it. The State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill expands upon a bill that I did a couple of years ago, and I appreciate Representative Clifford carrying all the weight on this with me over in the JBC. But let me just give you my simple explanation of this bill. Unfortunately, we have business fraud out there, and all of us that have either been entrepreneurs over our lives and or business executives have faced the fact that when we are somewhat successful, we bring about people that want to, in fact, do fraudulent filings with our Secretary of State. That potentially can cause real harm to our business because they may try to take a portion or all of our name in those filings, and guess what? Take a loan out that now potentially can be our responsibility down the road. And they can spread that wealth over several companies, unfortunately. So this allows the Attorney General and then the Secretary of State to step in when there is one of these fraudulent filings. If they didn't pay, if their money didn't clear, they can stop that filing, but they also can research, have these folks done this at the expense of other companies? That is absolutely critical. And to add to that, it also gives the authority to us as entrepreneurs that truly do own the business to take legal action against these fraudulent filings and these individuals that are in this business strictly to steal our assets. Thank you.
Representative Clifford, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This also helps us resolve several issues related to officers of a company that might actually try to take over a company by going to change the registration status at the Secretary of State's office, and it allows us to have some recourse and to correct those things, which is a very big deal. And the other thing is it's seemingly innocuous events. Just a few years ago, we had a Little League baseball team that registered themselves as the Colorado Rangers with the Secretary of State's office. And that was an allowable filing, and our only recourse was to go to that baseball team and say, hey, wait a minute, we can't let you do that. But as far as the filing was concerned and the Secretary of State's office was, because of the way the law has been written, they didn't have anything that they could do about it. So this gives some tools to the Secretary of State's office to be a little bit more discerning as names are being registered, to make sure that they're not close to like names, not close to trademark names, and if there's something especially fraudulent or something that isn't supposed to be there, they have the ability to intervene. And that's all that this bill does, and I appreciate a yes vote.
Further discussion on House Bill 1088. Seeing none, all those in favor of House Bill 1088 say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1088 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 26-1202.
House Bill 1202 by Representatives Rutinel and Sirota, also Senator Amabile, concerning strategies to mitigate homelessness and in connection therewith requiring the Department of Local Affairs to present a proposal for a statewide strategy on homelessness prevention and resolution, allowing local governments to create multi-jurisdictional homelessness authorities and allowing real estate documentary fees to be used for affordable housing. Representative
Rutinel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I am really grateful to have Representative Representative Sirota, I'm thinking about JVC right now, here alongside me. This bill is deeply personal for me. I grew up with a single
Representative Rutinel, I hate to interrupt you, but would you please move the bill first? Representative Rutinel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 26-1202.
To the bill. Representative Rutinel.
This bill is deeply personal for me. I grew up with a single mom and a working class background, and we worked hard every single day, but we still struggled to make ends meet. When the Great Recession hit, I remember when my mom walked into the house with an envelope that said that the bank was foreclosing on our home. And in the wealthiest nation in the world, I don't think that any child should have to hear her mom cry in that way. And let me be clear about our housing situation right now. There are people in Colorado working full-time, punching in every single day, who can't afford a roof over their heads. A renter in this state needs to make around $65,000 a year just to afford a one-bedroom apartment. If you're making minimum wage, that's 85 hours a week. 40% of people experiencing homelessness in Colorado have paying jobs. Let that sink in. You can do everything by the book in this state and still end up without a home. Homelessness jumped 30% in 1 year. Over 52,000 Coloradans sought housing and homelessness services in 2024 alone, and nearly half of all Colorado households, working families, seniors, people just trying to get by, earn under $75,000 and are spending so much on housing that it's draining $5 billion out of the rest of our local economy. That's money not going to groceries, child care, and small businesses. We cannot keep doing the same thing and expecting different results. Right now, our response to homelessness is fragmented. It's city by city, it's county by county, while the crisis crosses every boundary line on the map. This bill changes that in 3 ways. First, it tells DOLA, come back to us with a proposal, a timeline, a budget, a strategy that brings the state, local governments, and service providers to the same table. Second, it gives local governments a tool they need, the ability to come together voluntarily and tackle homelessness as a region, not just as individual cities and counties fighting this alone. And third, it lets counties use fees they're already collecting on real estate transactions to build affordable housing in their own communities. No new fees, no tax increases, just the common sense to let local dollars address a local crisis. This bill was built with input from a broad coalition of organizations on the front lines of this fight. The people doing the work are telling us they need these tools. It's time we listen. I respectfully ask for your support, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am honored to join my colleague from Adams County on this important bill to create statewide strategy to reduce and prevent homelessness. It takes a three-pronged approach, which is to ensure that our state is improving upon its strategy and working with our local governments and nonprofits to come up with that strategy. And then working also with local governments, we have created a new tool for those local governments to be able to coordinate between counties, between cities, a multi-jurisdictional special entity that can work in collaboration across boundaries to work toward addressing homelessness and our housing affordability challenges. And it also makes an allowance to use a documentary fee, which is already in state statute, has been there since 1985, and further defines its allowable uses to include local government's ability to utilize the fee. Now, we're not increasing the fee. We are not doing anything other than further defining its allowable use to allow our local governments to utilize any of that documentary fee that is left over to address these housing and homelessness challenges. Ask for your aye vote.
Further discussion on House Bill 1202. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, colleagues, sponsors, and thank you for bringing forward a bill that addresses a serious issue in the state. And I'm not trying to make light or will not make light of the plight of those that are homeless. But I do think that funding for programs like this really should be addressed very openly and clearly to the public. At the end of the presentation, it was noted that this bill allows the clerk's documentary fee to be used in support of this bill, in addition to Tabor questions to bring on sales or use taxes as well. But that documentary fee was created by this legislature in 1967. It predates Tabor by several decades. Had the legislature wanted to make this a general tax to be used for something other than the specific administrative uses within the clerk's office, they could have done it. They wouldn't have had to go to the voters to create a tax. It was pre-Tabor. If this had been envisioned as a more flexible use pool of money, it could have been made that way originally. But it was established for a very narrow administrative use as a fee for service, a proper fee for service. It was intended to cover the cost of recording real estate transactions in order to maintain accurate property records and provide transaction data to assessors so they could properly do their job. It's paid whenever real estate property deeds are recorded, and it's tied directly to the service provided by that clerk. What this bill does is it redirects that fee revenue to housing and homelessness programs in a way that breaks the link between the fee and the service that is provided. It essentially converts it into the use of a tax. And this raises a concern with the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, because that is in place now. Fees should be related to the services they fund, and directly related, not loosely related, not this is about the transfer of properties, homes from one person to another, and the word home is used, and those four letters home are in homelessness, so there's a nexus. That's a little bit too loose for my comfort. And if we're going to use it in that way, in a tax-like way, it is almost more specifically being used as a real estate transfer tax, which is something that was particularly banned by the voters when Tabor was put in place. If the state wants to fund homelessness programs, they should do it transparently through appropriations or through questions on the ballot to the citizens. This bill does allow that to happen. But for some reason, it touches this pot of money. And I think I had said in committee that it's kind of like this Willie Sutton bank robber method of funding things. Because when he was asked why you rob banks, he said, that's where the money is. Well, there's a little bit of money in the clerk's fees, but we don't need to be taking it. We don't need to be clouding this issue of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, or where we're converting a fee into now a more general tax. Even the fiscal note states that it assumes that the fee revenue available for distribution is going to be minimal. It's not going to make a big difference in the overall policy that's been promoted, and it just seems like an outlier in this bill. So Just to help clarify and maybe keep the debate on whether this is good policy and whether, if good policy, folks should come together as multiple jurisdictions and decide to allow the folks to tax themselves in order to fund it. I move L004 to 1202 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us a minute. All right, Representative Richardson to the amendment.
Thank you. So for those that have the bill out or maybe following along at home, this strikes a few lines at the bottom of page 13, several lines at the top of page 14. They are essentially the authorization to divert the clerk's documentary fee for use in this program. Again, I discussed earlier why I think that's improper. I know the sponsors feel that there is a nexus, but it is such a small amount of money, identified that it is a minimal amount in the fiscal note, that I don't think we should further cloud this issue or, again, signal to the taxpayers that we're going to use fees however we want to use them, and if we really want to tax and we don't want to ask them, we'll call it a fee and later use it as a tax. It's a small amount of money. It should not be addressed in this bill, and I would ask that this amendment be approved.
Further discussion on L004, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the amendment from our colleague from, actually don't know which county you are. Elbert. From Elbert County. We considered this amendment in committee, and the amendment did fail in committee, and I think we have the same response, which is that this documentary fee is a fee. It was placed in statute in 1985 by the legislature and has had some minor modifications through other legislative initiatives, but it is paid by every person who is offering for recording in the county clerk and recorder's office a deed or instrument, and this fee is collected. And this was put into statute prior to Tabor. And so Tabor, they did have the ability to consider whether or not this would be a fee or a tax, and they did outline real estate transfer taxes in Tabor, but they did not name this particular fee, which was already outlined in statute. I think that makes clear that this is a fee, it is not a tax, and we, the General Assembly, do have the authority to further define use of a fee. And that is all that we are doing. We are not changing the amount of said fee. We are simply clarifying in statute what it is the counties are allowed to use the fee for. And we do believe, as has been stated, that there is a very clear nexus related to real estate transactions and the cost and availability of housing within our local jurisdictions. And so this is, this isn't anything that requires a vote by the people. It is a fee. It is not a tax. We are not creating any new tax. We are not creating a tax rate increase, a mill levy hike, or any tax policy change that causes a net revenue gain. So we believe it is very allowable, and we are simply clarifying in statute the allowable uses of a fee. Ask for your no vote.
Further discussion on L004, Representative DeGraff.
Okay, in a year where we need zero fiscal notes, step one, redefine the use of the fee, broaden it, because right now that fee is being used to run the programs for which it was implemented. So it's probably not enough. So then we reclassify it, but we don't spend any more money. But then, when we need more money, then we ask for more money to go into the fee. So just step one, we're just doing a two-step process. Probably by the end of the year, we'll need an expanded fee. So if we're trying to get more money out of a fee and we're turning it into a trans tax, a tax that's still a tax but identifies as a fee, then we're just going to ask for more money. There's no point in reclassifying that fee, which already has a purpose, which, as far as I know, they're not turning any money back for it, so it is being used in its entirety. And then to solve this problem that needs a ton of money, because when you look at what this bill does, when you ask about like normal programs, so this is kind of a gifts, grants, and donations in advance, right? Like you just put, it's only going to be funded by gifts, grants, and donations, and that gets you in the door. That gets you a line item on the budget. Acting like it's fiscally responsible when you know darn well that nobody's going to be giving the government any more money, so then it's going to go unfunded, and then you say, well, the gifts, grants, and donations were not sufficient, and we really need this program because we voted for it, so therefore we need to add more fees or taxes someplace. So I think it's interesting in light of the conversation that we had this morning that if you're going to have a, let's say, basically a ballot initiative like this, if you're going to have an initiative that's bypassing the ballot and just going straight to the law, you're a representative of the citizens of Colorado, that's how they get it on, so effectively we're doing the same thing, is that you should be able to say, where are we taking this money from? And I don't see that in the bill, where the money's come. Oh, wait, it is. It's going to come from the citizens of Colorado. You're just going to reach deeper into the pockets of Coloradans. And then what does that do? Well, let's see. It drives out business, because you're doing a great job at that. Driving out business, unemployment creates homelessness, and then so in the efforts to rectify homelessness, you create more homelessness, and then you create more of a need for a program that deals with homelessness instead of getting the boot of government off the neck of the economy, letting it breathe. It's that easy. When your solution to bad policy is more, then we're just going to keep piling onto the economy until the economy can't sustain anything. And so this is not a zero-cost program. When you look at it, when you ask, do a search, how much does a program like this cost? Well, the programs like this cost hundreds of millions of dollars per year, ultimately, growing. But the fee is the key, because you got to get it in the door, you got to get it on the line, and then you can ask for a supplemental on the budget. Then you can request more taxes as we've circumvented the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, talking about absolutely deceptive ballot measures. So expanding the definition, striking this out, this is a good amendment. Be transparent with the citizens of Colorado. Say that we are not going to create just this avenue that we can expand indefinitely. We're going to use this money for the purpose. It was named, that fee was named for a purpose. And the only reason for renaming it or expanding it is so it covers more purposes. But if it only already covers the purpose to which it was purposed, if that, then the only choice that you're going to have for this to be any use whatsoever is to expand it in the future. And then say, well, the clerks don't have enough money, so now we need to raise taxes or we need to raise fees in order to offset this. So this is a good amendment. Prevent the two-step, stop the two-step, stop shuffling around the citizens of Colorado. Be straightforward, just like it was proposed this morning. Be straightforward. And then maybe consider not creating so much homelessness in Colorado. And you could do that. You could improve homelessness by, say, maybe the regulatory cost would cost less than 25% of a home. Then people would be able to afford them. Maybe we would go back to the federal asbestos regulations so that somebody that's renovating a home doesn't now lose it because it's going to cost them $20,000 to $30,000 for asbestos renovation. Maybe we could just lower the taxes on property. There's a lot of things that are in your control, but somehow lowering taxes is never one of them. Instead, it's a scheme to raise taxes by renaming a fee that has been in place since 1985 and somehow considering that a legitimate use. So the fee has a purpose. The fee was set a long time ago. Yep, it was in place before the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And so now, instead of just adding a new fee, now you're renaming fees in order to raise those fees later. It's creative. Creative is a much better word.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have to agree with my colleague from El Paso County. This is definitely not a zero-cost program. For me, what this amendment is trying to do, that I do support, is striking out language that states a portion of the money collected from the document fee, which is when you sell a home, the buyer-seller has to pay for this, other than the portion that is used to offset administrative costs related to recording and maintaining real property deeds and instruments to be transferred to the county government or a housing authority for the purpose of developing, preserving, and acquiring affordable housing. But what was that money already used for? That money was already being used for something else. So now you're going to, basically what this is stealing from Peter to pay Paul, which is what we seem to do a lot in this legislature. It's obvious in so many things that we're doing, we're just stealing from one to pay another. And this bill actually is allowing that to happen, but this amendment protects that. This amendment says, no, you're not going to do that. Colorado's too expensive to live in because we've made it so under this dome. This legislature right here has made that so. By the overregulation, by the taxing, by the fees. I mean, we had 10-cent bag fee, for God's sake. Everything that they do, Colorado is one of the most regulated states in the nation. That's not something you should be proud of. You keep blaming the cost of living on let's see, what does it say that this amendment is actually trying to take out? As the volume of real estate transactions has increased. Real estate transactions have increased? No, they haven't. No, they haven't. Talk to your real estate agent. I talked to about 100 of them not too long ago. Real estate prices and costs have also increased. Well, those costs have increased because of all the regulations we're putting on everything. We're doing this to them. Impacting the availability and affordability of housing. That I agree. That I agree. Stop blaming other things for what we're doing to the people. Well, under this dome, I shouldn't say we're, because it wasn't me. But what the legislation in this that comes out of this dome is doing to the people, it's costing them their lives. It's costing them their livelihood. But you're blaming it on everything else but yourselves. This money is already being used for other things. We need to stop stealing from Peter to pay Paul. I'm asking for a yes vote on this amendment. Because with this amendment, it gives at least this legislation that we have in front of us today, this bill, at least a little bit of merit. Thank you.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I keep going back to it, but being a previous county commissioner, one of our jobs was to oversee the budget of the clerk and recorder. There's 64 counties in the state of Colorado, and the majority of those counties are now down to a 4-day-a-week instead of a 5-day-a-week because of the funding gap that's going on. But what all the counties are in the process of trying to do right now, representative from Ebert County had talked about this, is they're trying to digitize all of their, what did I say? Hebert. Oh, they're, okay. Well, I was thinking of Utah. Anyway. So they're trying to digitize all of these recordings, and it is extremely expensive. There is no money left at the clerk and recorder for what we're talking about. But if we're talking about, and I'm talking about the amendment here, what we're talking about is housing, actually, and we really need to just go back of why. And that would be 2 presidents. I'm going to use Trump in there, and I'm also going to use Biden. And what they did is we had COVID, and they went and they threw millions of dollars, billions of dollars into the system. I know for a fact in 2020 my house was worth $225,000, and a year later I sold it for $500,000. It was all this money that was put in. They gave all this money to the local governments as well, and they said it was temporary, it's temporary to get through COVID, and then we're going to go back to the budgets that you had before. Not one local government, not one municipality, not one state government ever went back. It's always been elevated. It's kept the houses elevated, and that's why these people can't afford a home. That's why they are homeless, is because of all of that inflation that our government did during COVID. There is no money left for the clerk and recorder to help for homelessness. This is a good amendment, and I would suggest voting yes. Thank you.
Further discussion on L004, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And at the risk of being repetitive, the fiscal note identifies the amount of money that would be generated to a program as minimal. My colleague from Dita County, or is there an L in that? I'm not sure, verified that there really is very little, if any, money left in this account once its administrative purposes have been used. It does not add much to any program that we're trying to start. But I am very concerned that the logic used to say there is some nexus between the recording of deeds of transfer to homelessness allows us to be used is something that could be improperly expanded on over the years. And this is not meant to be facetious or cruel, but what's to stop us from saying that homeless people often wind up living in their cars, and therefore we should take DMV fees to fund homeless programs? Unfortunately, many homeless wind up on the streets. What's to stop us from taking our road and bridge funds and saying there is a nexus to homelessness? At some point, and I guess my colleague says I shouldn't be giving ideas, but at some point we need to start identifying clearly what the funding is, seek official approval from our voters to use it, and then use it the way they told us to. This little piece of money isn't going to make any difference in the long run in the overall program that I believe is envisioned. But it does raise a specter that should concern us all, and that is taking fees that were established as fees, and the fact that it was established before the advent of Tabor means it was clearly meant to be a traditional fee for service. Had the legislature wanted it to be a tax and available for more flexible use, the same process they used to establish the fee could have established it as a tax. Using this money is wrong. I'm not commenting on the policy. I'm just commenting on this use of this tax as a mechanism to, these fees as a mechanism to fund your program. I continue to urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Further discussion, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome to Fee State, Colorado. Used to be Free State, Colorado, but we went way outside of those bounds a long time ago. So we're going to do some more taxes. We're going to call them fees. We're going to pretend this program has a $0 fiscal note, but it does have a $0 fiscal note. I see it right here, but for some reason we need to change a fee so we can get some money out of a program that is already tapped to the hilt. So somehow we're magically going to get money out of that fee. So I thought an interesting program would be, give me the estimated cost for a program like SB or House Bill 26-1202. Now, I won't go through the details, but when you go into the details that we're going to try to extract out of this fee is annual estimated cost for something like statewide strategy bureaucracy is somewhere between $5 and $15 million per year, typically. $5 and $15 million per year. And there's a lot of data backing this up because big homelessness is a massive industry in the government. And it is a growth industry, and you can look at Colorado, and maybe we'll talk about this a little bit, and California, Colorado's model, although Colorado is now exporting bad ideas, not just importing bad ideas, but actually.
Representative DeGraff, are you still on L004?
Absolutely.
All right, just keep us on that road.
Absolutely. So, all right, I won't talk about the incredible waste of money that California has done in the homeless area at the sacrifice of other programs. But how much do programs like this cost that we're going to squeeze out of this fee that is already tapped? Regional homelessness authorities, $10 million to $50 million annually. So we're not going to take any out of this fee, but we've got some eyes on what we could do with it. Direct housing and shelter programs, $25,000 to $40,000 per year, $28,000 per person annually for housing services. $28,000 per person annually. Now, if you're spending $28,000 per person annually, you're doing something wrong. Because this person should now be able to you should be able to buy them a home, put them in some sort of a property, put them in the Colorado style housing that you're looking at for everybody. Homelessness programs average $30,000 to $60,000 per person. So we're tapping into the lifeblood of Coloradans for homeless people. Unhoused, I thought it was unhoused persons, but now I guess we're back to homeless. But unhoused persons for $30,000 to $60,000 per year. You could give them a job. Total spending in the metro region. Homelessness response across Denver region already costs roughly $481 million annually. $481 million. Shelter service, emergency response, healthcare between 21 and 23, after a total of spending exceeded $1.9 billion. Billion is with a B. It's 1, 9, and 8 zeros.
Representative DeGraff, will you please speak to why you would like to strike lines 23 through 27 on page 13 and 1 through 21 on page 14, please, specifically to the amendment?
Yes, ma'am. I thought I was making that clear. My apologies. Because the reason that we want to strike that language is because that language is what is holding us back from an unending expanding program. And the precedent of creating more such programs, of naming other fees. Homeless, therefore we can expand it to use it. It's an end run around Tabor again. And I'm just pointing out where, without this, where a program like this is likely to go. because the homeless industry and how it fits into the overall solution. I mean, if we're already spending $481 million and we're going to rename a fee in order to tap money out of it that does not exist, how are we going to change $481 million? Now, we know a good chunk of those $480 million go to nonprofits. The nonprofits turn around and they support the candidates that support the nonprofits. That's a whole racket, but we don't want to talk about that, Madam Chair. So I'm just going to go back to the amendment as written. Because what we have with the fee renaming is an ever-expanding program. We don't seem to have any sort of accountability in the $481 million. We don't have any sort of accountability in the $1.9 billion. We just note that Colorado still has a problem despite spending $1.9 billion. And instead of looking back and seeing how many people did that $1.9 billion make homeless, because those dollars were tax-extracted out of the pockets of one citizen and put into another. Well, put into the pockets of a nonprofit, a non-audited government organization. And I say non-audited government organization because the NGOs are just another way to end run around the budget. You say you're going to give money to a non-government organization. It's just by Article 5, Section 34, the government has absolute control over it. It's just not doing an audit of it. So you just have complete unaccountable funding. Estimated state cost fully for 26-1202, if it fully expands, $5 to $15 million, $60 to $400 million, that's quite a spread, $200 million to $800 million. So an annual estimated cost somewhere between, if we're looking at other programs of similar scope, $265 million to $1.2 billion per year. And that money is to go back and say that the $1.9 billion that we spent in those couple of years was ineffective. But instead of figuring out why that money was ineffective, we're going to start renaming fees and we're going to start bringing that money out. Programs address homelessness, expand over time, and they rapidly inflate. Full statewide systems, $500 to $1 billion per year. That's how much a program of this scope would cost, except magically, it's a $0 fiscal note that we are going to secure by renaming an accounting fee that is already being tapped to its max in order to support the agencies of Colorado, and instead we're going to bring that up and then we're going to siphon it into other programs. So I think it's a good program. I think this is a good amendment. If you're going to say this is a $0 fiscal note, which you're saying it is, then there's really no need. And sure enough, right there, $0 fiscal note. Let me see in the out years. Nope, nothing. It does not project to need any more money except for, oh wait. Once created, an authority may coordinate with and enter into contracts with federal and state agencies, including DOLA, and any other relevant body. Authorities may collect revenue through the sale of property taxes. Well, yes, ma'am. We're talking about the amendment still because we're talking about where the funding is coming through this. And then I'm just noticing here that it's talking about incurring debt to fund this program, which we're not allowed to do. I don't know why you don't want me to talk about what's in your bill.
We're to the amendment,
Okay, we'll talk
Representative
about the
DeGraff,
amendment.
about those lines particularly
Yeah.
that are asked to be
Well, I was just
struck.
shocked because we're talking about redoing a fee, and that fee is to pay for something that has a $0 fiscal note. So why do we need to realign a fee that is for a program that has no cost? So the sponsors are saying this program has no cost, but we need to realign a fee, but we're not going to magically start tapping the money out of someplace else. So my apologies, I just tapped into page 2 of the fiscal note and found out that we're looking at incurring debt to pay for this program, which is illegal according to our Constitution.
Further discussion on L004. Seeing none, all those in favor of L004 say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L004 fails. To the bill. Any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I speak to the bill?
That is exactly why you're up there, Representative DeGraff.
All right, I just wanted to make sure. Sometimes I get confused. So, the bill includes the fiscal note. It's a $0 FTE. My colleague this morning was chastised for questioning the $0 FTE. Now that has nothing to do with the integrity of our OLLS staff. I consider them top notch. But what we have here is we have a $0 FTE, and the out of year costs. I'm just confused where these out of year costs came from. Because everything out of year says $0. And $0, creation of a multi-jurisdiction homelessness response authorities. Now,
members, I really do need to hear Representative DeGraff, so if you will please keep your conversations low or take them off the floor. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, the crazy thing about a bill like this is talking about homelessness when last night I listened to hours of testimony about how the executive branch of Colorado is raising through our property rights through eminent domain in order to support non-existent climate goals to achieve absolutely nothing. Well, I'm sorry. The climate goals do support the bottom line and profits of Excel, which benefit places like Black Rock, State Street, and Vanguard.
Are you bringing this back to 1202, Representative DeGraff?
Absolutely, because we're talking about homelessness, because that program last night, the eminent domain that was voted, the program that's supporting this eminent domain was supported by 100% the majority party. Yet here we have a way that we're supposed to believe that the majority party suddenly cares about homelessness after another program last night creates homelessness. Now, we had the opportunity to rein in the executive branch in implementing eminent domain through the PUC, CEO, and Excel and all of its subsidiaries, chose not to. So now we're looking at realigning a fee to tap the Coloradans every time they have a document done, so that we can most likely run our budget up in this program $500 million to $1 billion per year. Let's go with $500 million, wafer thin. You'll hardly even notice, wafer thin. To implement regional strategies to reduce homelessness. So this is where the emotive bait comes in. Because these programs, we know, as they're finding out, as they dig into these programs, these are so full of grift. Grift, graft, larceny, full. Authorities are governmental entities that are political subdivisions and political corporations of the state. At least that's at least honest. An authority may be created through an agreement between multiple local governments and participating local governments and how the local government will be governed. If feasible, an authority must be administered by a continuum of care organizations, which are planning bodies. But here's the crux. Once created, an authority may coordinate with and enter into contracts with federal, state agencies, including DOLA, and any other relevant body. Authorities may collect revenue through the sale of property or services. So what is that? You're going to collect, what is it called when the state collects revenue through the sale of property or services. What is that called? Oh, wait, I'm going to write that down. That's a tax. Incurring debt, that's illegal. Accepting gifts, grants, and donations, that's unlikely. Issuing bonds, that's more debt. Because eventually you have to pay that money back. And the only way you pay that back is with interest, and that interest comes out of the pockets of taxpayers. So that is just one of those other inflationary things where the government always has a balanced budget. It's just whether the balanced budget is balanced with real money or funny money, fake money. Bonds are just balancing that debt with fake money. Now, that might work in an economy where you have an excess of funds, but we've blown through the $4 billion excess of funds. We've blown through the $3.5 billion in terms of certificates of participation. And we're pouring tons of money. I do like this part, though, that they are recognizing that these subdivisions are public corporations of the state. So I think that's how we should classify non-government organizations, or rather non-audited government organizations which we know so much of our budget is being poured into. So we have solutions for this bill, for a $0 fiscal note, and I don't know why with a $0 fiscal note that says in out years this will cost $0. This says in out years. So in perpetuity, this bill is projected to cost $0, but once created, an authority may coordinate and enter into contracts with federal state agencies, including DORA and any other relevant body. And they may raise taxes, incur debt, or drive inflation. So what does this bill do? This bill is another drain on the economy. What does this bill? Does this bill solve more homelessness than it creates? And does it solve more homelessness does it solve more homelessness than it creates? And I don't know, because we haven't done a cost-benefit analysis of this program, because we've said it costs $0 in the out years in perpetuity, but we're going to pay for it with tax, debt, and inflation. We know these programs don't cost $0. So I'm not sure who reported to the fiscal analyst that this program would always cost $0, but somehow be a justified use of tax dollars, debt, all to bolster, really, the fraud of our NGO state. Fee state Colorado needs to end. We need to return to free state Colorado. You want to have people in homes? Get the boot of government off their neck. Let the economy breathe. You want more homelessness? Keep on every time that there's a problem. The least likely solution to any problem is coming out of this building. This building, this room, is the driver of most of the problems of Colorado. The chance that a viable solution is going to come out of this room for Colorado, I'd say is 0 or less. Unfoobar the economy, let it breathe.
Further discussion on House Bill 1202. Representative Bradley.
Oh, it's too tall. Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to thank the bill sponsors. In the fiscal note, it does say workload will increase in DOLA to produce the required SMART Act report. And I was just talking to the bill sponsor. I appreciate her conversation, saying that this is something they're already supposed to be doing. Given the current duties of DOLA regarding homelessness services, this work can be accomplished within existing resources. I think we have to hold the departments accountable. They come to the SMART Act hearings. They don't give us the agenda or the narrative that they're supposed to be including. That's the reason they come to the SMART Act hearings. They're supposed to apprise the legislature of what is happening in the different departments. And every time I go to SMART Act hearings, I hear, we'll get back to you. So I do love this part of the bill, that they're going to make sure that DOLA comes and tells us what is going on as far as regarding homelessness services. The problem I have in the state in general is that homelessness in Colorado has increased substantially in the last decade. Although some cities have seen short-term decreases in people living on the street due to the expanded shelters, it's frustrating to drive into Denver. It's frustrating to see families on the street. I have compassion, I have empathy, but we keep throwing money at a problem that we're not providing a solution for. And if people are telling you that it is decreasing, come to Colfax. Let's wander around, because it certainly is not. It is on every corner that I drive in from Douglas County. In most of Colorado, especially the Denver metro area, homelessness has risen significantly. Denver metro counted 5,700 homeless individuals in 2019. By 2025, the number has reached almost 11,000, which is an 87% increase since 2019. Denver itself saw a similar trend, 3,900 people in 2019, 7,300 people in 2025, which is an 86% increase. Unsheltered people living on the street, this has declined in recent years because more people are being placed in shelters or temporary housing. Unsheltered people in Denver Metro did drop from 2,900 to about 2,100, but total homelessness, the overall number, still increased slightly. Over the last decade, homelessness increased in Colorado. In the last couple of years, fewer people are unsheltered, but the total number of homeless people remains higher than in the past. From 2016 to 2020, what did we spend on this problem? If it's increased in Denver 86%, what have we done to combat it? What are the programs that we've done to combat it? We have spent, local and federally, 200 to 300 million statewide. Over 5 years, okay? Over 5 years, that's $1 billion to $1.5 billion. Metro Denver alone spent $1.9 billion with a B. In just 3 years, Denver, Boulder, and Aurora spent about $405 million in 2023 on homelessness programs. And the Colorado legislature has approved about $245 million in new homelessness initiatives between 2021 and 2024, with an estimated statewide spending of $500 million to $700 million per year. Over 4 years, that is about $2 to $2.8 billion. And what is that getting us? An 86% increase in Denver alone. It's not working. It's not working. We keep throwing money and it's not working. Despite increased spending, Colorado homeless population has risen to about almost 19,000 people in 2024. Shelter beds have nearly doubled since 2019. We keep throwing money at a problem and we're not getting it to come down. And some of the problems that are happening is that we're giving money to nonprofits that are frivolously spending or fraudulently spending. Caring for Denver has audit concerns that every paper is written about from 2024 to 2026. The Caring for Denver Foundation manages a dedicated Denver sales tax that the people of Denver voted on, 0.25%, that raised over $40 million annually for mental health and substance abuse problems that often intersect with homelessness. Audit findings: taxpayer money used for frequent meals and alcohol purchases. Expense reports heavily dominated by meal reimbursements. People going out and spending taxpayer money to wine and dine themselves instead of empathy for people living on the streets. Grant recipients sometimes lack proper vetting on documentation. 40% of grant applications were missing required financial documents, and in California, they're now suing. And I suspect that the state of Colorado needs to sue. The city auditor also criticized the organization for poor due diligence and oversight of grantees, raising concerns about stewardship of taxpayer money. $40 million the taxpayers of Denver gave to help solve homelessness, and now they're being audited. A Denver nonprofit tied to homelessness services called Impact Locally became the subject of a criminal investigation. Allegations against their CEO, who stole $349,000 in grant funds and used another charity's tax-exempt identification number to falsely claim nonprofit status.
Hang on, Representative Bradley. Members, I can
is
actually
loud.
hear some of the conversations in the back of the room.
Thank you.
I can hear what you're saying, and I shouldn't be able to hear what you're saying. So please, either talk softly or take your conversations off the floor. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that respectful trying to lower the conversation. The CEO faced multiple felony charges, including theft, charitable fraud, forgery, and criminal impersonation. Denver homeless shelter programs audit failures. The findings included poor tracking of spending, weak enforcement of shelter contracts, safety and operational failures at publicly funded shelters. And the list goes on and on. Denver Homeless Donation Fund controversy. In another case, funds donated to support homeless services were reportedly used by city officials for homeless sweeps and displacement operations instead of direct services. So I get that we're trying to create multi-jurisdictional homelessness response authorities and to work across county lines, and I appreciate the bill sponsor coming over, but we need to start tracking how much money is going to all of these different organizations that are fraudulently spending taxpayer money and fees that were granted to them. We continue to throw money, billions of dollars, at a problem that we're not resolving. It's time to go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Further discussion on House Bill 1202. Seeing none? Oh, Representative Flannel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Homelessness is a serious issue in Colorado, and everyone wants to see fewer people living on the streets, fewer families in crisis, and more people connected to real help. But wanting to solve a problem is not the same thing as passing a bill that actually solves it. This bill does not give Colorado a concrete solution to homelessness. What it does is create more layers of government, more bureaucracy, and potentially more taxes. The bill requires the Department of Local Affairs to come back in January of 2027 with yet another proposal, including a timeline, budget estimate, and process for statewide homelessness strategy. In other words, this bill is not the strategy, it is a plan to make a plan. At the same time, the bill authorizes the creation of multi-jurisdictional homelessness response authorities, new governmental entities that are political subdivisions of the state. These authorities can coordinate with agencies, enter contracts, accept gifts and grants, incur debt, issue bonds, and receive tax revenue if voters approve it. This is a significant expansion of government power. Supporters may say this is about coordination, but coordination is not the same as accountability. When the government creates a new authority, spreads responsibility across jurisdictions, and adds new layers between taxpayers and decision makers, it becomes harder, not easier, for the public to know who is responsible when things fail. This bill also opens the door for participating local governments to ask voters for new sales or sales and use taxes to fund these authorities, with revenue dedicated to planning, coordination, and implementation of regional strategies. Colorado families are already stretched thin. They're dealing with the high cost of housing, groceries, energy, and everyday life. I do not believe that the answer is to create another government structure with the power to take on debt, issue bonds, and come back to taxpayers for more money, especially when the bill itself does not guarantee measurable outcomes. This bill also allows counties to direct a portion of documentary filing fee revenue towards affordable housing for the individuals experiencing homelessness. Even if that revenue is expected to be minimal, this is still another example of government redirecting existing revenue streams without addressing the root causes of the crisis. And that is really the heart of the problem. Homelessness in Colorado will not be solved by creating another authority, another process, and another report. It will be solved by confronting the real drivers behind chronic homelessness, untreated mental illness, addiction, lack of accountability in existing programs, barriers to housing production, and public policies that too often manage homelessness instead of ending it. We should be asking tougher questions. Are current homelessness dollars being spent effectively? Are existing programs producing measurable results? Are we helping people to get treatment, stability, and long-term independence, or are we just building a bigger system around an ongoing crisis? This bill expands government first and asks questions later, and for this I will be a no vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on House Bill 1202. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1202. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1202 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 26-1009.
House Bill 1009 by Representatives Duran and Gonzalez, also Senator Pelton B., concerning using a mandatory lethality assessment when responding to a domestic violence incident.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1009 and the Judiciary Report.
To the Judiciary Report. Representative Duran.
Madam Chair, I move L005 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us a minute. It is properly displayed. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment is in response to some feedback that we received in committee and from other stakeholders. It clarifies that if the victim is incapacitated, the lethality assessment does not need to be done immediately and adds in liability non-language, and I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on L005 to the Judiciary Committee report. Seeing none, all those in favor of L005 say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment passes. To the Judiciary report. All those in favor of passing the Judiciary report say aye. Aye. As amended. All those opposed, no. The report passes. To the bill. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we talk about the policy today, I want to ask you to imagine something with me first. Imagine going to sleep tonight not knowing if the person in the next room might hurt you before the morning. Imagine listening for footsteps in the hallway and feeling your heart race every time a door handle moves. Imagine lying in bed, fully dressed, because if you have to run, you can't waste time or a single second. Imagine a diaper bag packed by the door, a small suitcase ready, spare keys hidden, and a few dollars tucked away for a cab. Because seconds matter when safety depends and you need to escape. Imagine trying to stay calm while your child sleeps in the next room, knowing that your job as a parent in that moment is not just love, it's survival. I don't ask you to imagine this lightly, because for a time in my life, this was my reality. There was a time when fear sat beside me every day, literally. Fear watched me fold laundry. Fear sat with me at the kitchen table. Fear followed me into the quiet moments of the night. I learned to recognize footsteps before a door closed. I learned how silence could sometimes be safer than honesty. And I learned how quickly a home can become a place you have to escape. I was a young mother trying to protect my child. Eventually, the violence forced us out of our home. And for a time, my son and I were homeless. In those moments, I wasn't a legislator. I wasn't the majority leader of the Colorado House. I was a mother trying to stay alive long enough to raise my child. And the truth is, many survivors never get the chance to tell their story, because the most dangerous moment in an abusive relationship is when someone tries to leave. That is exactly why I rise today in support of House Bill 1009, the Colorado Mandatory Lethality Assessment Act. This bill ensures that when law enforcement responds to a domestic violence call, they conduct a lethality assessment. It is a set of evidence-based questions that helps identify when a victim is at the highest risk of being killed by their partner and immediately connects them with trained advocates and life-saving resources. Because when someone is standing in the most dangerous moment of their life, you can't rely on luck. We must rely on preparation. We must rely on training. We must rely on systems designed to save our lives. Right now, the urgency is clear. In Colorado, domestic violence fatalities are rising. In 2024 alone, 72 people lost their lives in domestic violence-related incidents. 22 lives. 22 empty chairs at the dinner table. 22 families forever changed. And many of those tragedies had warning signs long before the violence was fatal. Someone saw the danger, but the system did not always recognize it in time. The lethality assessment changes that. It gives officers the tools to recognize the risks and ask the right questions and connect survivors with immediate support. It turns a moment of crisis into a moment of intervention. And sometimes that moment means everything, because survival often comes down to seconds. Seconds to recognize danger, seconds to connect someone with help, seconds that can mean the difference between life and death. I know that because I lived those seconds. Today I stand here as the majority leader of the Colorado House, but I never forget the woman I once was. A young mother sleeping in her clothes, a mother with a diaper bag packed by the door, a mother praying the night would pass quietly so her child would still have her in the morning. So today, we debate this bill. I ask us to think about every survivor who is living that moment right now. That woman sitting at her kitchen table tonight with fear beside her. That mother wondering how she will protect her child. The survivor who feels invisible, trapped, and alone. Let us build a system that reaches her. Let us build a system that sees the danger before it's too late. Let us build a system that tells every survivor, every woman, like the one I once was, every Monica out there who is just trying to survive another night. We are not alone. Your life matters. Your safety matters. Your future matters. Because somewhere tonight there is a woman packing a diaper bag and praying for a way out. And with House Bill 1009, we have the chance to make sure that when she reaches her help, someone reaches back. And I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this issue is very personal and very difficult for me to just even think about. For those of you who are in Judiciary Committee, you're going to have to hear this again, so I'm sorry. But I grew up in a household where my mother, for 15 years, survived domestic violence at the hands of my father. And many times, I saw him mercilessly beat her. I saw him humiliate her. I saw him degrade her. And that stuff just, it sticks with you. A mother who raised 3 kids on her own after she decided to walk away. It's very hard for me to even think to talk about it, because in talking about it, I have to relive it. And it's something, a part of my life that I really wish I would have been able to just move on. It's one of those things that, for much of my life, one of the hardest things of my life was learning how to forgive him. Not for him, but for me and for my mother. There are people who are in the similar situation, if not worse. And I think one of the most disrespectful things that they told my mother is, why don't you just leave? It's easier said than done. And from the lens of the majority leader, my mom lived similar experiences. I lived it through the lens of a son and a child who witnessed the abuse. And one of the things that I'll never forget that could be somewhat traumatizing for an 8-year-old child is watching your father strangulate your mother to the point where you have to intervene at the age of 8. And that night, in his eyes, the darkest eyes, the devil's eyes, I asked myself, what would have happened if I had not intervened? But those are the what ifs. And my mom was one of the lucky ones who was able to survive. And to this day, she still feels the pain when she interjects herself from the abuse of a child to shield her body, use her body as a shield to protect her children, is something that sticks with you. We lost a lot. We suffered a lot. But she continued to raise her kids on her own. One of the most difficult things in my life was to learn how to live with that. And as a child, I didn't know why I had to go see a counselor every week, why we were in a safe house, why we had to go through programs. I thought there was maybe something wrong, there was something that I did that was wrong, and it wasn't. It was the fact that these conditions that I was living in my house, that it just sticks with you. And my mom didn't deserve that. I was young. I could have done more. I could have said more. And so with House Bill 1009, this gives us an opportunity to at least rectify some of those damages that we've seen in cases of domestic violence. This bill is not a one-size-fits-all. This bill is not the answer to combat domestic violence, but it is a tool to help get us there where we need to. For not only the women, but for the people who are in those type of situations. For the child that's seeing their father strangulate their mother. For the people that see that abuse for years. The verbal, the psychological, the emotional, and the physical abuse. We could potentially save lives with just detecting the threat level with House Bill 1009. I appreciate my colleagues. You guys can sit down. I appreciate you guys. I'm standing. It does mean a lot. This is just very hard for me to even just digest. I want to just thank my co-prime for bringing me on this bill, because this is very emotional, not only to her but to me. Because I've seen what domestic violence can do to a family, can do to a person, and what can do to change people's lives for the good or the bad. And so for my father who's watching, I just want you to know, while you try to play victim and say that it was with reason, I stand before this General Assembly to tell you must hold yourself accountable for your actions and not sidestep and play the victim, because the only victim here was your family. And you ruined that. You destroyed what you had. So when you see this, I just hope you understand that you take responsibility of what you did, of what you had, and of what you lost. So members, this simple lethality could easily be the difference between life and death to help people who are in similar situations, if not worse. I won't bombard you anymore with this, but I ask for an aye vote on 1009.
Thank you both for sharing your stories. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1009? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1009. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1009 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 26-1005.
House Bill 1005 by Representatives Mabry and Bacon, also Senators Danielson and Judah, concerning measures to reduce barriers in the Labor Peace Act to promote good faith collective bargaining negotiations.
Representative Bacon.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I think I might just take a moment for our colleagues. All right. Okay. I move House Bill 1005 and the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you. To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members in the Appropriations Committee, we brought a J amendment reflecting the fact that this legislation reduces general fund appropriations by $26,000 to the Department of Labor and Employment. And we have an amendment to the committee report. I move L5 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you, Representative Mabry. Give us a minute. All right, we have it displayed. Representative Mabry to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a technical amendment that our drafter brought us this morning just to reflect a mistake that was made by the original J amendment where the effective date and the applicability date were not the same. And so this is just to make sure that they're the same in the bill. And we ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on L005? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L005 to the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The L005 is adopted to the Appropriations Committee report. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of adopting the Appropriations report as amended say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted as amended. To the bill, Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we are honored to bring back the Worker Protection Act. This bill is about empowering Coloradans to stand for higher wages in safer workplaces in an economy and a democracy that is increasingly rigged against them. We hear a lot about affordability. Politicians on all sides of the aisle saying affordability, 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 like it's Beetlejuice. You say it 3 times and then affordability appears. Well, affordability is a two-sided question. Yes, of course, it is about how much we're spending for housing, for food, for healthcare, for basic necessities, for entertainment. But it is also about purchasing power, how much workers are paid. And this bill addresses that part of the affordability crisis, wages. Every single state in this country with higher wages than Colorado is a free bargaining state and has higher union density than our state. I also just want to address some of the talking points we hear in opposition to this bill. There are a ton of articles about the best states for business and the most attractive states for business. U.S. News and World Report ranks California, Massachusetts, and Delaware as their top states. Forbes ranks Washington State ahead of Colorado, both in the top 10. Newsweek ranks California and Montana ahead of Colorado. Both of them are not only free bargaining states, but both of them have union protections that go a step further than the Worker Protection Act. By the way, many of these lists rank Colorado relatively high in terms of competitiveness and attractiveness for business. But the main point here is that there does not seem to be any negative correlation between strong union laws, high union density, and attractiveness for businesses. Workers and unions want a thriving economy so that they can get those good-paying union jobs. And we should all remember that the largest economy in this country has incredibly strong union laws and is a free bargaining state. In his book, Poverty by America, Matthew Desmond reminds us that from the end of World War II until the 1970s, the American economy expanded rapidly. Honest work mostly delivered solid paychecks. This was a time when union membership was far more common than it is today. At one point, nearly a third of all American workers carried union cards. Now, as the economy expands, wages remain mostly flat and income inequality grows. That steep decline in union membership has tracked almost perfectly with the massive spike in income inequality that has become the defining feature of the American economy. And other industrialized nations have avoided that wage stagnation and massive spike in income inequality that have become a feature of the American experience, and they've done so in part because they have preserved their unions. As corporate profits soar, Coloradans are seeing little relief, forced to stretch every paycheck just to stay afloat. Rent was $500 in 1990 when the average wage was around $30. Now rent is around $2,000 and the average wage is around $50,000. Wages have not kept pace. Child costs are skyrocketing. Medical debt is a growing burden. And union workers earn 10% more than union workers with similar jobs and qualifications. Unions boost wages across the board. They reduce income inequality. And making this change in Colorado would mean an extra $2,300 a year for private sector workers, amounting to a total of $5.7 billion annually for working families across the state. Union members make more money, period. And if the bargaining fees aren't yielding sufficiently higher pay, the workers will vote to decertify the union, which, by the way, only takes one vote and has a majority threshold. 5 former Secretary of Labor have called on us to get this done. They've called on the governor to sign this bill. And I want to talk about that because people are probably going to mention the fact that this bill was vetoed last year. I believe it is our duty to give the governor the opportunity to do the right thing. This is one of the few bills that's focused on the other side of the affordability crisis, how much people are being paid. And we're proud to give the governor a chance to do the right thing.
AML Bacon.
Thank you, members. And so I know we're gearing up for a great conversation. And I just want to point out that, you know, perhaps what can be said that hasn't been said. But I do want to just kind of get ahead a little bit as we listen. We hear that Colorado is the 6th most regulated state. Well, I'll say this. Typically, when you hear the terms regulated, you might hear maybe food has to be kept at 40 degrees or a curb needs to be 6 inches high. But when we're talking about do workers have the right to find their place in a space, I don't think that's just a regulation. I think what we're talking about here are how employees who are just as important in our whole financial landscapes and schemes should have the opportunity to engage with and talk about how they would like to be treated as employees. And we have a few tools for that. Some of them are called work agreements or contracts. Well, that's what this bill does. It allows people, after one vote, to decide if they'd like to enter a collective bargaining event, not even agreement. And the reason why I say that is because what we've heard before is that maybe people shouldn't have to pay for something they didn't choose to be a part of. Well, I know when I negotiate for my wages, I don't negotiate just for mine, I negotiate for everyone's. But all of that aside, in this bill, what this bill expressly says is that there should be one vote on if they want to enter bargaining, not a vote if they want to be sure that everyone pays union dues. Again, right now in our law, aptly named for peace, Colorado is the only state that has 2 votes that are required even to begin to bargain. And so I say that one vote is necessary for people to know if they want to even negotiate. That's what this bill does. And so then what I put back to everyone else is, why then do we need 2 votes for that? What is the purpose of the second vote? What is happening in the time between the first and second? And if your answer is we're bringing more people to vote, well then 1 vote should suffice. If your answer isn't that, well that's our point. Why are 2 votes necessary for people to determine if they even want to engage? It's not their contract, just engage. And I want us to say here or think about, What's happening between the first and second vote? Well, we got some clues last year. We did see turnout decline. That is data that we have from CDLE. And we did hear from employees on what's happening between those two votes. And so again, the purpose of this bill, per the title, I might also say, as a clue, it is to remove barriers, which is that second vote. And so members, thank you. We look forward to the continued conversation, not only here, but with our executive branch. But I do hope that we can debate the merits of this bill, and we can tell the people of Colorado who have moved here, who are raising families, who are using those union dollars to send their kids to college, why we believe they do or do not need a second vote to determine if they can even talk about it. So thank you, you all. I look forward to the conversation.
Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, sponsors. I absolutely understand and can see the passion you have for this, bringing essentially the same bill back a second year because you believe in it. Strongly argues for how important it is to you and your constituency, and I'm not going to debate that. It was mentioned just a moment ago that some regulation is good. The regulation of this process of entering into or establishing a union in a workplace and then further voting to move forward into a security agreement is a good regulation. It has kept the peace in this state for nigh on 80 years. And I can't help but actually see the parallels to other processes that we actually hold dear as a legislature. Today, with likely, certainly not the entire House on the floor, we're going to debate this bill, and at the end, we're going to take a vote. But that's not the controlling vote. That's not the vote that will send this forward to the Senate. That takes a second vote. That takes a vote with everyone present or expected to be present and in their seats and listening and paying very close attention to the impacts that they're about to vote on and then taking a vote. So I would liken that to the current process we have in the Labor Peace Act. And I think it's a good one there. It's a good one here. I'm not anti-union. I'm not anti-worker. Workers in Colorado have every right to organize. They have every right to choose to join a union shop or seek employment in one that is not unionized. They have a right to collectively bargain if they vote to do so, and to fight for better pay, better benefits, safer workplaces, or any other manner of things that they feel need to be addressed in the workplace. But what wasn't mentioned in the opening is what we should be doing as a government, and that is protecting the rights of individuals. What this bill would allow, if passed, is a single vote that would compel the payment of union dues of all workers in a shop. And it will be argued that that really comes after a negotiated security agreement, but essentially it sets you on a path it's going to end there. So this single vote that's being urged would let us essentially fall under just what's sitting in the federal law. And there's no quorum requirement. So imagine a snowy day where a shop of 100 folks have planned to take a vote, but the weather precludes most of them from getting there that day. Say 10 show up. Out of that 10, 6 vote in a single vote. And suddenly 94 others are having money taken out of their check every week. That's what this bill proposes. That's what this bill can set in motion. Organizing is one thing. Compelling others to fund your desires is absolutely another. That should require a much higher bar. That was what was noted by the governor last year when he vetoed a very similar bill, almost identical bill. He stated very specifically that was the reason. And again, I understand the commitment to this idea, to this policy, and respect that it's being brought forward again, but I'm sure the results will be the same. I'm assuming that members of the public, of the workforce, likely see the same end to this bill. When we debated this policy last year, this gallery was full. Today, it is empty. And it's probably not just because it's snowing out. I think it's because those that would really like to see this pass and be signed into law know that that just won't happen. So there are a lot of things that we could be discussing today. This was brought forward. It did make it through committee, and it's proper that it be on the floor today. And I think it is very proper that it be voted on today once, and then a confirming vote be taken tomorrow, just as the Labor Peace Act now requires. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Rep. Brooks.
Sure, thank you. Did the bill sponsor say sixth? Sixth. Sixth.
AML Bacon.
Oh, make it. Do you want me to answer? Sixth?
AML
Most
Bacon.
regulated state?
I did say I have heard sixth, but I also said we're reducing barriers in response to you and that we are trying to reduce the regulatory burdens on being able to do something.
Okay, I'm just going to make a note of sixth.
Rep. AML Bacon. Rep. Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to make a note of sixth.
Okay.
I think that's, I want to make sure you might hear that again. Look, I'm going to start off with what might on the surface seem like a moment of frivolity. Perhaps it is, however, it will tie back into my overall comments that, there's the old saying, if at first you don't succeed, try again. We do that a lot here, and I understand that, and I do not dismiss that, because sometimes it does take another chance through. However, in this particular case, when we're also hearing the old saying, from an old song, that you say tomato, the governor says tomato, so let's call the whole thing off. Because honestly, that's where we're going to end up. My colleague had mentioned it earlier that we already pretty much know the fate of this particular piece of policy because we've seen this story play out before. There are other things also mentioned by my colleague that we have other things that we need to be working on. We have, we're on a shot clock, folks. We're on a shot clock. 120 days includes weekends, it includes overnights, it includes everything. We are on a shot clock to do the people's work here, to get work done, to get work accomplished before the expiration of that shot clock, which will occur 11:59 on the 120th day. So are there some other things that we could, I won't say should, I will say should, but also we could be working on? And the answer is yes. This is not markedly different than the bill that was heard last year. The end of this has been foretold to not be markedly different than it was last year. So I would encourage that we keep that in mind. The bill sponsor asked, and I get it, let's argue the merits. That's where I disagree. I don't know at this point that the merits are worthy of another debate when we understand how this story ends. I doubt very seriously that we're going to come up with a no vote strong enough to be able to end the debate today, as referenced by my colleague as well. There'll be another vote, a second vote, on third reading. I would encourage us all, though, to remember back, to hearken back, and then to also keep our ears open about what we're hearing, so that way we're able to make the most efficient use of our 120 days here. Thank you.
AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to save most of my comments for thirds. I just wanted to get up and say, as we heard the opening, what makes it hard for me is a lot of us constantly get up here and talk about good-paying jobs, good-paying blue-collar jobs in the oil and gas field. Guys were making $140,000, $150,000 a year. Trinidad was booming, and you know, they were told that they were going to get good replacement jobs, and it ended up welding windmills at Vestas for $17, and I saw people selling cars and four-wheelers, moving out of their communities. So I just ask that we have consistency as we fight for jobs. It's hard for me to, you know, hear that we're pushing to make sure that good-paying jobs are in large amounts for the people of Colorado, while tomorrow we could vote for something that would kill good-paying jobs in Colorado. So as we have this discussion, please, I just want to be clear and consistent that it's hard to see these jobs leave my part of the state, and I just want us to put the magnifying glass on those jobs as well, because it's important for places like House District 47. But I look forward to the conversation.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's talk about this bill. I was in the committee that this bill was brought to. I'm going to start off by saying that I am a union daughter. My father spent many decades in the union. Proud to do so. I understand the value of a union. I understand that. I see it. I saw it. But I also believe in free will. Let me tell you what this bill is about right now. This bill is not, as we heard in committee, this bill is not about affordability. Give me a break. This bill is just the opposite. This bill is about trying to rip money out of people's pockets without their consent. How you like that? The second vote, I'll explain to you what the second vote is for. The first vote of 50% of the individuals that there vote to say, hey, we'd like to start a union. The second vote needs 75% to say, hey, we're going to pay dues. And this is what the dues are going to be for, and everyone's going to pay them. Now, you've got people that will say, heck no, I don't want dues coming out. If you want to do a union, go ahead and do your union. But I don't want to be part of it, and I don't want to pay into it. That's the protection that the second vote gives. Without that second vote, that first vote goes through, you only need 50% of the people there. You could have 100 people at that company. Only 10 people show up, and only 5 people need to say they want a union and take the money out of the rest of the people's pockets that work for that company. How about them apples? That is the value of the second vote. It's not about taking away regulation. It's about ensuring a protection of people's money and their choice and what they want to do. If people want to start a union, go ahead. If you want to pay into your union, go ahead. But those who don't should not be forced into something that they don't want to do, and especially taking money out of their pockets without their permission, what they didn't want to do that. It's a violation of free will. And that I can't stand for. Don't tell me what I'm going to do with my money. Don't come between me and my money that I use to support my family with and how I want to use it. The second vote is very important. It allows them to say, okay, if you're going to start the union, which you did at 50% with the first vote, how much you're going to choose and who's going to pay. Without that second vote, everybody pays, whether you want it or not. And that is what I have a problem with. It's a checks and balance. The second vote gives checks and balance. It gives a protection. That is what the second vote does. That is what this bill will take away. It'll take away the checks and balance. It'll take away that protection. It'll take away people's money who they don't want to give up. They don't want to pay for it. If they don't, then that's fine. If they do, then let them. It should be about free will. You can't force people to want to do something they don't want to do. I'm tired of that, going through this legislature all the time, constantly just force, regulate, regulate, regulate. You're going to do it, and we're going to mandate it to you. I'm tired of that. Let people live their lives that they want to live. That's what we hear all the time. It's their life. Let them live it how they want. And that's what we want as well. But that is what this bill takes away. And I'm asking for a no vote. We need to start getting back to letting people live their lives. Thank you.
Rep. Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I have a question for the good representative to find somewhere in statute where people are forced to pay union dues or in this bill, and come back and answer that if you don't mind, because I don't have that this bill does that. The second thing, this is a fascinating endeavor. You know, anybody that's familiar with Colorado history that knows the Labor Peace Act and why we passed a Labor Peace Act was to stop turmoil in this state where we had violent labor movements in the mines, in the days of Prohibition, in times that were very, very, very different than we're dealing with now. And it was not lost on us that the gold rush in the state of Colorado caused greed in the wild, wild west and very odd and horrible law enforcement, military intervention, and how they solved that problem they called the Labor Peace Act. And that's what we're talking about today. Miners that fought the government and government that fought the miners, and what they did was said, you know what, we're going to make it tough for you to unionize. We are the only state in the United States that has duplicitous, dual elections for unionization. And I'm not very good at taking the right side's argument about, well, you know, it's going to be vetoed anyway. We don't like that either. We don't agree with our governor about it, just like you don't agree with him about 47% of the things that he does as well. Higher, my apologies for wasn't meaning to demean. We can all agree on that. We're talking about fairness here. Why don't we make a deal? Everybody that votes no on this bill has to have 2 elections to come back. You have to meet the threshold of 75% of your general electorate after you have already gotten the popular vote, and then you may be seated. The rest of us kind of think the 1 election is enough. This is straightforward policy. This is not about having crazy rules to stop something. And I'm not sure what state your father worked in, but I doubt he had to go to 2 elections in order to be a union member. And my brother-in-law, just this year, hurt his knee on an oil rig, workman's comp for some short period of time. He's back on the rig for a week. They send him home saying, thanks but no thanks, we got you back, we're good, we don't need you. A week later, he joined IBEW. He's well employed and is making more money than he's ever made in his life. And I remind him every day, you stick with that, you will have a great, great life. Unions have done wonderful things for this country. They are good for our state. We need balanced labor and workforce. I can tell you as an owner of a business that employed 60 IBEW brothers, it didn't hurt my business, it helped. It didn't hurt my bottom line, it helped. I was able to get contracts I never would have been able to get as a shop that size without such qualified labor. I didn't have to train them. They showed up day one ready to work with the certifications that they needed, and if somebody got sick or decided to move on, all I had to do was call the union house, and within a few days, I had a replacement. I had almost no turnover in that business, and that was not all me, that was my agreements with the union. I appreciate these things. They guided me. Unions made me more money than I could have ever made on my own. So I will be a profound yes today, and we will work on the governor. And if we don't work on the governor, when we bring this back again next year, we'll work on that governor too, because this is the right thing to do for Colorado.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will respond to my colleague from Arapahoe. First of all, I'm not a historian, but the gold rush was well before the 1940s. And second of all, we do have two elections. We have the primary and we have the general. So there are two elections. This bill modifies the Labor Peace Act. It modifies the Labor Peace Act. And yes, IBEW is a good union, and I've met several members from there, and they do have a good life. And that's why I said I see the value in it, but that's a good life by choice. It should be my choice what I want to do with my employment, with my ability to work, and where I want to work, and how I want to work, and what I want to pay. It should be my decision. So, this bill, if he asks what does this bill take away? Or where does it take away their money? This bill takes away their money, their ability to choose what they want to pay in the second vote. I'm sorry, in the first vote, if you make it only one vote. The second vote protects that. The second vote, you need 75% of the company to say, hey, yeah, we want to go ahead and pay dues. The first vote is only 50% of the company decides if they want to form a union. This bill says, now with getting rid of the second vote, the first vote says, yes, we want to be a union, and we're going to take your money. The second vote protects that. It protects the money portion. Who's going to pay and what they're going to pay. That's what the second vote does. First vote, yes, we want a union. That's what that one does. Or no, we don't want a union. Second vote says, okay, we're going to form a union, and then this is how much we're going to pay, and this is who's going to pay. The second vote protects your money in your pocket. If it comes to everyone, 75% of the company says, yeah, we want to pay dues, and everyone wants to do that, then that's what they choose. That's 75%. But 50% of a gathering that could be, again, only 10 people to decide for an entire company and what I'm going to do with my money? Oh, no, that's not going to happen. The second vote is required to help protect those who don't want to pay the dues. First vote, union. Second vote, money and dues and decision who pays. The second vote's necessary. It always has been. It's been working all this time, and it needs to continue. Thank you.
Rep. Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, I think it's important to be clear about a few things here. Unions increase worker pay. They do. So the dues that you pay, which, by the way, this isn't even about dues, this is about bargaining fees, but the bargaining fees you pay are worth the bargaining power that you get from the union. And if they're not, guess what? It's a single vote to decertify. One vote to decertify. If this is not working, the majority of workers who show up to the vote can vote to decertify. That rarely happens because unions are working to increase worker pay. This is about eliminating the second election that gives employers more of an opportunity to union bust. Let's talk about how this happens in Colorado. Let's think about Starbucks. In Starbucks, workers were forced into group anti-union meetings with district managers escalating to 2 corporate executives to 1 worker meetings, subtly or overthrowing our livelihoods, including slashed hours, lost benefits, and firings. Some were fired for union activity. A judge actually restored some workers with back pay because Starbucks' illegal behavior, coercion, and firings in their union busting activities that happened between the first and second election. That is undemocratic. Giving the boss a second chance to scare workers out of forming a strong union, that is undemocratic. The vote to decertify is a majority vote, and it's one vote. And so if this is not working for workers, they will just vote to decertify.
Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, when I think of unions, I think of, highly professional organizations like what was the examples that were given before. Coal, oil and gas, mining, and I'm pro-union. I mean, it kind of baffles me when people say, a union is un-American when we live in a union of states. So we live in a union of states, but those are each individual sovereign states, and we are acting in our own collective good. And so I like the idea of collective bargaining, and we have a collective bargaining with a union in the sense that you have a group of employees that's represented, in a sense. We, in theory, represent the citizens of Colorado. So we don't have a direct democracy where everybody has to vote on everything all the time for what they want. Now, most of what this body does is dictate what they want. So a collective and a representative republic, as it were. I mean, we are a representative republic. The difference between a republic and a democracy is that a republic will protect the individual from the mob instead of feeding him to it. But there's a lot more to this than just being a union. One, typically a union is represented by some level of professional standards, say mining, agriculture. Well, agriculture, since everybody's individual, that unless you start having collective farms, I'm just thinking in terms of the triad of our actual economy: manufacturing, agriculture, mining, those things that are real in the economy. Computer stuff isn't real. That you have a level of professional standards, and then you have something that you have to protect, and that is good because you don't want your workers to be exploited on a one-to-one basis. In aviation, I think the unionization has made it significantly more safe. Now, this would have been prevented had we gone just with something like do unto others as you would have them do unto you, for this sums up the law and the prophets. But we've gotten away from that, and so now we have grievances. the idea that a union increases pay, a union can only increase the pay to the extent that that job is valuable. You can't exceed the value of it without being replaced by a kiosk. Found that out a few years ago when the big push for minimum wage being $15 per hour. Now a lot of those jobs are replaced by kiosks. So while the unions have done a lot of good, I think we also have to recognize that sometimes the issue is they become too powerful. In a city that I used to live in, there was a paper mill that the union shut down, and all those jobs went away. There was also an iron smelting that the union shut down, and all those jobs went away. Why? Because then those jobs would go someplace else to where they had more control and more influence. That town was devastated. Still in recovery when I lived there. So this is, when we look at the purpose of a government, because we're talking about a regulatory barrier, and some barriers are just barriers. They have no purpose. I mean, we talked about that earlier with housing. We have barriers in creating housing that drive up the cost of housing by 25 or more %. So we have to look at what barriers we do, because in a sense, barriers are our purpose. To secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. That to secure these certain, self-evident, creator-endowed rights, governments are instituted among men. So if men were angels, we wouldn't have laws. So what we're ultimately doing is we're constraining to try to keep people from cheating and depriving others of life, liberty, or property. And so this is a fairly serious endeavor, because what you're doing when you take a vote like this is you are seriously delving in to an individual's pursuit of happiness, to their property, how they're going to live their lives. And so it's a fairly serious undertaking. It's not a matter of just saying, I want more money. Because we've seen what happens sometimes when that happens is, I want more money, that business goes out, and then all of a sudden the minimum wage is zero. And that happens all too frequently. So if you go back and look at all of the, yes, we did have all of the pro-labor movement, and that's good. But we also had the backlash later on of what right to work, and that is also good, because now we have a tension between two. And that tension is from what we derive value. So there is value being on one side, and there's value being on the other. And so to make that choice of transitioning from one to the other needs to be taken very seriously in a very deliberative manner. And when I look at the wording for this first vote, a majority of all the employees who are eligible to vote. So if you have 100 employees, that would be 51. Or 3/4 or more of the employees who actually voted. So if you had 50 actually vote, then you'd be down to 37.5. And your minimum would be 51. So you're at a threshold of 51%. And that 51% is going to take you down a different direction. And things have momentum. Once they're in motion, they stay in motion. So I think it's a very serious bill. This bill is looking to get rid of, I don't know that it'd be there, but if it's going to look at going in that direction, then I think we need to treat it with the seriousness. If we're going to reduce to one vote, because if you just reduce to one vote, what about the people who didn't want to? What about the 49% that didn't want it? Does their vote not matter? And at some point, if you're going to organize, maybe not. Maybe there's a level that it doesn't matter. But if 51 can decide the course of action and change the direction of an organization, I think we're just saying that that percentage is probably not high enough because the ramifications of what we're talking about are that serious. So I move L006 to House Bill 1005 and ask that it be displayed.
One moment. L6 has been properly displayed. Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Chair. So what this does, since we're limiting this down to one vote, this bill aspires to 8-3-107. A unit chosen for the purpose of collective bargaining shall be the exclusive representation of all the employees of such unit. So now we're defining this a little better. Instead of going down to 51 as the highest number needed, now it's 75. More than 75% of the employees of one employer, more than 75% of the employees of one employer in a craft. So now you don't have, now instead of just having half, you've also brought over half of the remaining half. And then you have probably a little better. Now that is a little harder. And I think a justification for this is we had the conversation the other day, and that was on whether a body, like a political party, had the right to self-determine their affiliation. And that affiliation, they just said, well, we should have 75% of the quorum. Still 75%, but 75% of the quorum, and the majority party decided that 75% of the quorum was too high. 75% of those eligible to vote was too low. I'm sorry, that was too low. But that's not even the level in this bill. So this bill, this amendment, just puts this at the level that the majority party the other day decided was the appropriate level for such a direction, such a self-determination. So, think about it. If a political party, in your mind, cannot self-determine their affiliation with 75% of the quorum, then how do you justify that 75% of the quorum or 51% of the body should be able to determine the direction for the others? Now, you could argue that this affiliation should go as high as 100%, especially in a right-to-work state. But this amendment is just a level of continuity with what we were told the other day. Not sure I'm talking to. I do appreciate that. So this is I guess you'd call it a good for the goose is good for the gander amendment. If a political party, just for the sake of a vote, which is spending and forcing this expenditure of taxpayer funds, then this is a good amendment to ensure that the direction that this body is going to go is in line with the direction that the actual body wants to go, not 51%. So I ask for a yes vote on this amendment. Let's make sure that our citizens are accurately represented, and they're not taken down a direction that they want to go. Unions are great. They have a lot of very good potential. Corporations are great. They also do a lot of great things. Individuals are great. They also do a lot of great things. But one of the things that we know is that too much power corrupts. Well, power corrupts generally. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. So what this does is it makes sure that the power remains with the individuals and that they are not being just pulled into something that they don't want. This is an amendment to protect the individual. And you know what? If this is a good idea, it will be a good idea next time, and it will be a good idea the next time. If you have to get this through in one vote with low deliberation, if something has to be forced through immediately, you can pretty much guarantee it's a bad idea. If somebody wants to pressure you into buying something the one night, you can guarantee that's going to be a buyer's remorse. This amendment prevents buyer's remorse. This amendment respects the individual, and it creates a level of continuity with what the body said the other day. What the majority said the other day was the appropriate level of representation for determining something like so serious as self-determination and affiliation. I ask for a yes vote.
Rep. Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we urge a no vote. I'll remind folks that it takes just a single vote to decertify. If this is not working for the workers, they can decertify an election where they can organize their colleagues and say, hey, this union security clause isn't working for us. We want to decertify and go back to the table. Again, I'll remind folks that every single state in this country that has higher pay than the state of Colorado does not have right to work laws and does not have the second election. And that's what we're fighting to repeal so that workers can advocate for higher pay. And for those reasons, we urge a no vote.
Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If decertifying was that easy, we would have never had the right to work movement. The right to work movement was to extract workers from the excessive burdens put on them by the unions, and that's just a fact. That doesn't mean that unions across the board are bad. There's a lot of, even in right to work states, there's benefits from unions. So I'm in favor of unions. We're a union of states. But if there is an abusive relationship, that doesn't mean there always is. But I've seen it. And it makes me leery of just going down this road carte blanche. I've seen the abuses. I've seen the devastation on an economy. Detroit. Look at Detroit. Look how long it's taken Detroit to recover. Look at some of our school systems. They have 25% basically return on investment. Kids that can actually function at the next level. We need to address why that happens. Am I blaming unions for that? No. But schools that have gotten rid of the unions have had their scores go up. Is that causal or is that just correlated? I don't know. I'm not willing to say they're causal. But it's interesting. So going down this path is not all sunshine and roses. Roses, I guess, would be inappropriate. It's not all sunshine. Might be all roses. So the amendment before us just puts us on a level of making sure it's not so easy just to say, well, we just got to get everybody together and do a 51% decertification. It's not that easy. We know it's not that easy. And that's not necessarily a problem that it's not that easy, because it requires some intentional intent and deliberation. But this just makes sure that the people who are involved are actually wanting to go down this path. That's all. If you can't get 75% of the people on board to do this, then are you truly representing those people? If it has to be 51% of the, if 51% has to be the determining factor for the other 49%, are you truly representing the people? That's all. It's all this amendment asks, is to say, make sure that before you're going down this path, that all the people that you're going to take down that path with you actually want to go down that path. Don't take everybody down that path and then decide and then force them to drag everybody back. I think in the psychology through the example, it was the road to Abilene. I think that was the example, where everybody ends up in a place that they don't want to be because they thought that everybody else wanted to be there. So this bill, this amendment, just have that level of rationality, have that level, make that case. If going into a union is that much better, then it should be an easy case to make to the other 25% of the people, the half of the half that remains. That's all. If you can't make the business case to the half of the half past 51, then is it really a representative vote? And I would say no. That is where the democracy devours the individual. That is why the United States is a representative republic and not a democracy. That is why Karl Marx advocated for a democracy, but the founders advocated against it. We're a representative republic, democratically elected representatives. So make the business case. All I'm saying is you just have to make the business case. Make the business case that includes the 25%, half of the people of that remaining 50%. If you can't make the business case to those people, then are you really going down a path that is good for all the people?
AML Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I'm here just to respond to what I think I heard in relation to the general state of our economy and particularly to this amendment. So the first thing that I heard was about, and I'm not sure why we're necessarily debating the right to work movement, given we're on an amendment, but I think what I heard was slightly to the tune of people might have been making too much and the backlash was kiosks in grocery stores. And then I think I might have heard that there were too many requirements on employees, even though the contracts and the agreements were collectively bargained for, and why there was the backlash. So what I'll say is this, because, and perhaps just let me respond, okay? What I will say is this on the swing with the right to work movement, and the truth of the matter is, even when you hear that term, it's not exactly what people think. And the backlash did come from a notion that workers might be paid too much, and we are required to pay that per these agreements. And rather than do that, we will find or go elsewhere and pay people less. And so part of the worst talking points during that time period was, you can either get paid less or you won't have a job at all. And that also was commentary during that movement. I think what else is interesting about this time, and we can go talk to the people in Detroit, is about the notion of what the market will naturally do in the pursuit of profit. It will try to minimize anything, including expenses, and the biggest expense is typically labor, to maximize profit. And so the purpose of union is to intervene in that and recognize that employees, as that labor, as that expense, are also critical to the workings of a market and that you need people to produce. And so what we know is true is this. I gave this story in committee. When I was a teacher right out of college, I made $26,000, and the first day I was to work, we went on strike. But the other thing that was true in my community is how much teachers were making at the non-public schools, at the parochial schools. And so what we were able to do in setting our salary was set a floor and an expectation for workers. And so for all the people not at the district schools, when they went in and wanted to teach, they said, well, I can teach over there for $26K instead of here at $18,000. And you know what? The rest of the teaching market had to respond. And so one, that's what we mean about why unions in union states tend to have higher wages, because they make the employee marketplace competitive in the sense that they have secured higher wages. And the market might have to respond if they want to keep employees. And so that's what we say, that's what we mean when we say that. Now, we have always been in ebbs and flows of trying to figure out how to reduce expenses, especially when it comes to labor, which is why we are all in arguments and conversations about automating work, right? And so I just hope that we are not making it an argument, because then I'll get back to how this connects to this amendment, that we have to be mindful of how much we're making so as not to be replaced, which, by the way, we can also intervene on that because we are here in this legislative body. Now, speaking of the legislative body and this threshold and the founders and the republic, at the end of the day, this statute says, lowercase, a unit chosen for the purpose of collective bargaining shall be the exclusive representation of all the employees in such unit if the majority, I'm just looking at what it currently says, the majority of the employees of one employer, ... Well, in our republic, it is the majority of who voted. And it has been that way since mostly since our founding. The Senate structure changed. And so if you're going to talk about the validity and the veracity and all of those things of what it means to be represented by people in thresholds, and you're going to talk about this republic of ours, can we at least recognize that we don't need to get to 75% in this room to make decisions on whole bodies of people, and that we all collectively decided over the course of our histories that that was okay too? And so at the end of the day, I know because it's very difficult to come up here and speak to you all and not just get an immediate response, and that's why we work together now. But I will say, in regards to this amendment, this is an actual change, not to the bill as we proposed, but the underlying existing statute, since your amendment has all caps, right, to where you want to change. And we have not entertained this conversation because we believe majorities are sufficient and will suffice as they do in all other places in our civic lives. And so for that, we simply ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Rep. DeGraff.
I appreciate the Assistant Minority Leader. Majority Leader, making my point. I'm going to have to talk to Rep. Winter, because if you found that so offensive, then, okay. Oh, I see, okay. All right, well, I thank you for making my point in that the majority is sufficient, and that gets to why the founders made us a representative republic instead. So yes, we have democratically elected representatives that go into a chamber like this that represent the citizens, and those representatives are in theory supposed to tie themselves and constrain themselves to our Constitution and not be going outside. So that's the difference. So that we take an oath to stay inside the constitutional bounds, where I would say that the majority of what is done in this room is going outside of those bounds. And what has that resulted in? Well, we're billions of dollars in debt. We have a massive homeless problem. We have all kinds of issues. And so that's why there is, with a republic, you have, in this case, the 75% has a level of making sure that you're adding a more level-headed aspect to this. It's not saying, it's not preventing going into union. It's not not making this 100%. It's just making sure that it's not just 51% that are making you go that way, because it's too often, as we've broken away from the idea of being a representative republic and considered a democracy, we're billions of dollars in debt. Just replying to your statements. So we're not talking about, there's not a complaint of making too much money. There was a heyday at one time of I'd say of unionization. And then came the most favored nation state of China declaration, and that created a market imbalance, and tons of our jobs left and went overseas. When I had my psychology class in college, they talked about one of the union jobs, and that was the guy stacked up cars and would periodically tip them over, causing hundreds of thousands of dollars of damage, was protected, and those things. When I talked to other friends who worked in this...
Representative DeGraff, do you want to talk about that when we're to the bill? I'm
Yes,
not sure
ma'am.
how it connects to L6.
I'm just saying that there's reasons that people don't want to go down that direction. And when you have a high level requirement to go down in that direction, it forces the other side to be better, right? You have to have, in this case, you have to have a higher good for good. If it's a 50%, only 50% have to consider it good. In this case, 75% of the people have to determine that this is an exchange of good for good, versus 50% saying it's an exchange of good for good. So which side is going to get the greater good out of the relationship? My contention is that if you want the greater good, then you want the good that is going to benefit the most people. In this case, 75% are going to. If you want to be in the negotiating position to get the most out of this group over here, because the union itself is an organization, is a conglomerate. It's not going to be just this group of people. It's going to be some outside agency. If you want to get the best representation, then you move it to 75%. That 75% is a higher hurdle to go. That means whoever's coming to the table has to bring more to the table. That means you have kind of a maturing process in this. That means you have a maturing process, that you have more minds that are in this direction, that are actually analyzing this, that are actually demanding what they are exchanging, because they are exchanging. And what they are exchanging is good, is going to be a lot gooder than if you have 50% determining what's good. So this amendment is actually helping the goodification of the program. And I am all for the goodification of how we're treating our employees. Now, some of the things that they have to consider if, in the case of the town that I lived in, where they said, keep demanding higher wages, keep demanding higher wages, keep demanding higher wages. And then on Friday when they left, they locked the doors and they never opened them again. So those people had a great deal of regret that they continued to ask for higher wages, because at some point they became at some point it force that out. And we can do that in this legislation. We have done stuff like that. We've demanded higher, demanded higher, demanded higher, and we just saw a billion-dollar company leave. It left. I'm just saying it left. That's all. But a lot of other companies have left also. Otherwise, the downtown wouldn't be 40% empty.
Representative DeGraff to L6.
Yes, ma'am, I'm on L6. I'm just explaining the goodification of this amendment, making it more gooderer. It was math. I taught math, so I didn't teach English. 100% of 33 degrees, 0.1 over 3,300 is 0.001 degrees. So this is a good amendment for the purposes of your bill, because it ensures that the people are going to be in a better place, that they are going to have an automatic leverage, because whoever is wanting them to go down this path is going to have to be more convincing, bring more to the table, and be more representative of the entire body. You put it at 50%, all they have to achieve is 50%. If the min wasn't good enough, it wouldn't be the min. That was a good college saying. But if you want the minimum, go with the 51%. If you want something gooderer, go with 75.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment, in part because we had a conversation, I think earlier this week, on the question of percentages of membership that have to vote in order to effectuate particular changes. In that other policy, we were dealing with the even more important right of being able to vote and the right to freely associate. So two constitutional rights, First Amendment, right, then the right to vote. We have set as this body this standard at 75% of total membership in order to make very important decisions related to those rights. And so in this context, I think it only fair to combine that, or to parallel that standard. The other thing to consider is this is really kind of like a constitutional change to an entity, and we do require these higher bars to be met when making constitutional changes. If you think of our own process as a country, we require 3/4 of the states to ratify before something can be changed. And so I think, having this higher bar beyond just a simple majority does align with practices in other spaces, spaces that we would say in this body were appropriate just a few days ago. So hopefully we can say it in this context as well.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L6. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. The noes have it. L6 fails. To the bill, Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I was up here earlier, I kind of drew the analogy of the 2 votes that we take in this chamber. I think that still holds. If I look around the room right now, were we to take 1 vote with those present, I think the majority would be unhappy with the outcome. But I did want to clarify, when I did speak earlier, that we do seconds today, we do thirds tomorrow. I had forgotten it was Friday. The majority leader is not here, so AML, could you please let her? I did, because it rolls. When you start trading jackets and hats, it's hard to tell. Thank you. But please let her know that I was not asking to come in tomorrow to vote on thirds. So I just wanted to finish up my thoughts by saying that the Labor Peace Act keeps the peace by insisting that if you want to require payments from everyone, you need broad support from everyone. That's not an anti-union principle. It's pro-worker choice. It's pro-worker stability. I think what we have works. It's been proven to work. And sometimes we just don't have to meddle with things that work. Thank you.
Rep Leader.
I thought I was going to talk. Hello? Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, colleagues, I'm going to give you a little analogy here about the second election and how you pay the dues. With most of y'all have an HOA, so you pay your dues into an HOA. You get your landscaping done, you get your sidewalks shoveled, and you pay your HOA dues. And then this neighbor moves in, and he reads the contract, and then he sees this little loophole that says, wow, you can get all this stuff, but you don't have to pay for it. You don't have to pay those dues. And so then he continues to get these services without paying for these dues. He still gets his snow removed and his landscaping done. And it's like when you negotiate a union contract, kind of like that in union dues. The person who is not paying the union dues still gets those pensions. They get that 401k if they've been able to negotiate it, you know, your vacation time. And they don't have to pay. Is that fair? Because everyone gets those benefits. And when they get in trouble, whether they're paying into the dues or not, the union still has to go and represent them, whether they're a dues-paying member or not. So if your neighbor is not paying into the dues, how do you continue to pay for that service? It's all done by design because then they're depleted. So that way the corporations win. They don't have to pay. They don't have to pay the benefits that's already been negotiated because the money is just not there. And then pretty soon you're not going to get your sidewalks shoveled or your landscaping done. Because they found that little loophole. Now they don't pay their fair share. So that's the way they just don't sustain those benefits. And that's not fair. There's a difference, though, between the HOA paying your dues and the union. You can't leave an HOA. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1005. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The bill passes. Mr. Shebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 1265?
House Bill 1265 by Representatives Rutinell and Clifford, also Senator Wallace, concerning a law enforcement agency's use of the United States Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives National Electronic Tracing System.
Representative Rutinell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 261265 and the House Committee Report.
State Civic Veterans Military Affairs Committee Report.
And the Committee Report.
To the committee report. Representative Rutinell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee report removes the need for a state database and therefore removes a fiscal note. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to put an amendment on to this committee report because the committee report, in essence, was a strike below. And so I move Amendment L002 and ask that it be displayed.
L002 has been properly displayed. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What is this bill? This bill is a bill that requires law enforcement in Colorado to submit information about firearms that come into their possession into a national database known as the E-Trace system. What is that? Well, an article posted to the State Department's website in 2009 defined firearms tracing as the systemic tracking of the movement of a firearm recovered by law enforcement from its creation by the manufacturer or its introduction into U.S. commerce by the importer through the distribution chain to the first retail purchase. The ATF's National Tracing Center, or NTC, operates the Firearms Tracing System, or FTS, which supports tracing of firearms recovered in criminal investigation. This system is known as the E-Trace system and is a web-based portal that allows participating law enforcement agencies to submit trace requests electronically to monitor progress, retrieve completed trace results, and query trace-related data associated with their agency. The E-Trace system allows registered agencies to, 1, electronically submit firearm trace requests, providing firearm identification information, such as a serial number, manufacturer, model, caliber, and contextual information, such as the type of a crime, date of recovery, and recovery location. 2, it also allows for the monitoring of the status of trace requests and retrieving of completed trace requests and results in real time. 3, it allows for the querying of firearms trace data already in ATF's database that are associated with the user's agency, including by serial number, individual name, type of crime, and date of recovery. E-Trace is a free of charge to law enforcement system. It is the ATF's own, according to the ATF's own fact sheet on the tracing system, it states that this system is available to any federal, state, local, tribal, or foreign law enforcement agency, i.e. Interpol, that recovers a U.S.-based firearm during a criminal investigation. All of these entities may submit a trace request. When a gun is put in the E-Trace system, not only is the person alleged to have committed a crime who possessed it at the time of the crime listed entered, but the legal FFL that sold it and any law-abiding citizen who bought it would come up. Combine this with FFL records, which firearms dealers are required to keep, which include manufacturer, model, serial number, type of gun, and caliber or gauge. In essence, it's a database of that particular firearm. The question that arises is, does this particular system, this E-Trace system, violate the 1986 Firearms Owners Protection Act, or FOPA? Which in that act, it states that it prohibits federal rules or regulations that transfer dealer records to a government database or establish a system of registration of firearms, firearm owners, or transactions. The ATF's accumulation and digitization of hundreds of millions of out-of-business FFL records and its use of systems like Orbis and FTS already approaches or crosses the line into a prohibited registry, as suggested by critical reports and proposed federal legislation that is seeking to force the deletion of these records. Mandating that every Colorado law enforcement agency add information into this database would also be considered potentially illegal. So what my amendment does, my amendment says that if it is determined that this tracing system is illegal or unconstitutional or is otherwise repealed, this requirement is also repealed, automatically repealed. You may be aware, earlier this year, some members of Congress have wrote a letter requesting the ATF to answer some questions around this particular database system and whether or not it violates FOPA. So it is an ongoing and increasing conversation at the national level. And so if it is determined that this is violative of FOPA, then the system obviously would no longer be, and so we wouldn't have anywhere to put it in. So it only makes sense that we would also repeal that and that we would repeal something that is otherwise found to be illegal. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good representative from Penrose. After we heard this, after a long discussion till 1 a.m. on all kinds of different gun bills, we thought very diligently and thoughtfully about different ways to make this bill better. And this is a thoughtful way of doing it. We know from the witness testimony, plenty came and said, ATF retaining and digitizing files of a de facto registry are not appropriate to have. Our law enforcement do it when it's in question at the federal level. It's not fair to mandate on our counties, on our law enforcement to do this when it's in question at the federal level. This clears it up. It is a simple ask from our caucus to clear it up so that when the ATF is deemed unconstitutional for doing this, when it is, because it's going to happen, then we have an amendment to protect. I ask for your support in this very clear and concise amendment, but I have a feeling I know what's coming. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. We did hear from quite a few different groups and legal groups that are already attesting to the fact that these registries are against the law. And then they've added into the bill that now police officers, actually it's peace officers because it includes more than just police officers, that can come and get this record, that they have the legal authority through this bill to break federal law. That's always wrong. I mean, that's always illegal, not just wrong. So now this is pushing them into actually going against federal law by helping develop and then asking for and then taking the registries from the ATF. And quite honestly, I don't think the ATF is all that not broken because of this. The ATF breaks the law by taking these registries and making this happen, and that's why hopefully someday we'll get rid of the ATF, someday soon. But this is a registry, it's against the law. Now you're saying peace officers can go get it, and so this amendment basically says when, not if, when this is proven to be unconstitutional, because it is, except we do it all the time in this room, we break the Constitution, federal and state, that all of this has to be deemed unconstitutional, which it already is. This amendment just allows us to focus on one part of an entire unconstitutional bill, entirely unconstitutional in its entirety, entirely. And so we definitely need this amendment so that we can make the rest of this unconstitutional bill go away.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Chair, and I have to correct my colleague. It does say if, but hopefully it's when. So this is just a good governance. If we know if there is a challenge, a constitutional challenge, and if it's constitutionally decided, then this would help clear up our rules. Doesn't change anything about the bill. It just cleans up our CRS automatically. So I support this. The bill, well, we'll get to the bill, but the more of these bills come in, the higher violent crime goes. So I guess that's the purpose of them, because you definitely have the correlation, if not causation. But this is a good amendment just for the fact of cleaning up our regulations. If, like we hope, some of these rules are declared unconstitutional, and we get back to uninfringing the Second Amendment. If we go back to protecting the rights of citizens to defend themselves, if we go back to non-tyranny, then this will help clean up our regs right off the bat.
Is there any further discussion on L? Representative Clifford.
Thank you. We urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in conjunction with my colleague. Both of us serve on the Statutory Revisions Committee, and this would just make for good practice if we see this coming and then we don't have to worry about doing this in statutory revisions. We can just clear this up as we go, because it is likely that this system will be dismantled in the next short while. At least that's our hope. And then we don't have to have another bill to come in and repeal it.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur. And the good representative from Arapahoe just said we should add this to every law. Great. I will file an amendment for every time we come up to this well, and you can co-prime it with me. Thank you.
Representative Clifford.
This is why we have courts. That's one of the things they do. If they find something unconstitutional, or they find something that doesn't work in law, they strike it down. We don't really have to add this to every statute in the books. Hey, if the federal government decides that it doesn't work, or if the courts decide that it doesn't work, that is kind of a known entity of how law works, but I do appreciate the sentiment. And we've laughed about this enough today. We should vote no on this before the good representative gets started.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just rise as the Statutory Revision Committee was mentioned. Sitting on that committee as the vice chair, I need to say this. And I also just want to say in regard to this amendment, our statutes already have a provision in them which determines that if anything is found to be unconstitutional, it is severable from any other bill. So there is no need to take a case-by-case amendment that would say such, because we already have in the statutes the presumption of severability for any section that is deemed to be found unconstitutional or overturned by law. So I think to set this precedent of trying to do that in advance for a whole law, when not every provision of a law might be struck down, would be bad precedent. So I do urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do appreciate and largely agree with the statements just made by my colleague, not only on SRC, but also from Denver. The one thing that distinguishes this particular case is this whole law, this whole bill, this whole act only deals with this system. So if the system is repealed, if the system is found to be illegal under FOPA or unconstitutional under the Second Amendment, then this whole section would indeed be impacted, and so it's not really setting a standard in the way that was just suggested. That also being said, that while we do have those things, we can put this in and just make sure that it's cleaned up right away once it happens, and then there's no confusion in the interim between the times at which that system is dismantled and the time we get back into session. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L2. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. L2 does not pass. Representative Root, oh. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1265. Oh, I'm sorry, the committee report. To the committee report. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the committee report. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Committee report is passed. Any further discussion? Representative Root now.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, Colorado has a gun crime crisis, and the data tells us exactly what is driving it. In 2023, law enforcement recovered and traced nearly 9,000 crime guns in our state. 72% of those guns came from Colorado dealers. And between 2017 and 2021, half of all crime guns were found within 25 miles of where they were originally sold. This is not a problem of guns just pouring in from other states. This is largely a local problem, and it requires local solutions. One tool to fight this already exists, and it's free. It's called eTrace, the ATF's National Electronic Tracing System. It lets law enforcement track a crime gun from manufacturer to crime scene and share that intelligence across jurisdictions. When a gun recovered in one city is linked to a purchase in another, E-Trace can connect those dots. Here's the problem. According to the Joyce Foundation's 2024 analysis of ATF data, only 13% of Colorado law enforcement agencies have both enrolled in E-Trace and opted into collective data sharing. 30% are not in the system at all. That means right now, guns are moving across our communities, and we are leaving critical investigative leads on the table because our agencies are not coordinated. This bill fixes that. It requires all law enforcement agencies to register for E-Trace and opt into data sharing by September 1st, with a 90-day window to submit recovered firearm information and flexibility built in for agencies that already work through Colorado State Patrol or CBI. This bill does not touch lawful gun owners. It does not create a public registry. It simply puts every Colorado law enforcement agency on the same page, using the same free federal tool, so they can work together to get illegal guns off our streets and hold traffickers accountable. I urge and I vote.
Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, there's a few things about this that I will note. Everything that my good colleague said is accurate, but roughly 85% of the law enforcement agencies in this state are, say, 15 people or less. We have a lot of really small departments. So while some of these departments don't show up in some of these statistics, they do still participate. So you might have a smaller agency that participates through their sheriff's department, and by and large, most of them do. This is an expansion for coordination. This is, you know, an opportunity to make sure that the right data is there. And I know that we have back and forth and back and forth and back and forth on anything that comes before this chamber that has the word firearm in it. But if you've got a firearm that's been lost or stolen out of your vehicle and it's been used in a crime, this is how we recover them. This is how we know if they're used in a crime. This is not an anti-gun bill, take away a gun bill, do all the fun things that Rep. Bottoms said about a bill. This is making sure that we're using E-Trace so that law enforcement agencies can coordinate very well with guns that are used in crimes. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the bill sponsors, I have a question. So you just said we have a gun crime crisis. You quoted in 2023, 9,000 crimes with guns, 72% came from Colorado dealers, a half of which were found within 25 miles of the gun dealers of which they were sold. So I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I mean, because from our standpoint, it's, yeah, because they're getting stole from their homes and their cars, because we just now made the stealing of a firearm a theft, a felony in the state of Colorado. So what are you trying to say about that? Are you trying to say that law-abiding citizens go to a store, buy a gun, and then commit a crime 72% of the time? So I just like clarity on the statistics that you just brought forward, and how often are these actual gun crimes coming from homes or cars where they stole the gun from a law-abiding citizen? So if you could answer that, I'd be appreciative. I'll talk slower. Okay.
Representative Rittenell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those points were made to bring to light that this is a local problem. It requires local solutions. This bill will allow our jurisdictions to coordinate amongst themselves to better connect the dots so that we can address these problems.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So then why are we not going after criminals that are stealing guns from homes and vehicles versus going to a database that might have a de facto registry and going after law-abiding gun owners? I guess is my question. Why aren't we going after the crime? Why does the crime keep going up and we keep punishing or asking law enforcement to do something that might be deemed unconstitutional? That's my question.
Any further discussion? Representative Stukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the first thing is I looked in the bill, and our colleague showed me, and it includes the Ute Mountain tribes which is a sovereign nation. So when we talk about local jurisdictions, now we're going into the Ute Mountain tribes. How in the, that is a sovereign nation. You can't do that. My gosh, this is a gun registry, plain and simple. They're my friends. I go hunting up there with them. And now we're going to go after the Ute Mountain tribe? Is that what we're going to do? It's in the bill. Yes, it is. Why'd you have it in there in the first place then? Why was it in there in the first place? If this thing is so perfect, how come we had to amend that out? Who missed that? That's a sovereign nation. Like I said last year, they're making us pay for the rope they're going to hang us with on this. That is our Second Amendment. That is the equalizer for a woman. A gun is an equalizer for a woman. It's a gun registry. Vote no.
Any further? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to clarify what the bill says versus what we were highlighting during the amendment. Basically, the bill has been rewritten, so anybody who read this when it was first introduced and didn't read through the committee report, it has changed. Basically, what it looks like now is just a requirement that law enforcement entities, and the law enforcement entities that are covered are law enforcement entities having original jurisdiction over a firearms-related crime investigation, including a municipal police department, a sheriff's office of a county or city or in county, a campus police department, a town marshal's office, and a police officer employed pursuant to Article 9 of Title 32. So any of the folks who fall within that category have a duty under this to now report the information related to firearms that are, quote, recovered or confiscated into the E-Trace system. That system, which I gave a bit of an overview of during the amendment conversation, is a free of charge database that allows any federal, state, local, tribal, or foreign law enforcement agency to input information related to a U.S. firearm. So I think that's where the confusion is related to the tribes, is the note of the tribal element, that the tribes have this ability. Now, I don't know. The definition of law enforcement agency is very broad. It does list 5 things that are covered, but it's not including and limited to, it just is including. So maybe one might argue that a law enforcement entity having original jurisdiction over a firearms-related crime investigation in the state of Colorado, which may or may not include tribal law enforcement, I don't know, that's a question for someone else to answer, would be covered. I think the concern is that in inputting this information into this database, what is actually created under the guise of safety and valid law enforcement investigative tools is the idea that it will enlarge in the universe of digitized records and produce a more complete searchable picture of firearm ownership and transactions within the country and specifically within Colorado. And that is where we object, is to that idea that there would be an increasingly robust database that tracks a firearm from creation to sale to abandonment or to confiscation in a crime, and that is what we are most concerned about in this instance. I will note, I know the sponsors noted this, but a number of law enforcement agencies already utilize this system. That being said, they do not utilize the collaborative data sharing portion. So I think something like 70% of our law enforcement already do some inputting into this ATF system, but they do not check the box. I think only 30% is what was reported on check the box for data sharing with other jurisdictions. And now this bill will mandate that all use or use an entity that is using, and that all data share. And that is the concerning piece for those of us on this side of the aisle who sat in the committee. And so we ask for no vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I have a very, very deep concern over the fiscal notes that are involved with this particular bill. Before you raise your hand, a week ago on February 25th, this bill had a fiscal note for this next year of $601,000 with very specific needs called out. A database, which requires, CDPS requires a database to contain this information and to make sure that this database could work with 300 agencies across the state. I'll read to you what it says further. The initial cost for the database is estimated at $350,000. Ongoing maintenance costs begin in 27-28 and will increase annually 3%. The Department of Public Safety then goes on to say they require 3 FTE data management to process e-trace data received from other law enforcement agencies. Magically, a week later, it's zero. So in 1 week, it goes from 600,000 to zero. We have asked every single department to bring us savings having to do with their departments for $1 billion shortfall. This department did not bring much of anything. And so if you're now going to tell me they're going to absorb this, they're not talking to the JBC in the same terms that they're talking with you folks. So if you're going to tell me that we don't need a database, we don't need to maintain that database, and we don't need people to manage that database, I'm wondering how this is going to get done.
Representative Clifford.
Thank you. Fortunately, this is an easy one, Rep. Taggart. The original language of this bill had this section in Title 24, which would have given CBI responsibility that we never intended for them to have. E-Trace is a database that's managed by the federal government. We did not intend for CBI to collect this information, create their own database, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We moved this to Title 29 and we corrected that. We don't expect CBI to do anything other than use it the way that they've always been using it. We don't want them to create new software, collect any new data, et cetera. It wasn't that they changed or absorbed something. They just pointed out to us, it looks like you're asking us to do something. And we came back to them and said, no, we don't want you to do anything. Local governments can log into E-Trace and use E-Trace without any intervention or any use of CBI whatsoever. And CBI uses that software for free as well. Thank you, sir.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to hold you to this. If this comes back next year with dollars and cents, I'm not going to be pleased, assuming that we're all here. So,
Any further discussion? Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there's no cost and the system exists and it can be used by state and local authorities, why do we need a bill? I'm curious.
Representative Rootnell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, this is to require these agencies to use this existing software so that they're better able to coordinate and share information to stop gun trafficking.
Representative Richardson.
So as I understand it, a tool that exists that can be freely used by our professional law enforcement, they now must be forced to use because they wouldn't otherwise use it as part of their normal duties. It seems like we're telling them how to do the job that they've been professionally trained to do, and I'm confused. So anyway, thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Whether funded or not, a mandate's a mandate. Whether if it costs them more, it's an unfunded mandate. If it just requires them to do more work, oh yeah, that's also an unfunded mandate. So if they don't find value in it, and then of course we go back to the whole thing, what seems to be the crux of this, that it doesn't ban anything with guns, but it does collect data. And as far as I can tell, one of the first things that it does collect, that it feeds into it, is the first owner. So it goes back, has a lot of history stuff in it, but one of those things is that it's the first owner, and then when you start collecting that data, now you have a de facto gun registry, which kind of violates the FOPA. I think that's what we talked about before, which maybe is why these law enforcement agencies aren't using it. We might have some actual law enforcement agencies in Colorado that read the Second Amendment, maybe understand the Constitution, maybe understand the danger of an unlimited amount of data, especially when you get into AI. You start having one of the aspects again of this is the first purchaser. So if you enter, when you purchase the gun, if you enter yourself into a data registry, then we'd say, well, that's a data registry. If you just enter it indirectly at another time with that same information, that sounds a lot like a gun registry. And as Thomas Sowell observed, the first step in government control is information collection. And so now we have this, we're creating this government that is relentless in the collection of information. If we have a little bit more information about you, we will be able to legislate our way into totalitopia. And so until we're at that perfect stage, we're always legislating instead of recognizing, if we look at these crime statistics, I don't think it's so much guns that are causing the increase in crime, it's the increase in Democrats. Because the correlation is really, I think, a lot stronger. If you look at the crime, if you look
to the bill,
at, yes,
please.
ma'am.
To the bill.
Well, ma'am, we're talking about solving crime. We're talking about dealing with crime. And the way for dealing with crime, the sponsors have said that have given their case for why crime is increasing. And I'm just laying out an alternate case that we haven't looked at, and that would have a zero fiscal note. Actually, the fiscal note would be negative, because if we reduce that trend, we'd probably spend a whole lot less money. So it would be kind of a win-win-win. So that's why I'm opposed to this. We have a de facto registry. And if you look at Blackstone was very clear that the rights of the citizens are resistance and self-preservation, or include resistance and self-preservation. And so while this is ostensibly about crime, what I think it really is is when we get to our Declaration of Independence, and the fifth, that. Which gets to Blackstone of resistance and self-preservation. Because the tyrannical overreach and continually looking for ways to gather data on the citizens of Colorado, instead of recognizing that we had this with the printer bill the other day, there's always going to be another avenue. And instead of actually looking at the actual issue, what's causing this, the response is always to restrict more. Is to restrict more. And when you restrict more, what you give people is the reason, I wouldn't say the excuse, but the reason for not trusting government and for the reason for resisting more. Because when the government tells you you don't need a gun, you need a gun. That has been proven throughout history. And what we would like to do is avoid repeating history. Because when you take the ideology and you take the disarmament ideology, what that has resulted in is probably at least 200 million deaths. And that's what we're trying to avoid. So while you're trying to nickel and dime over here with some crimes, and yes, those are all important crimes. What we're trying to do with the Second Amendment to preserve against the tyranny of government is to avoid hundreds of millions of deaths. And so there's a trade-off. You could solve these crimes by maybe talking to your attorney general and stopping the JB&B program. Maybe instead of having a jail bed and breakfast where you just turn actual criminals loose on the street, maybe we could actually have some law and order. Maybe instead of importing into Colorado some of the most hardened criminals in the world, you would repatriate that criminalization instead of fighting to have it here. But instead, your solution is this bill, which is more of a de facto gun registry. More registry, more data collection, more, maybe if we can just tweak our citizens a little bit. Maybe if we can just adjust them a little bit. Maybe if we can just control them a little bit more. Always a little bit more. But what we know is the rash of gun registries, some of them, certainly in response to bad things sometimes, but goodness, you're making the laws have actually increased. If you look at the number of gun laws and you look at the number of gun deaths, you can make a direct correlation between laws and gun deaths. And you're killing people. You're killing the economy, you're killing the right to resist, and you're actually killing people. So just stop. Deal with the actual problem.
To the bill, Representative DeGraff.
Ma'am, I'm dealing with the bill. The bill is to somehow prevent crime, and it's not going to prevent crime. It's just trimming at the margins. And it's a pretense of dealing with crime. So I have to be a no on this. I'm against the gun registry part. Whether it's a gun registry or it's a de facto gun registry, it's a gun registry. And the registry, the data collection is for the purpose of confiscation. It doesn't matter how you get around it, what your intents are. I'm not dealing with your intents. We'll assume they're pure. But historically, the purpose of a registry is confiscation. Always. This is no different. So maybe try to figure out how you can improve the liberty of the citizens of Colorado instead of trying to figure out how you can compress them into a box and force them into a mold of your making, which happens to be the most murderous mold in the country. If you look at the demographics of who's killing people.
Representative DeGraff, this bill is about the tracing system. Stay on the bill, please.
Well, I think if you just trace the bill back to the people who have no regard for life, you would find that you could
Representative
probably solve.
DeGraff, we will not be impugning our colleagues and predetermining what their intent is. To the bill, please.
Processing. Processing that. I don't know what their motives are. I'm just stating a fact that if you want to deal with crime, if you want to deal with violent aggression, you first have to have a value for life.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Of course, I'm coming up here in opposition to this bill. And what I'm understanding with this bill, and I was looking into it a little bit here right before we started it, is that there is this registry, nationwide registry, that could be used by our local governments, our local police departments, no matter how big they are, 12 FTEs to 30, 50, 100 FTEs. It doesn't matter. And what this bill does is it just basically creates another checkbox for investigations. That's all it does. It puts another step, and it mandates another step that maybe they're already using, maybe they're not. But now we're telling these local police departments and investigators that they have to do this step. Maybe they're using this step already, maybe they're not. You know, we can't tell these investigators how to do their job. They studied for it, they trained for it. Some of them have their own visions on how they're going to investigate gun crimes, any crime. The thing is, this is all we're doing is we're mandating an extra step. Whether it's extra or whether they're already doing it, we're mandating it. And I agree with my colleagues. This is, that system that's already being used nationwide is a registry. Aside from that, aside from it being a registry, this is the bill. What this bill does is just create another step, another barrier. They have to, another hoop that these police departments and investigators have to jump through to complete an investigation. Maybe, like I said, maybe they're using that step already. Maybe they're using that system. This doesn't make their job any easier, doesn't make their job any better. It just mandates it. And for that reason, I'm going to be a no.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for my caucus that did not listen to this at midnight or whatever time it finally came up, I'm going to explain to you how the good 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the committee went till midnight. Okay, for clarity, for the bill sponsor, this was heard at 2 p.m. Okay, glad we got that out of the way. For my caucus, just to clarify what this is, because a good representative for Penrose always explains, and we had a good way to explain this. E-Trace is free of charge to law enforcement. And the ATF's own fact sheet on the tracing system states, for the good representative for Cortez, that any federal, state, local, tribal, or foreign law enforcement agency that recovers a U.S.-based firearm during a criminal investigation may submit a trace request. When a gun is put in the E-Trace system, not only is the criminal who owned it at the time of the crime listed, but the legal FFL that sold it and any law-abiding citizen who bought it first. Combine this with FFL records, which firearm dealers are required to keep, which include manufacturer, model, serial number, type of gun, and caliber or gauge. Does this violate FOPA? FOPA's 926A prohibits federal rules or regulations that transfer dealer records to a government database or establish a system of registration of firearms, firearm owners, or transactions. ATF's accumulation and digitization of hundreds of millions of out-of-business FFL records and its use of systems like OBRI and FTS already approaches or crosses the line into a prohibited registry as suggested by critical reports and proposed federal legislation to force deletion of these records. Mandating that every Colorado law enforcement agency trace every recovered or confiscated firearm via e-trace, and that all trace data be shared with CBI, which they've taken out, will further populate ATF's databases and may effectively link state crime gun data with the large universe of digitized FFL records, producing a more complete, searchable picture of firearm ownership and transactions. FOPA says no federal rules may create any system of registration of firearms or owners, yet ATF now admits it has nearly 1 billion digitized gun purchase records in federal hands, and that's why they are being challenged. This bill requires every Colorado agency to feed crime gun data into the same federal system and then copy it into a new statewide. They've changed that database. That's not a narrow investigative tool anymore. That's a national searchable database that could be ripe for abuse. And that's why the Second Amendment advocates came out, because we are in fact creating a de facto registry instead of going after the real problem, which is crime. And I know that they believe that they are, but they're not. We don't even understand the statistics of why 9,000 gun crimes have been used 25 miles within the radius of the FFLs that they were purchased from. This is another attack on our Second Amendment rights. This is another way to provide a gun registry, and the people of Colorado have had enough. They are tired of crime, they are tired of you taking their gun rights away from them, and they are sick of bills like this. Thank you.
Representative Flannel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find it interesting that in the 3D gun bill, people said that, you know, if you have 3D components, if you have a frame, a trigger, a magazine, you have the intentions to make a firearm. When I look at this bill, I think, okay, so you have the combination of e-trace, you have out-of-business dealer records, acquisition, deposition data, and systems like NTC Connect. To me, this says, based on your theory, that this is a de facto registry, and that is against the law. And I think that this bill should be taken down. Thank you.
Representative Luke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's consider Maria Gonzalez, a single mom, a veteran. She cherished her late father's service pistol. He was a Vietnam Army veteran. And in 2027, her home gets broken into, the firearms stolen, and later recovered at a crime scene. This bill mandates all law enforcement to upload all firearm details to ATF's e-trace system. 1265 ensures Maria's personal information goes into a federal database and labels her as linked to gun violence. Now her job applications have completely stalled because of firearm flags. Her daughter at school gets taunted because of mom's criminal gun. The family's privacy is completely shattered. Their trust in cops eroded. House Bill 1265 will not fight crime. It will fracture lives.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1265. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. 1265 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 261069?
House Bill 1069 by Representatives Ferre and Stewart Kay, also Senator Mullica, concerning increasing the availability of emergency medical services.
No.
Representative Stewart.
Oh, sorry.
Representative Stewart.
I move House Bill 1069 and the Health and Human Services Committee report and Appropriations report.
To the Appropriations report. Representative Ferre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really excited to bring this one to you. We brought it to the Appropriations, and they unanimously approved it, and we are excited to move it forward.
Okay, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. To the Health and Human Services Committee report.
Do we need to do this first?
That one already passed.
Both passed.
So now the bill. No, we have
Okay. My apologies. The appropriations report passed. To the Health and Human Services report. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L008 to the Health and Human Services Committee report. And ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you.
Since you worked on it with Lindsay.
Yeah.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment is some technical changes for CDPHE. It's good stuff. Urge and I vote.
Is there any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment to the Health and Human Services Committee report. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. To the Health and Human Services Committee report.
All right, should we talk about the bill now?
Sure.
Representative Ferre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I promise we will not take as much time as the past several bills. We will be quick about this one. This is one of our favorite bills that we're running. We are excited to support the EMS community. We have a couple things that we're doing in this bill. We, one, are changing the definition of first responder to allow social workers that are co-responding to be considered first responders and get those protections. The other is allowing for transport and treatment in place for Medicaid members. This will be saving a ton of money as well as giving appropriate care in the appropriate setting, and also allowing for transport to other locations that are deemed appropriate by EMS.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, for those of you listening, which is everybody I know, thank you, Rep. Bradley. This bill is a really big deal for the EMS community. A great deal of transportation or transports are not reimbursed unless you are sent to the hospital. So a lot of the work that our first responders do is not paid for, and this works to change that. And also, a big round of applause for my co-prime and I for saving the state $4 million on out years, okay? All right, thank you. All right.
You're welcome.
The question before us is the passage of the Health and Human Service report. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The report is passed. To the bill, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1069. All in favor say, oh, my pardon. Pardon me. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been up here in opposition to a lot of bills, so I joyfully come up saving our state $4 million. Yippee! The only thing I say is it wasn't bipartisan, but that's okay. One of the constituents that came in said EMS shows up no matter what, whether they get paid or not. And that was kind of horrifying to me, actually, because no one should have to think about calling 911. I don't think anyone does. They don't worry about if an ambulance is going to show up, but I don't think many of us worry about if they're going to get paid. And they said that they're not getting paid for 40% of the work they do, and that is just horrific and atrocious to me. They're not getting reimbursed for a lot of the stuff that they treat in place, which are hypoglycemia or a urinary tract infection or things that can be treated without going to the hospital. And these wonderful sponsors are going to save our state a lot of money. An ER transport costs upwards of $2,500, an ER visit upwards of $5,000. Admission is much higher. Telemedicine for treatment in place is a fraction of that cost. This is a great bill, and I was so excited to hear it in committee as a healthcare provider. I just want to applaud these ladies, and I, with all I have got, say vote in favor of this bill. It's a wonderful bill. Thanks, ladies.
Thank you, Representative Bradley, and my apologies. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1069. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? The bill passes. Mr. Sheba, will you please read the title? Mr. Sheba, will you please read the title to House Bill 261050?
House Bill 1050 by Representatives Garcia, Sander, and Hamrick, also Senator Frizzell, concerning making it optional for a local education provider to provide an individualized readiness plan to a student who satisfies minimum requirements.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 261050 and the Education Committee report.
To the committee report. Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L005 to the House Education Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. It is properly displayed. Please proceed. Representative Hamrick.
L005 makes changes to the legislative declaration that were requested in the House Education Committee by our colleagues, and I request a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment L05 to House Bill 1050. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Representative Hamrick. To
Thank
the
you,
committee
Chair.
report.
I move L006 to the House Education Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you. L006 adds language around parental disclosures of an individualized readiness plan. This amendment was negotiated and stakeholdered with opposing stakeholders on the bill and got them to a neutral, and I request a yes vote.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to offer a substitute amendment, L004. I move L004 to 1050 and ask that it be displayed.
To L004, Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and if I may ask for just a little bit of leeway, I need to address the bill to be able to address this amendment.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Members, I do want to start with thanking the sponsors for bringing this bill forward, addressing the challenges that teachers face in the classroom that pull away from actual student-based education is important to do. I applaud those efforts and support those efforts that will allow teachers to do what they do best, because happy teachers lead to happy students and happy families. However, the education of a child is not solely the responsibility of the teacher. The families are always part of the equation. This is why we have report cards, this is why we have parent-teacher conferences, and this is also the basis for the creation of the Kindergarten Readiness Assessment. It is meant to evaluate the child holistically in 5 domains of the Kindergarten Readiness Assessment. They are physical well-being and motor development. The teacher evaluates the ability of the student to use their large and small muscles. Can they use a fork? Can they pick up their backpack? Can they jump up and down? Social emotional development. Does this child have an ability to follow limits, persist with learning tasks, make friends, and take care of their own needs? Language and comprehension development. How can the child listen well and understand? Can they express their thoughts and needs, and how well can they engage in the conversation? It also measures cognition, like executive functions and approaches to learning, and general knowledge, which includes math and reading, and the reading part of this is actually measured through the READ Act assessments. From this holistic approach to an evaluation of a student when they enter kindergarten, it allows the teacher to then develop an individual readiness plan for each kindergartner. I'll say this again for all of you listening. From the holistic approach of the evaluation of the Kindergarten Readiness Assessment, the teacher then develops an individual readiness plan to help every student continue in their progress and in their development. Why is this important? It's important because the creation of the KRA
was created with the intention to ensure that at the pinnacle moment of a young child's mind, 5 years old, where the child's brain is 90% the adult size of an adult's brain, the child brain is creating millions of new neurons every single second. It is so elastic that everything that the child engages and learns and does and has experience with impacts their development. The child's brain is incredibly active here. It is developing, I will say it again, it is developing new skills. It is developing new neurons. Focus on the key benchmarks both at school and at home is essential for the child at this time. What this bill entirely is doing is it's saying that if you are successful as a child in the readiness assessment, that you do not then need an individual readiness plan. The amendment that they're bringing then says, well, you know what? You could opt in as a parent if you want the readiness plan. The amendment I am bringing to substitute that amendment is saying, no, a parent should opt out of receiving a readiness plan if their child proves sufficient in the 5 domains. Parents will know how to support their children at home when they have the individual readiness plan. This readiness plan is a direct connection, a direct link between the teacher and the parent. It is a roadmap for the parents to be able to support their child's development at home. If we adopt this amendment, we can ensure that more parents will be able to have this roadmap at home, even if their children are sufficient in these domains, because we know that the elasticity of a kindergartner requires benchmarks, requires ongoing evaluation. This amendment upholds and protects and supports the partnership that should exist in our education system. If we don't accept this amendment, ladies and gentlemen, we are only perpetuating inequity. The schools that will benefit from an opt-in model are not Title I schools, I can tell you that for sure. The schools that benefit from an opt-in model are schools that you have in more wealthy districts. They are schools that have more students that will already pass the kindergarten readiness assessment. So what does that mean? That means that the schools that are Title I, that the schools in lower income neighborhoods, the schools that already have less resources, they will still have a higher rate of students who have to get the KRA, and they will also have a higher rate of students who won't benefit from the KRA individual readiness plan, because that population of parents will be even harder to get them to opt in to an individual readiness plan. I deal with parents on a daily basis outside of this building, helping them understand what their rights are as parents, what their obligations are as parents, helping them understand how to navigate the education system, helping them understand the benefit and the importance of being engaged and understanding where their students are as they're developing and going through the grades. The individual readiness assessment is a key component of that for the parents that we work with. And eliminating this tool, causing parents to take an extra step to be able to get the roadmap that they need to be able to support their kids at home, is not to the benefit of the child. I understand the needs of the teachers. I understand that we need to find balance. I understand that teachers can be overworked, but you cannot take things off of a teacher's plate if it is at the expense of the child's learning. There is a balance we must strike here, and that is why an opt-out is a reasonable balance. I asked the sponsors directly. I do want to thank them for engaging with me, but I did ask the sponsors directly, is your intention of an opt-in so that less parents can will access the individual readiness plan, and the answer was yes. I wish this bill didn't exist, quite frankly. I wish that we weren't changing this. I wish that every single student would still get their individual readiness plan, because every single kindergartner needs it. It doesn't matter if they're incredibly proficient. The parents still need this plan at home to help guide their students. I asked for an aye vote on this, ladies and gentlemen. I asked for an aye vote because what we need to be focused on is the balance between what the teachers need, what the children need to succeed, and what parents need to be able to help their children thrive. Thank you.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the good representative from my cousin from Adams and Jefferson counties. We did have a lot of scintillating conversation around this. And I'm going to share with you a story. This is a common conversation that I have had with my kindergarten parents. Good afternoon, Mr. Barone. Thank you for coming in to your kindergarten, your first meeting with me. I appreciate, it's August 16th. I appreciate you bringing little Stevie in for his assessment before we start the year, because then I know where Stevie's going to start the year. So we did a kindergarten readiness assessment, among some other things. And I want to just tell you, Mr. Barone, your child is doing so well. He has met all the benchmarks. That extra year with UPK, Universal Pre-Kindergarten, hit the spot. You're reading with him. That's apparent. He is doing so well. He met all the benchmarks on these 6 domains of kindergarten readiness assessment, Mr. Barone. And here's the results so that you can see how he did. And Mr. Barone, I still do need to put your child on a plan. It's called a kindergarten readiness plan, a kindergarten readiness assessment plan, or an individualized readiness plan. And so I just need to let you know that we are going to put him on a plan. How does that work for you, Mr. Barone?
Representative Baron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scene. So if he met all the benchmarks, why do you still have to put him on the plan? That's my question to you.
Well, because it's
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, because it's required, Mr. Barone, because it is state law that even though we have our kindergarten report card that will tell us how he's doing in the quarter and the trimesters to come, that we still have to do this plan for him because we have to. But you could take it and follow along if you want, but it's just a plan that we have to do. We'll follow the report card, and that will be what we bring up in October and January and March when we meet for your parent-teacher conferences. And trust me, if Stevie falls down on any of these areas, we will be in touch. There's lots of other things that we can do to support him in these domains if for some reason he's falling back. But right now, he's meeting and exceeding all the benchmarks because of all the great work that you've done at home.
Representative Baron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't see why he needs to be on that plan if he met all the benchmarks. I don't have time to be coming down every single time you think he's going to be falling down a little bit. I just want to take him out completely.
What? This was unexpected.
Representative Garcia.
I didn't think he was going to homeschool him based on this, but thank you, Mr. Barone, for the dialogue. That was a wonderful conversation. So this is the reason that we brought this bill forward, is that there was a time and a place for the kindergarten readiness plan, individualized readiness plan for kindergartners coming in. Since its inception in 2008, when this law was passed, that we did a kindergarten readiness assessment and write a plan for all kindergartners, and that's all kindergartners if they don't need it. If they do need it, absolutely. This bill does not touch that. If a kindergartner is not meeting any of the domains for a kindergarten readiness assessment, they must still have a kindergarten readiness plan. But if they're meeting, and especially if they're exceeding all the domains, it is a superfluous paperwork piece that our kindergarten teachers, even if they have one child in their class, if they have 2 children in their class, that is a save of time for writing the plan. It's a save of time for explaining to the parent, your child has met all the benchmarks and exceeded, and I need to give you this plan for your child. When parents, especially my second language learner parents, when we tell them how wonderful their children are doing, and then we say, and we're going to put them on a plan, they become more confused. Wait, I thought you told me my child was doing well, and now you're telling me I have to have a plan for my child? What does that mean? I'm confused. Does that mean my child's not doing well? I'm confused. So really, the purpose of this is just to reduce the paperwork for, even if it's a minimal piece, for our kindergarten teachers. As a former kindergarten teacher, as a school principal, I am willing to try and figure out whatever we can do to reduce the paperwork, and so that kindergarten teachers spend their time planning and instructing students and not writing plans that we never revisit. That's another piece that we didn't touch on. The kindergarten readiness plan is not reviewed later in the year. It is a one-time plan that's written at the beginning of the year, and the report card takes the place of reviewing where children are in their benchmarks throughout the year. So thank you for the amendment, but we urge a no vote.
Representative Goldstein.
Thank you, Chair. I respectfully speak out against the amendment. I spent 34 years in a school district as an educator, and I know what assessments are all about. I wrote individual education plans because I was a special education provider, and I wrote those plans for kids who needed it. I didn't have to write educational plans for the kids who were proficient on their assessments. The kindergartners are given a kindergarten readiness assessment every year, and then they are assessed every couple of weeks. They're monitored. They're given dibbles. They're given fluency exams. They're given assessments all along the way. And the teacher knows what they need. They don't need to write a plan to help them with what their children need. They know what their children need. So I support the bill without this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Ha! Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
So, I have had a kindergartner. I've volunteered in schools. I've served on a school board. What we ask our teachers to do is a lot. It's a tremendous amount of responsibility that we put on them. We ask them to generally solve all of society's ills in 4 or 5 days that we give them with our children each week. We ask them to ensure that they are adequately fed for several meals a day. We ask so much, and they respond so well because they care about our kids. We have teachers here that are telling us that they are being asked to do something that's unnecessary, that takes valuable time away from all the other things we ask them to do. And I believe that we should and can trust them in this. If something's required, they're going to do it. But there is so much that we ask them to do that really does not benefit the children that we have over the years built upon them. So if we can take just this one thing off and let them decide professionally what is needed, that's the right thing. So I understand the point of the amendment. I certainly feel parents should be involved, but there are so many other instruments that they have available to them for assessment throughout that valuable time that this one just does not need to be forced upon them or add confusion in parent-teacher conferences. So I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to come up because it was mentioned here at the well that opt-in is only for the rich schools. And that very much concerns me because I have 34 school districts in House District 63, all that are small, all that are facing underfunding, all that don't have enough personnel, and so they are not the rich ones, and they are telling me they want the opt-in. Our teachers are already doing so much. They take care of being a coach, a fire chief, taking care of the maintenance around the school. To have to go and do extra paperwork on things they're already doing takes away time from the classroom. So I just wanted to point out on the mic that opt-in is also for the rural, the small, and the underfunded schools as well. And I wanted to correct that because when you are already faced with a lack of resources, I have school districts that have maybe 10 computers for the entire K through 12 system, and they rotate out that usage because they don't have the funds to get these extra technologies. And when they don't have the funds to do this, you think they have the funds and the extra time to do extra burdensome paperwork on students that are already succeeding and teachers that are already giving their maximum plus extra to make sure the parents and the families are happy? I urge a no on this amendment.
Representative Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm coming up here again, not to act into the scene, but to talk on this amendment. Many of you know that my wife is a teacher at Butler Elementary in Fort Lupton in the special education classes. Talked to her last night a little bit about this after a conversation I had with the bill sponsor and the sponsor of this amendment. So she was explaining to me that like my colleague from Morgan County said here, teachers already have so much going on. They have to do their parent-teacher conferences. They have to do their plans, their education plans, and then the special education class teachers. They have much more on their plate. To add on to that paperwork, to that all those conversations with parents, it's not necessary. They're already underpaid. They're already understaffed, and then we're just with this amendment. It looks like we're adding on to it. It's not necessary. And we can't do that to our teachers. At least not until we pay them more. So let's think about this amendment, and I'm going to be a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Zokai.
Did you forget my name? Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you. Wow.
Is an honor to serve with you, Rep. Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I debated whether or not to come down here because I am supportive of the concept behind this bill. I can understand and appreciate how much our teachers have to go through and the additional paperwork that can really bury our teachers. I married into a family of teachers and then was able to see firsthand how many steps they have to take in order to be there for our children. So this, I'm coming at this not so much as the educator perspective that I know our sponsors have that background, but as a parent to 3 kids who has seen the way their development is not linear and that they may be thriving at the beginning of the school year and not so much in the middle of the school year. And it is impossible to predict exactly how that development will go. Because of that, I think it's important to have that benchmark and to have teachers be able to refer back to exactly why a child was or was not meeting expectations at the beginning of the year. For that reason, I think an opt-out makes a lot of sense. For parents who feel like their children is going to be thriving and is not concerned about that ebb and flow, then they don't have to opt in. They can choose to opt out of this process. An opt-in, I think, is a bit more burdensome as you don't know as a parent exactly how that school year is going to go. And so I just wanted to voice my appreciation to the good representative from Adams for bringing this amendment. And as a parent, we see all the changes our kids go through, and I would like that kids who may be struggling to have that extra support that they need, and I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request a dialogue with Rep. Zokai.
We typically don't do dialogue in the well, but I will call on both of you all back and forth. So,
Okay, well,
Representative
Happy to
Garcia-Sander.
listen to the role play.
Okay, I am just curious, since you do have 3 young children who have been through kindergarten since the inception of this kindergarten readiness assessment law. I'm just curious, how many times have your teachers pulled out that kindergarten readiness plan and gone over that, the individualized readiness plan versus the report card?
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. I don't know how many times my teachers refer back to my kids' initial assessment, but I will say that we do discuss it. We have talked about how my children are doing mid-year compared to how they were presenting at the beginning of the year. So I don't know if they have all that in memory or if they were going back and looking at it. I'll be honest, we don't really look at their report cards either. We talk about how they're doing, and the teacher's just brilliant and is able to tell me how my child's been doing from beginning of the year to mid to the end.
Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I think that goes to my point of the report cards, whether your district is on a trimester or a quarter, the report cards are aligned to Colorado standards. That's just something that's guidance from CDE that report cards become aligned to our Colorado state standards. Our Colorado state standards, if you read them for kindergarten, they incorporate and encompass all of the pieces that are in the KRA, whether you're using, I shouldn't say the names of there's a number of assessments that are acceptable for school districts to be using, and our Colorado state standards align with those KRA domains. And so when a kindergarten teacher does that KRA assessment, they create a plan, they share it with the parents, and then there's no requirement for it to come back around. And because teachers at your parent-teacher conference, you spend the time with the conversation, not on, they'll share writing samples, and this is what they're reading, and this is how their math is, their numbers are looking, and you celebrate all those. But we never come back to that kindergarten readiness plan. But we do say, here's the report card. Here's where we've given pluses, minuses, smileys, whatever the recording is. But here's how they're doing, and it includes their literacy, their numeracy, their behavior, their social emotional growth, their physical and gross motor growth. And so all of those pieces are addressed in that report card, not in the individualized readiness plan. And so that individualized readiness plan, I think before we really aligned our report cards to state standards and KRA assessment, I think there was a time and a place for the KRA and the ILP, the individualized readiness plan, IRP. But it's become a superfluous piece of work. It's not, I understand it's somebody's baby. They enacted this, they wanted this to be forever and ever, but at some point we have to say, okay, that served its time and its purpose, but now we have other tools. And if your child does fall through the cracks, if your child does fall back on any of the areas that we are looking at every quarter or every trimester on the report card, then we have lots of triggers for that. And normally, as a principal, as a teacher, we would go through the MTSS process, multi-tiered system of supports process, where we'd say, oh my goodness, this child is starting to regress in math or regress in behavior. Let's talk team-wise with the kindergarten team. Let's talk with our counselor. Let's talk with our assistant principal. Let's talk with the principal. Let's bring the parent in, and let's talk about what we're doing to make sure that your child doesn't fall through the cracks. So there's lots of other triggers that have come around since 2008 with the KRA. So that's why we're bringing this bill, is because it just reduces a piece of paper that had a time and a place, but it doesn't anymore. So.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to say I really appreciate this bill, and I am a yes on this bill. And I understand the reasoning that you're bringing this forward and everything you just said. I also just want to say, as a parent, that I have had 2 kids now go through kindergarten, and I've had both of them were more than ready for kindergarten and did an excellent job on their initial assessment. And on one kid, I would probably opt out on any sort of individual plan because that kid has always excelled. And on the lovely middle child who we love so much, I would not opt out because I know that he does this a little bit more. And so I think that it's important to have it be an opt-out rather than an opt-in, because we do know our kids best and know that I might want that teacher to have that plan to refer back to, because I know that kid isn't the same every day. We love him for it.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I wanted to thank the sponsors for their lifetime commitment to education and making sure that our kids thrive in school, and I know that that is the intention of this bill. So I first want to say that. It's incredibly important to me to support our teachers. As a mom of 3 kids and 2 kids with really significant needs, I rely on our teachers for everything. They are amazing individuals. We would not get through the school day, year, everything without them and without their partnership. And I want their jobs to be easier so that they can spend more time with our kids, of course. And I was a no in committee on this bill because I feel like it is incredibly important for that partnership, that we need for teachers to be talking with parents. We need parents to understand what their kids are being assessed and how that works in the plan going forward for their education. And I think that this amendment, or the substitute amendment, provides that opportunity. And opt-in is really difficult when you have parents who don't always understand the education system. And I understand the education system, and I still come to it every day not totally understanding. When I go to an individualized education plan meeting, an IEP meeting for my kids, the first couple times we went, you learn a million different things. It's incredibly intimidating. If it is intimidating for me, can we imagine how intimidating it is for other parents? I think that's incredibly important. We need to make sure that parents are at the table, and I think that this amendment ensures that. And I would support the bill going forward with this amendment. I think also 2 other things that I want to note that happened in committee. The folks that showed up in opposition to this bill as before this amendment were largely from community. Largely, we had parents, we had students, we had teachers who said, we want this to be a partnership. We don't want to take away a tool that helps our kids in their reading. And we also know that our reading levels in Colorado are very low. So I don't think we should be taking away a tool that potentially could help a kid at this stage. I also want to note that we passed a great bill last year that looks at our assessment tools across the state. I was proud to vote for that bill. That bill, as we just heard in Education Committee from the Commissioner, is an incredibly diverse group of stakeholders, a group of stakeholders that the Commissioner admitted are unlikely to come to conclusions together, and that they do have conclusions. Those conclusions are being released in November, and I think it's so important that we wait for those conclusions to fully understand how we should move forward with our assessments in Colorado. And so I think I really appreciate the sponsors working so hard to come up with a compromise. I do think this amendment that was brought today gets us there, and so I would urge a yes vote on the amendment.
Representative Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I'm really torn about all of this. And I'm torn about this in the sense of, let me tell a story as to why this is important to me. I had a mother, when I was in 7th grade, my Spanish teacher asked her for a recipe for tortillas. And the reason she did is because, and she didn't have one, because she just knew how to do this. She made tortillas every single day of her life. She knew how to do this. She did, though, make up a recipe. And as a consequence of making up and learning how to measure everything, the rest of her life, she could not make tortillas the way she had done her whole life. She had to measure. And the reason I think that's an important story is this is part of the question of how tools and how restraints on teachers adversely affect us. So I am motivated by what the story of why this bill is forward, because it's impinging on our teachers' actual knowledge of how to teach. And that tools can be useful, but they can also become restraints, just like that recipe was for my mother, that will preclude us from being able to do things. However, when it comes to the amendment, I'm also torn because having been over a PTA mother and in a community that was extremely diverse, and having worked in diverse communities my whole life, especially in the immigrant communities where they have a fully different expectation of how education works. Their expectation is that they rely solely on whatever a teacher tells them. They don't have the empowerment that we are raised with here as parents to know that they can challenge a teacher or that they can ask for something. And so to that extent, I'm concerned about the original amendment, which would require them to be sophisticated and opt into this tool if it's useful. And so I think there's some value in them opting out. However, I am also aware that this discussion we're having in terms of whether this tool is one that will hamper the abilities and natural abilities of teachers is something we should continue. Because one of my concerns, and it's an issue, I'm always concerned about tracking of our children, especially our children of color. And as a result of that, I'm just not sure I know enough about this tool to know whether mandating it sets our children up for success or for failure. So I'm not sure exactly where I'm coming down on the bill, but I do say that I think the amendment itself probably is better for the larger number of community members who may not know what to do in the future. But I also really support what the sponsors want to do in kind of really looking at whether this tool is effective at all. So, I think that's why they're saying we need to move away from it. So I may vote for the amendment today, but vote against the bill tomorrow, just to let you know that I'm not sure that we're ready for the decision, and maybe we need to see that study that's come forward as to how valuable this tool is, because what I'm hearing is a lot of times this tool is a hamper to achievement because it's requiring a performative aspect for teachers that does not help them. And to the extent that it harms the teacher's ability to have the time with the students, I fully support the sponsors and want to support that issue. But I am struggling with the bill and just wanted to put out there, this has been an interesting discussion because I think it weighs a lot of different competing issues over how we make sure that every student and every family in our system is the best protected. So thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Members, I just want to rise and just say thank you so much to everybody for engaging in this conversation. Oftentimes, and too often in this building, do we talk about education policy and we talk about it only from the perspective of teachers. It is so important that we bring back the conversation around education to the students. And what this amendment does, it does exactly that. It puts the students first. It puts family engagement first. So with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further, Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. I'm going to talk about this from a rural perspective. In rural Colorado, a lot of times the kindergarten teacher is shoveling snow. The kindergarten teacher might be driving a bus. There's so many other hats that they wear in rural Colorado. I think that if you take 30 kids and if it's 10 to 15 minutes to fill out this form, and there's already a safety net. I've heard the bill sponsors talk about it, and a lot of the programs that they talk about, we use in our schools for benchmarks. Another thing is I'm going to say it, parents need to be responsible. We take so much on. And at what point is there going to be some responsibility from the parents' end to opt in or opt out? And we are taking time away from teachers that could be putting that time into kids. And I know that not all parents are great parents, but at the end of the day, at some point, we have to have people start taking some responsibility and getting involved in their kids' lives. And as I see teachers struggle, because they do in rural Colorado, I mean, we're recruiting international teachers to come in and teach because we have a shortage and we can't bring teachers in. And we're constantly doing more with less. We have a different infrastructure, aging infrastructure in our schools in rural Colorado. We don't have the resources that the bigger schools have. And teachers wear so many hats. I know teachers that are literally the lunch lady in some of my districts. So it may seem a minuscule amount of time, and I don't want anybody to get lost in the cracks. I'm not saying that. I want every kid to get a quality education. But there are already programs there, and what it sounds like the sponsors are trying to do is take something that's antiquated. We have technology. We have newer programs. And what I hear from them, I'm no education expert, but listening to this debate, what I hear from them is there have been things brought online to replace this. And this is redundancy. And that redundancy equals to time, lost time. Our teachers are under a massive amount of stress. They're buying school supplies, they're buying Clorox wipes. They're basically raising our kids for us. And to ask to give them a little bit of time back when I know these safety nets are here, I don't think what I'm saying is irresponsible whatsoever. If we were saying, let's just throw this out with nothing there to catch these kids, I would be 100% against it. But there is a safety net. There is a proven set of steps that are helping these kids with the free flow of information to the parents. And then what it comes down to is that parent responsibility. There's an old saying in rural Colorado, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And if those are in place, getting rid of something that's antiquated, I have to be a no on this amendment. I have to be a no for rural Colorado. Our teachers are overburdened, our teachers are tired, and if there's a safety net to catch these issues, I think that let the districts work it out for themselves. I think the districts are being responsive and responsible. And after listening to the sponsors, we're not just talking about rural districts, we're talking about rural districts, urban districts, inner city districts. All of them are doing something that has this type of safety net. So I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Hamrick. Members, just make sure we're in the well when you would like to speak. Representative Hamrick.
Thanks so much. I just want to remind people that a teacher's working condition is a student's learning condition, and this is an optional sort of permissive activity that our amendment was one that gave parents the ability to opt in and inform them. And so we feel that our amendment is absolutely sufficient for parent communication. It is not a zip code-based amendment. It keeps plans required. When students are not meeting benchmarks, which is exactly where plans are intended to help. But it also returns meaningful time for every teacher whose class includes students already meeting standards that matter most in school. And let me just be really clear that what we're saying is for teachers and districts, they may opt in to, if a student is fine, they score well on the plan, the teacher doesn't have to write a learning plan because they don't need one. And they can continue doing all the other things they do, like iReady 3 times a year and progress monitoring every 2 weeks. iReady Math 3 times a year, progress monitoring every 2 weeks. Amplify Dibbles 3 times a year, progress monitoring every 2 weeks. M-Class for Math 3 times a year, progress monitoring. Teachers are doing the work. They're communicating with parents, and they and the parent and the student are a great team, and our amendment communicates that to them. So we ask for a no on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L4. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Let's try that again. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The committee will go to a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The noes have it. Amendment L4 fails. Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 10, we're at L6.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
To Amendment L6. Representative Garcia-Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see, do we have L06? Okay. L06 adds language around parental disclosures of an individualized readiness plan. This amendment was negotiated with the can I say this?
Opposing stakeholders.
With the opposing stakeholders, and that moves those organizations to a neutral, and this was after a lot of conversation within the committee, and so I request a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Garcia Sander. Representative Hamrick. Representative Hamrick.
We request a yes vote on Amendment L006.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L6. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L6 is adopted. To the bill. Representative Hamrick.
Do you want to, which one do you want to read? To start?
Go ahead.
Good morning, colleagues, or good afternoon, colleagues. House Bill 261050 is a narrow, measured approach to realign kindergarten planning with data. Overall, this bill aligns with individualized readiness plan with the results of the kindergarten readiness assessment. If a student is proficient in all 6 domains of the KRA, then this bill removes the requirement to create an ILP for that student, again, if they're proficient. This change gives kindergarten teachers time back to spend in the classroom instead of filling out plans for students already meeting benchmarks. Our goal should be maximizing teacher time for instruction, not paperwork. Educators' time is one of the most precious resources we have. When a teacher is pulled away from students to complete paperwork, we lose instructional time, which we all know our children can't afford.
Education uses many acronyms, and we know this gets confusing. Let me define the terms plainly. The KRA is the Kindergarten Readiness Assessment. The IRP is the Individualized Readiness Plan tied to that readiness assessment. This is not an individualized education plan, an IEP, not a READ plan, and it's not any type of specialized learning plan. In fact, an IEP and a READ plan may sound familiar to all of you, but an IRP likely does not. This is because IRPs are not the most effective tool to support our early learners. IRPs were added as a tool in 2008, predating many of the recent upgrades in this General Assembly has created in early childhood education, like the kindergarten report card, kindergarten content standards, full-day kindergarten, and universal preschool. Today, there are better, more effective tools for teachers and parents to use to support students. This is common practice in education, not creating paperwork where paperwork is not needed. HB 26-1050 says if a kindergartner demonstrates proficiency, an educator should not be required to write a readiness plan that isn't needed, so that time can go back where it belongs with students. HB 26-1050 is simply about focusing required plans on the students who need them and reducing paperwork when the data shows the student is already on track.
Representative Hamrick.
Mr. Chair, I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 261050 as amended.
All right, just for a point of clarity, because we needed to reset a little bit. So we are still on the Education Committee report, not on the bill. So can you move the Education Committee report, Representative Hamrick?
Thank you. I move the Education Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Education Committee report is adopted.
To the bill.
To the bill.
And we just did it.
Okay, so
Representative Garcia Sander.
So y'all heard what I said earlier, and I urge a yes vote.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay. Another option that we can ensure that the information from the kindergarten readiness assessment that would normally be in an individual readiness plan that is presented to every student, which if this bill passed will no longer happen, is to ensure that the kindergarten readiness assessment benchmarks are then mandated to be the benchmarks that are used in the kindergarten report cards. So with that, I move L007 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us a moment to get it displayed.
Oh, sorry.
That is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we heard the sponsors talk about all the things that our teachers already do, which is great. Yes, I agree. I also want to thank the speakers that mentioned the study where we are evaluating all the assessments. I'm also really looking forward to the report because honestly, I will say that we definitely do swamp our teachers' time with assessments. So I think this is also a very adequate alternative to getting rid of the connection that brings all parents to the classroom. What this does essentially is it says that the benchmarks, the ratings that the students get on the 5 domains of the kindergarten readiness assessment are the basis then of the report cards that the child gets every year, and in some districts they get it multiple times a year. What this does is it for every single student, and since every teacher already has to do report cards, it returns the report card back to the base of which the student was evaluated. This does not, in fact, add any additional work. This, in fact, says, hey, we are going to take an assessment that we already have to do, and we're going to take a tool that we already have to do, and we're going to combine them. So with that, I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I request a brief recess?
The committee will go into a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We request a title ruling.
The bill sponsors have requested a title ruling. The committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The chair has ruled that Amendment L7 does fit under the title. Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a no vote on this for a couple of reasons. I guess number one, I look at this being a local education issue. Report cards are built at the local education level. The schools and school districts have worked really hard to align kindergarten report cards with the kindergarten standards. And for the state to come down and say, your report card must look like this, must have this, I think steps into the realm of local education. And I just don't think that that's the state's place to prescribe what a kindergarten report card should look like. Also, I think I brought this up in a conversation yesterday. Just a reminder, kindergarten in the state of Colorado is not required. And so it is, we could have 6-year-olds coming to first grade, never went to kindergarten, and they don't have to go to kindergarten. We have kindergartners that come in and we take them where they're at. They're ready or not, kindergarten readiness assessment, ready or not, here they are. We use the kindergarten report card as the guideline, as the benchmark for trimesters, for quarters, however a school district is chosen to do their report card, whether it's trimester or quarterly, they use those benchmarks which already align with this. And I think this is adding, to a district having to go back and I don't even think they're going to have to redo everything because it already aligns. I think this is superfluous in the sense of it's again duplicative. We're trying to reduce the paperwork, reduce the requirements of kindergarten teachers to do extra stuff that is no longer relevant. And this report, I understand there was a time and a place for it, but the kindergarten report card includes all the domains already, and this adds just another thing that I don't think is necessary. So I urge a no vote.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is the first we've seen of this, so I urge a no vote.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to clarify, this is not the first that they've seen this, and we've been talking about it this afternoon. But other than that, I do want to just reiterate the reason why this is important, and going back to what one of the sponsors mentioned, is because the KRA is already addressing the domains. What it doesn't do, and in some school districts maybe, but what's not standard is that the KRA is based on the actual results of, or the report cards are not based on the actual results of the KRA. So if we don't want the KRA to become obsolete, which I do not, because it is the only comprehensive assessment that a kindergartner receives, then why can't we then attach it to the report cards that every kindergarten teacher has to provide? I understand that kindergarten isn't mandatory. It's not required. You know what isn't also? Preschool. But you know what we do regulate across the board? We regulate preschool. We have standards for that. We have standards for kindergarten. We have standards for things where we have our kids. So having something like this that says your report card should start with the benchmarks that your child finishes in the KRA shouldn't be that hard. It should actually be something that teachers would welcome. Thank you.
Representative Hamrick.
All right. Speaking with kindergarten teachers and principals and superintendents about the assessments they do for students every day that are way more encompassing, and guide instruction. Again, things like the iReady reading, which is 3 times a year, and progress monitoring every 2 weeks. iReady math, 3 times a year, progress monitoring every 2 weeks. Amplified Dibbles 3 times a year and progress monitoring every 2 weeks. M-Class for Math 3 times a year and progress monitoring every 2 weeks. And oftentimes the schools shuffle the kids every 6 weeks. They are constantly progress monitoring. I actually find it insulting when people talk about this one tool, and it is not as encompassing as what teachers are already doing every day, every minute in the classroom, and also formally and informally. So I urge an I urge a no vote on this amendment.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L7. All those in favor of Amendment L7 say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L7 is lost. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, Representative Kelty. Representative Kelty. Representative.
We should just do our.
Okay.
Which representative would like to go on the bill? Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Finally to the bill. This is a good bill. It really is getting a lot of attention and support from a lot of our teachers across the state who understand that the effort in this is not to reduce accountability, it's not to reduce what they're already doing for children. It really is meant to reduce a little tiny bit of paperwork for kindergarten teachers. Kindergarten teachers, in my opinion, walk on water. I have been a kindergarten summer school teacher, a first grade teacher, a second grade teacher. Kindergarten teachers who teach year-round, they walk on water. They do the noses, they do the shoes, they do the literacy, they do the math, they do it all. And you know, if there is one thing that I can do that just gives them 5 minutes back at the beginning of the year, you know, if it's one less report that they have to write, it is worth it to give them that time because they really do it all. They are the hardest working teachers. You know, again, everything starts in kindergarten. So that's where my passion is on this bill. This is where my heart is. And so I really encourage everybody to support our kindergarten teachers by voting yes on this bill.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I actually am up here to say I am in firm support of this bill. We had several, well, at least 3 actual educators, from teacher to principal, with decades and decades of experience between them, present, create, and support this bill, telling you what does work and what doesn't work. So if we're going to listen to who knows the education system, I think it would be those who brought this bill to light. We are lucky to have such experts who are still currently working in the education field to run this bill that improves the system they're part of and have devoted their lives to, that they know inside and out. If anyone here is capable to help improve our Colorado education system, there is no one better than the sponsors of this bill. Our reps from Larimer and Weld and oh no. Arapahoe and Douglas. Sorry for the pause. You know, they saw a problem and they came up with a sound, common sense solution. That is what real legislation should do. This is a very sound bill. I'm grateful that they found the problem and they actually came up with a real, actual solution to that problem. I am definitely going to be a yes on this bill today. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do also thank the sponsors for bringing this forward. Year after year, bill after bill, we've been adding more and more requirements to our teachers in the classrooms. We've been forcing them to test, evaluate, assess, and those are all great, but you don't test knowledge into a child. You don't assess knowledge into a child. We've been taking away so much time that could be spent with our young kids in helping them learn. Taking away just one thing is a good start. If we could take away 2 for every new requirement we put down, that would be great. But we can't just keep layering things on. So my very much thanks to the 2 sponsors for taking away something that they know, because they do this, does not add value and allows them to take just a little bit more time with our kids. So I'm a firm yes on this and very thankful to see something moving in the right direction. We can do betterer. Trademark. Reptograph.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1050. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1050 is, as amended, is passed. Mr. Schiebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 1198?
House Bill 1198 by Representative McCormick concerning increasing access to veterinary care and in connection therewith establishing a program to expedite the process of licensing a veterinarian by endorsement, a program to expedite the process of registering as a veterinary technician by endorsement, and a program for the donation of veterinary drugs.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1198 and the Ag, Water, Natural Resources Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In committee, we actually made some substantial amendments to this bill to do several things. The first thing that we did was to relocate the practice of veterinary pharmacy, which is currently located in the Pharmacy Practice Act, to the Veterinary Practice Act because it is a more appropriate place for it to be. And the Pharmacy Practice Act folks really were constantly consulting with the State Board of Veterinary Medicine on any issues that came before them. So this is just a smart move to make it in that part of the statute. And we also clarified the use of veterinary compounded medications that can be used in a veterinarian's pharmacy stock. And we took out a whole bunch of pages out of the bill because in the second amendment that we ran, we found out that DORA and the process of obtaining a veterinary license by endorsement, if you have a license in another state in good standing, just needed some clarification to make sure that the state board expedites that process and makes it clear to folks in other states that it's easy to get a license here. And I urge an aye vote on the committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm really happy that my co-prime sponsor joined this bill after committee because we heard good testimony about why this bill is going to help in big and small ways increase the access to veterinary care in our state. I referenced a little bit about what the first part of the bill does, which is to make it easier and more streamlined for those in other states that do have a license to practice veterinary medicine to come into our state and get a license here in a short period of time. This is really important to not only relieve some of the veterinarians in our state that are working so hard, especially our large animal veterinarians that never take a vacation, but also just to make Colorado a more attractive place to get licensed in veterinary medicine. We are really short across the board, especially in our food animal production space. So anything we can do to encourage folks to come to Colorado and practice veterinary medicine. And then the second part of this bill lays out some guidelines and guardrails for veterinary medications that may be unused. Many of you have experienced this, where you might have had an animal on medication that has passed away, and you don't know what to do with that medication that could be used by someone else. And so the second part of the bill sets up those guardrails and guidelines for folks that can turn in these medications to their veterinarian or a shelter or rescue, and then guidelines for how that veterinary practice can redistribute those medications not at no cost to somebody that needs to be able to have access to medications that they can't afford. So that's basically the bill, and I hope you can all support it. I think it got through committee unanimously, and it's a good bill.
AML winner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm honored to join on this bill. Myself and Senator Pelton had done some work in this space a while back, and one thing that we are facing is a large animal vet shortage. I literally have constituents from Baca County having to drive to Pueblo County to get horses vet checked and then backtrack and drive 15 miles east across the state line. And to be able to attract vets and streamline them into the process. And I think my co-prime said it best when this just takes a lot of the muddiness out of the water and allows it to happen in a more fast, efficient manner than it is already. This is something that needs to be done, and we're doing it across the board, whether it comes to physicians, assistants, anything we can in rural Colorado to make sure that we can provide services not only to human patients, but animal patients as well. I'm honored to be on this bill, and anytime we can do something really good, not only for all of Colorado, but rural Colorado, I'm always in support. So I would please urge an aye vote on this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1198. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1198 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 1218?
House Bill 1219 by Representatives Espinoza and Luck, also Senators Catlin and Ball, concerning clarifying the validity of common law marriage by restoring a previously repealed provision. Excuse me, that's House Bill 1218.
1218, thank you. Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move HB 261218.
To the bill.
Thank you. And just in preface of what we're going to be doing for this next several bills, Mr. Chair, I'd like to just mention what the Statutory Revision Committee is. It's a legislative body that examines state statutes and judicial decisions to identify and correct obsolete, contradictory, or defective laws through proposed legislation. It was reestablished in 2016. The committee works to ensure, often through technical amendments, that laws remain consistent and modern. So the bills you're going to hear next are all from our committee. The first one is this one, which is dealing with clarifying the validity of common law marriage. Last year in 25014, we enacted that bill to support the elimination of the one man, one woman requirements in the Marriage Act as required by our voters. We repealed a provision that ensured the validity of all existing common law marriages by accident. This bill restores that provision to clarify and reinforce the validity of all existing common law marriages. It's needed to restore restoring this provision will provide legal certainty for couples and protect them from unnecessary court challenges related to technical formalities. And with that, I'm going to turn it to my co-prime, who has, I believe, an amendment.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, we do have an amendment, so I move Amendment L001 and kindly ask that it be displayed.
That's a proper motion. Give us a moment to get it displayed. That amendment is displayed. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is not customary, in my experience, it's not customary to amend a statutory revisions committee bill. It's not precluded, but it's not customary. And so you may be wondering why we are putting forth this amendment. The reason being that during testimony yesterday, we had a member of the bar point out the contentious nature of the common law situation, and we wanted to make sure that we did not facilitate any more contention than is necessary. So we are asking to move the safety clause or the petition clause to a safety clause so that this change can be made as quickly as possible so as to not put any marriages currently established under the common law at question or at risk of additional litigation or unnecessary litigation. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you please explain in depth why we are moving this to the safety clause and we can't wait the 90 days allotted for it to be enacted on August 1st per the people to allow to have their voice heard?
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Representative. And given that the bills came from our good representative from Fremont, the amendments coming from a good representative from Fremont, you know that there is a very valid and good reason, because they would never put forward an amendment to change a petition clause to a safety clause unless it was extremely necessary.
It's fair.
And in this case, this is extremely necessary because this bill does establish that with the inadvertent removal of common law from the statute last year, needs to be rectified as soon as possible. So any of the marriages that may have taken place between the adoption of last year's statute and when this bill goes into effect do remain invalid and enforced, and that any of the previous common law marriages also remain valid and enforced. That necessity really does require us to put a safety clause on this bill.
The Representative Johnson. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I can see when we're fixing statute, I wish, and this is, can we make a statute clause so we're not overusing the safety clause at some point? I understand when we're coming up against deadlines, lawsuits, and everything else, but can we please make a third petition or a clause that aligns with deadlines? I understand this amendment, but that is an ask to look at in the future.
Representative Johnson, I just want to make sure we're on the safety clause. We aren't discussing the expedition clause or anything, but just that we're on the safety clause. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do appreciate that suggestion. I will note, not for this bill, because I don't think that there's necessity nor time to do it, but in the future, I suspect you could amend the safety clause to read however you so desire. But for this time, this actually does go to the immediate preservation of the public peace, because it does ensure that those marriages are properly upheld and identified within our court system. We ask for an aye vote on this as well as on the underlying bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L1. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L1 is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1218. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1218 as amended is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 1294?
House Bill 1294 by Representatives Espinoza and Luck concerning the correction of a citation within the definition of active duty for purposes of the Interstate Compact on educational opportunity for military children.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move 26-1294.
To the bill.
Thank you. This bill is, again, a technical correction. When we adopted the Military Compact Act, the act was sent to the states with the wrong citation for the federal statute. The correct citation for federal statute is Chapter 1209 and 1211 in Title 10 of the U.S. Code, which is what is currently in our statute. However, the term section was not, well, in any event, we're changing the term from chapter to section?
Yeah, from section to
From
chapter.
section to chapter to properly refer to the right provision in the U.S. Code. That is all we're doing. Because it's a compact, we've put in the full language of the sections, but as you'll see, we're only changing those two words. We'd ask for an aye vote.
See, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in doing so, we just make sure that the definitions of active duty are properly fulfilled so that the people who need these services that are contemplated under these sections can receive them. So again, we ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1293. All those in favor say aye. 1294, my correction. Let me restate the motion. The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1294. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1294 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 1293?
House Bill 1293 by Representatives Espinoza and Luck, also Senator Exum, concerning the modernization of requirements for the ballot information booklet.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For anyone who follows the SRC, which I think you should, we have a good time in that committee, you will note that this bill is amended from the originally introduced language. That is because the SRC is not entitled or authorized to deal with any policy question, and there was a segment of this bill initially proposed that did deal with policy. That has been removed, and all that is left are some language cleanups, getting rid of antiquated language, as well as references to fiscal periods that are long since passed. We ask for an aye vote.
Representative Luck, would you like to move the bill?
I guess. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1293.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1293. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1293 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 1215?
House Bill 1215 by Representatives Carter and Luck, also Senators Catlin and Exum, concerning a technical revision to language in Senate Bill 2570 related to a requirement for online marketplaces with respect to third-party sellers.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1215.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, it is a technical cleanup. It is just making sure that our grammar is clear so that we understand what is being impacted. In this instance, all we're adding in are 2 words, of selling, to make sure that we are conforming with other sections in the bill.
Representative Carter.
Just as my co-prime indicated, this is a very small technical issue related specifically to online marketplaces and their obligations to alert law enforcement. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1215. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1215 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 1216?
House Bill 1216 by Representatives Luck and Carter, also Senators Exum and Rich, concerning the correction of technical defects in certain statutes administered by the Department of Revenue.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1216.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this bill just seeks to correct technical defects and incorrect statutory cross-references. It is making sure that certain tax credits now conform with standard drafting practices, corrects outdated cross-references, and removes definitions for terms that no longer appear in the statute. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1216. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1216 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 1220?
House Bill 1220 by Representatives Carter and Bradley, also Senators Exum and Rich, concerning updating terminology from acute treatment unit to behavioral health entity to conform with existing behavioral health licenses.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And listen up, House. If you are on a bill that has to go through statutory revision committee, you are going to get called out. Brown, you're on notice, my friend.
Representative Bradley, we will to the bill.
I'm a hostage.
Representative Carter.
I move House Bill 1220.
House Bill 1220. Representative Carter.
Real quick, this is just another cleanup bill related specifically to the multiple behavioral health entities. In another bill, they actually combined certain languages or certain, they combined both acute treatment units and behavioral health entities into one specific definition, and all this does is clean that up.
Representatives, would you like to move the bill?
I did.
Did they?
Yeah.
All right.
I moved it. I move House Bill 1220.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1220. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1220 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, will you please read that title of House Bill 1217?
House Bill 1217 by Representatives Espinoza and Bradley, also Senators Rich and Ball, concerning correcting cross-references in the child support guidelines.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Department of Human Services identified 7 defective cross-references. I'm sorry, I move House Bill 261217.
Thank you, Representative. To the bill.
You are so welcome. The Department of Human Services identified 7 defective cross-references within the child support guidelines contained in Section 14-10-115. The Office of Legislative Legal Services proposed that the Statutory Revision Committee introduce legislation to correct these, and that's what this bill is doing.
Representative Espinoza.
Thank you. Why this bill is necessary is because it will reduce confusion for both courts and families, allowing for judges, parents, and families to have a streamlined process unburdened by incorrect citations, and it'll also reduce administrative burden on the judicial system. We do ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1217. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1217 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 1219?
House Bill 1219 by Representatives Bradley and Espinoza, also Senators Ball and Rich, concerning extending the deadline by which a battery stewardship organization must submit an assessment regarding the end-of-life management of certain batteries to the General Assembly.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one is the Senate's fault, so we can blame them for this one. The Senate Committee on Health and Human Services passed an amendment to this bill which extended the deadline by which a battery stewardship organization and the department must complete the assessment by 6 months. So when they changed that, they didn't change the date, which meant it was only going to be 6-month time period, and we needed to amend it to 1 year, and so this bill corrects that.
Representative Espinosa, would you like to move the bill?
She did it again?
I move House Bill 261219, sir.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1219. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1219 is passed. Mr. Shebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 1295?
House Bill 1295 by Representatives Bradley and Espinoza, concerning the repeal of obsolete statutory requirements related to fulfilled reporting requirements and in connection therewith, repealing entities that have fulfilled their statutory requirements.
Representative Espinosa.
Mr. Chair, I move 261295.
To the bill, Representative Espinosa.
Thank you. As noted, this bill repeals outdated statutory requirements that have already been completed or expired. I want to give a shout out to our drafting team and OLS who go through the statute and determine what bills, where our statute actually has all of these obsolete provisions. They compile them annually for us, and so I'd ask that we recognize their work and adopt this bill. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1295. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1295 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 1296?
House Bill 1296 by Representatives Bradley and Carter, also Senators Ball and Rich, concerning discipline for advanced practice registered nurses for a failure to timely complete a medical certification for a certificate of death.
Representative Bradley.
I move House Bill 261296.
To the bill, Representative.
Representative from Boulder/Broomfield might want to come down and testify to this one or talk to this one. In 2025 legislative session, the General Assembly passed House Bill 251082, adding physician assistants and advanced practice registered nurses to the profession subject to discipline for a failure to timely complete a medical certification for a certificate of death. That PAs are held under the Colorado Medical Practice Act, but not advanced practice registered nurses, which means that if they fail to timely complete a medical certification, they won't be held accountable. So this bill.
Representative Carter.
No, thank you. I just want to thank Representative Brown for allowing us to fix House Bill 251082.
Not even listening.
1296.
1296.
Thank you, Representative.
Yeah.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1296. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1296 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, will you please read the title of House Bill 1192?
House Bill 1192 by Representatives Phillips and Barone, also Senator Exum, concerning restructuring the Homeless Prevention Activities Program.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 261192.
To the bill, Representative Barone.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, members, this bill is pretty simple. DOLE is supporting this effort to absorb the Homelessness Prevention Activities Program into DOH's existing larger prevention efforts. HPAP is a small standalone program typically serving fewer than 100 households annually, which creates disproportionately high administrative burden. This basically just takes away another step. It takes away one step that this money needs to go through. It's basically just money that people donate to this program through their taxes. There's a little checkbox in your taxes for your state income tax. You can check it to donate $1 to this program. This bill just takes away that one step that goes through the board and then to the fund. Now it just goes straight to the fund for the program to work correctly, and it's just seamlessly. So this program generates approximately $200,000 to $300,000 per year. This restructuring will increase efficiency by eliminating several small contracts, along with contract monitoring and annual contract closeouts. The consolidation of this reduced administration burden and to ensure HPAP funds are used more efficiently for homeless prevention. Existing guarantees will have the opportunity to apply for additional funding through Division of Ouring. So I urge and I vote on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1192. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1192 is adopted. The committee will go into a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1110.
House Bill 1110 by Representatives Camacho and Jackson, also Senators Catlin and Danielson, concerning the protection of vulnerable adults from financial exploitation in relation to financial institutions.
Thank you. As a reminder, members, this bill was laid over as amended, and we have already passed the committee report. Members, who seeks recognition? Members, the committee will stand in recess. committee will come back to order. Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to move, or I would like to move Amendment L21 to the bill.
That is a proper motion.
Amendment
Give us
L20.
just a second. Give us a second to get it displayed. It is displayed. Please proceed. Oh, yeah. Move the bill? Oh, I'm sorry. Rep. Camacho, I'm being told that you should go ahead and move the bill again, and then we will move this amendment.
Mr. Chair, I move House Bill 1110.
To the bill. Rep. Camacho.
Mr. Chair, I move Amendment L21 to the bill and ask for it to be properly displayed.
Thank you, Rep. Camacho. It is displayed. Please proceed.
Amendment L21, there's a lot of discussion yesterday about good faith and whether or not it was in statute or what was intended by the bill. Amendment L21 actually puts it into the bill to clear up any ambiguity that the standard under this bill, good faith, will be referenced, which is also referenced in other sections of the banking code. And we ask for a yes vote.
Are there Representative Woodrow?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L019 as a substitute amendment to L021.
That is a proper motion. Give us a second. The amendment is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, so there's been a lot of discussion on this bill, both 2 days ago when it was on, or 3 days ago when it was on the floor. We had some meetings over the past couple days with the bill sponsors, and I appreciate their willingness to talk to us. The big disconnect that we're having on this bill is when a bank processes and distributes money that it knows is fraudulent or should know is fraudulent, but does it anyways, as the bill is currently written, it provides immunity to the bank so long as the bank acts in good faith. And good faith, we know under the financial statutes, has the meaning set forth in CRS 11-101-401, subsection 38. And the problem with that, in this context, let me read what that statute says. It says, good faith for the purposes of financial institutions law is defined as honesty and fact in the transaction and some reasonable ground for belief that the transaction is rightful or authorized. I'll repeat that again, and I appreciate those who have popcorn because this is going to be a fun one. Some reasonable ground for belief that the transaction is rightful or authorized. And when we met with the banks and the credit unions, their attorneys conceded the fact that a very persistent customer who says, process this transaction, is a reasonable ground for the belief that the transaction is rightful or authorized. And so what that means is if you have a customer who comes in and the bank's internal system is going off like Christmas morning, the lights are shining, the bells are ringing, this is fraudulent. But you've got a persistent customer. It might be someone with dementia or Alzheimer's coming in and saying, no, this is money, this $100,000 that I want to wire out of my account to Bangladesh is for my boyfriend who I met last week, and I am persistent and insistent upon it. Under the language of good faith as defined in the our financial institutions law, that provides some reasonable ground for the belief that the transaction is rightful or authorized, and that individual, if they came to their senses later or their family called the bank and said, hey, why is the account short $100,000? Why did you let this through? The bank would be able to say, we had some reasonable ground for the belief. And that person, that individual, would have zero recourse. Zero. And that is the disconnect right now. Right? And so what we did was we approached the bill sponsors and we said, okay, what if we make clear that instead of just having good faith as defined in the financial institutions law, we tweak it a little bit. And this is the amendment, L019, lines 11 through 14. So we say that if you're going to plead this good faith, you have to assert it as an affirmative defense, which means that the bank would carry the burden of proof, and they'd have to plead it and prove it by clear and convincing evidence. In most civil cases, the standard of proof, the burden of proof, is a preponderance of the evidence, more likely than not. That is different from the criminal law, where it's beyond a reasonable doubt. Clear and convincing evidence falls in between. It's more than just a majority of the evidence, like a preponderance, but it is less than having to prove something beyond a reasonable doubt. Courts have adopted this standard in numerous contexts, most of them involving fraud. They are well equipped to apply this type of standard. And so what we've asked the bill sponsors to accept is an amendment that says instead of just good faith, and then the bank gets to hide behind the fact that the customer was very persistent, we have good faith pled as an affirmative defense and proven by clear and convincing evidence. And that's what we're asking in 019. And for those folks who are like, why are we doing an amendment to the finance report as it appears in the House Journal? This is a little cool wrinkle that I don't think probably anyone in the room has dealt with. When you lay over a bill, generally speaking, debate stops unless you lay it over with and beg leave to continue discussion. We didn't do that here, so normally debate resets, and we would be amending the actual Finance Committee report itself. But when you lay over as amended, you actually have to amend and change the House Journal, that thing that we all vote down every morning. And so that is why both of these amendments are to the House Journal, because this was laid over as amended. And so if there was any confusion, I just wanted to clear that up, because it is a little unique thing about what's being attempted here. So the big disconnect between 021 and L19 is the fact that L19 says that, okay, we'll accept good faith, but you have to plead it as an affirmative defense, prove it by clear and convincing evidence. We ask for an aye vote.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just rise in support of this amendment, and while I do appreciate the amendment the sponsors put forward to clarify what good faith means, and it is the definition that we have referenced as well, I do want to once again point out that the definition and the standard of good faith is some reasonable basis in the belief. It is an incredibly low threshold for a financial institution to meet. And what we are doing with this amendment is not even increasing that threshold to a knowingly standard, for example. We are simply saying, okay, if all we are asking is for a financial institution to have some reasonable basis, then they should show that. They should be able to show that by clear and convincing evidence, and that should be a defense. It should not be a blanket immunity if there is some belief. It should be a defense once funds are already transferred, somebody is already out, potentially their life savings. They should be able to bring that claim forward, and we are giving banks and credit unions the ability to defend that they had that basis in the belief. So I think that this is a very modest step forward that we can take and that we should all be able to agree on, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues. And I appreciate the comments from my colleague from Denver and my colleague from Larimer. We are going to ask for a no vote for a few reasons. I think the way this was presented is we just have a different point of view. The clear and convincing standard, as my colleague from Denver said, is to a preponderance of evidence. They are trying to elevate that standard to clear and convincing. So that's one step below, beyond a reasonable doubt. This would be one of the only places in the banking code where that would be different. When something is different, it is inconsistent. When it's inconsistent, it's likely to lead to more fraud. There was another comment made that this is blanket immunity. That is simply not true. This bill will not protect a financial institution that acts in bad faith, that does not follow the law, or does not follow their own training. There is no blanket immunity if you do those things. I think the other fundamental difference is the proponents bringing this amendment want a recourse once fraud happens, and what this bill is saying is we want to prevent it from happening. We want to prevent those loved ones from having to go get recourse in the court because those financial institutions that they invest their livelihood, their careers in, did not let the transaction go through. Currently, under current law, there's ambiguity. Depending on the financial institution that you bank with, some have higher risk tolerance, some have lower. Because the law is unclear about what their liability is if they let a transaction go out, they don't intervene. This is the purpose of the bill, to provide limited immunity for banks that want to put a pause on a fraudulent transaction. Again, we are preventing fraud, not trying to recover through the courts, through legal fees after the fraud has occurred. That is a fundamental difference. That is what we are trying to accomplish with this bill, and we ask for a no vote.
Representative Tone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Well, clearly, the folks of us who are supporting this amendment really do want it to prevent fraud as well. But we also want to make sure that if fraud does happen, that there is recourse for that. Because it says immunity for all cases in the bill. And this just gives that little extra piece to say that if it does happen, there is a way to do it. Otherwise, we're setting people up for, sorry, we're just going to stop this payment or do this payment or let the fraud happen, and now there's nothing you could do about it. The bank has nothing to do with that transaction anymore. You cannot go take them to court to get your money back. We want to stop the fraud, but we also want to make sure that people have a recourse to actually get something for that if something does happen. It should not be blanket immunity. And that's what we're seeing in the bill. That's what this amendment fixes. And I ask for a yes on the amendment.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I rise in support of this amendment. As I mentioned the last time we had this bill up for debate, our financial institutions, just by the nature of becoming financial institutions, take on a level of responsibility which comes with a level of liability when they are dealing with people's funds. What the bill does is it gives this blanket immunity, and by simply outlining what good faith is, it doesn't actually protect the consumer if fraud does happen and the bank knows that it's happening. What this does is it requires the bank then to have to do a little bit more checks and balances by making sure that when they are working on this and they do something wrong, that they can prove with clear and convincing evidence that they did not intentionally do something wrong. I do not think that that is a high bar. I don't think that that is too much to put on a bank institution or a financial institution. I think that is a basic protection for people, especially when they're already being defrauded. The last thing we want to do is to provide another opportunity for them to be defrauded not only by the fraudster, but by the institution itself. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I forgot to say it before. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, I want to be real clear on this because this debate might drag on for a little while, and there is going to be several instances where issues might be conflated, and I want us to have separate, clear conversations about what we're talking about here. No one is talking about amending the parts of the bill that provide immunity when a bank holds the funds, when the bank refuses to process the transaction. We agree with that part of the bill. If the bank wants to be extra cautious and hold the funds and not let the fraud occur, yes, they deserve and should have immunity for holding the funds. That is not what this amendment is about. That is not what our disagreement is about. Our disagreement is about the flip side, when the bank lets the funds go, knowing or under the belief or with their internal system saying that the transaction is fraudulent. When that happens and the money goes out the door and the person no longer has $100,000 or $200,000 or however much they were defrauded out of, That is when they go back to the bank and say, hey, you let my money out the door. And under the current terms of the bill and under the definition of good faith, the bank would be able to say, sorry, we had a good faith belief that we were allowed to do this. Go fly to Nigeria. Go fly to wherever the fraudsters are, hiding in a basement somewhere, and ask them for your money back. We're just a bank that has insurance. Why should we pay? So what we're talking about is when the money goes out the door, not when it's put on hold. And when we met with the sponsors and when we met with stakeholders, they kept trying to come back to, well, banks have to make tough decisions, and what if they hold on to the money? And we kept telling them, we're okay with you holding on to the money. When you hold on to the money, the fraud doesn't occur. So I want to be real clear about what we're talking about, because at the end of the day, the people who are up here debating this bill, we want to stop fraud too. And so please, please, pay careful attention to this distinction. It should not be conflated during the course of this debate. In terms of the amendment L019, all we're doing is we're saying, fine, keep the definition of good faith, but given the fact that a reasonable basis, some reasonable basis, that's how low the standard for good faith is under the financial institutions law, some reasonable basis, given that the banks and credit unions admitted to us that that includes a persistent customer. And sure, these customers are persistent. It's my money, I know what I'm doing, send it out the door. Yes, I happen to be only half dressed and on the phone with someone I met 2 days ago, and I'm going to meet them and give them a paper bag filled with cash later, but I know what I'm talking about. Give them the money. That constitutes good faith under the definition. All we're saying with this amendment is that the bank should have to prove good faith by clear and convincing evidence, not by preponderance like this is some car accident. That's what this amendment is about. And so I appreciate where the bill sponsors are coming from, wanting to stop fraud on the front end. We want to stop fraud on the front end too. We also want recourse when the money goes out the door, and that's the disagreement. Under their proposal, there is no recourse when the money goes out the door. Under ours, there is. We ask for an aye vote.
Representative Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment, and I think it's important to recognize what the sponsors have indicated and where there's agreement between the sponsors and the amendment that the definition that's being chosen is the correct one. However, the consequences are not the same. And I would submit that the difference is that the proposed amendment to the amendment, what we're looking at right now, does one thing. It opens up the issue for attorney's fees and for litigation post-determinations. And I want to go back to the hypothetical which was given, which is that if a person with dementia comes in after the bank has rightfully now held the funds for 90 days to do their investigation, and they don't have, the family has not obtained any other way to protect that money at that time, and the person now says, I want the money, the bank doesn't have any further legal obligation or capacity to continue to hold those funds. We're past the point of what the bill is regulating. The bill is regulating the first 90 days, which the banks are willfully agreeing to as part of this negotiated approach, that they recognize too. They want certainty of that initial action. So I think the hypothetical misses the point. The point of this amendment would be to open litigation if the bank acts after bad faith, not after good faith, because we can argue whether it's bad faith or good faith. And when you change the legal standard to the level that's in this amendment, you really are turning that litigation into a question of, was it good faith or bad faith? It turns it into a question of billable hours that allows the people to go and recover, not on the benefit of the seniors, but on the benefit of the people who will be litigating those questions. I believe that the safe harbor in a bill is always important. If there's a reasonable action that we are asking an institution to take, that the consequence should be in line with what we do in other parts of the statute. That's what the sponsors have asked us to do by their amendment. So I would urge a no vote on the substitute amendment. Thank you.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the good representative from Denver for that perspective. But yes, of course, this is allowing for litigation. And of course, that is to the benefit of the seniors who are defrauded. How else are they going to get their money back? To act like that is to the benefit of attorneys, when you have an older adult who just lost all of their life savings and without this amendment has no recourse to get that back, to act like the opportunity for litigation is not to their benefit, I think completely misses the mark of everything that we have been discussing right now. This is the only way to show that there was bad faith, is to allow for an older adult to ask that question, to have the bank show that they did act in good faith, and to have them prove it. These are sophisticated financial institutions with teams of attorneys, and you're telling me that when they act in good faith, they can't come and show it by clear and convincing evidence, that they need to avoid their day in court. This amendment is purely to benefit the older adults who have lost everything with further sophisticated scams that we are seeing outside of this building right now. And it is our job to do everything we can to prevent it from happening, but to also provide recourse if it does. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague from Denver. I think it's very telling that she views this bill as allowing litigation. Yeah, this amendment as allowing litigation. Yes, as an alternative to foreclosing it entirely by granting immunity to the banks. Of course the banks and credit unions like this bill as it's presently written. It grants them immunity from lawsuits. What business wouldn't want immunity from lawsuits? And here we're giving it to the largest financial institutions in our state. And by the way, these aren't even lawsuits. They are individual cases in arbitration, because that's what the terms and conditions that banks impose upon their account holders state. So we're not talking about greedy class action attorneys. We're not talking even about your standard plaintiff's lawyers. We're talking about people trying to prevent elder abuse. And what we just heard from our colleague from Denver is that, yeah, this might lead to lawsuits, as opposed to providing zero recourse to people who've been defrauded. Of course, credit unions and banks want immunity. Every business wants immunity. What we're saying is when you commit fraud or facilitate fraud, you shouldn't have immunity, and that's the disconnect here. Yes on the amendment.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there is something that needs to be clarified. I respect my colleague from Denver and his legal position that this creates blanket immunity, but he is wrong. We are talking about a good faith standard, and I've just told you, if you have acted in bad faith, if you have not followed the rules, if you did not train your people properly, if you did not put the standards in place to prevent a fraudulent transaction from going through, that is not immune. The good faith standard is in law throughout our jurisprudence. We are asking a no vote because this bill changes that. This is not a blanket immunity. It's not a choice between do we let it go or do we not. It's the standard in which we evaluate that. So I just fundamentally disagree. This is not a blanket immunity. This is a good faith standard which appears everywhere in the law, and we ask for a no vote.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague from Denver. This is not the good faith standard that applies everywhere in law. It's the good faith standard that applies in our financial institution statutes, specifically CRS 11-101-401, paragraph 38. I know that we took L21 down, But when it was back up for that split moment, you would have seen that that definition of good faith from 11-101-40138 is cut and pasted directly into L021. And it is not the standard of good faith and fair dealing that appears across our jurisprudence. It's a special standard of good faith reserved solely for financial institutions. And good faith under that means honesty in fact in the transaction, and 2, some reasonable ground for the belief that the transaction is rightful or authorized. Let's take those 2 parts. The first, honesty in fact in the transaction. That means that the person who came to you and said, process this transaction, is a real person. It's not a hacker. It's not someone showing up to the bank wearing, some disguise or Groucho Marx glasses and a mustache, right? That's honesty in fact in the transaction. 2, some reasonable ground for belief that the transaction is rightful or authorized. That is not the standard of good faith and fair dealing throughout our jurisprudence. That is a lower standard that provides some reasonable ground. And the banks and credit unions' own lawyers said, and I really don't like repeating myself, but I have to, that a persistent customer who says, yes, I authorize this, they could be holding a dead ferret and claim it's their Rottweiler. They could be half naked with their head shaved. They could be showing and exhibiting clear signs of mental illness. But so long as they're persistent, that provides some reasonable ground for the belief. That's how low the standard of good faith is for financial institutions. So with all due respect to my colleague from Denver, this is not the standard of good faith and fair dealing that appears throughout Colorado jurisprudence. That requires one side of a contract to have discretion and to have abused that discretion in some manner by acting in an arbitrary and capricious way. It's a far different standard. We're not talking about common law good faith and fair dealing. We are talking about statutory good faith reserved specifically for financial institutions. It is a very low standard, and what L19 says is that the bank should have to prove it by clear and convincing evidence. Again, we ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on L019. Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L019. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. The question before us is L021. Is there further discussion on L021? Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. I first want to start off by just saying, banks are already legally and contractually obligated to operate in good faith. They're already legally and contractually obligated to operate in good faith, which entails acting with honesty, fairness, and reasonableness in all dealings with customers, including lending and account management. This duty requires banks to avoid deceptive practices, disclose material facts, and not arbitrarily destroy a borrower's ability to receive the benefits of their contract. Failure to act in good faith, for example, in check processing or contractual obligations, can render a bank liable for damages caused to a customer or another party. This is already existing law. There is already an obligation to operate in good faith. Adding this language to the bill is not helpful. This is simply repeating what is already there. What we need is to allow the elderly, when they are taken advantage of, legal recourse, and by restating what they're already contractually obligated to do in the same vein as giving them immunity does not do that. I ask for no vote.
Is there further discussion on L019? Seeing none, the question before us. Sorry, excuse me, we did L019. The question before us is L021. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is L021. All those in favor of L021 say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. L021 passes. To the bill. Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and since I didn't say it before, it is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I want to, before I move this amendment, take a moment to acknowledge that all of us are here in order to protect vulnerable populations. And I want to thank the sponsors for their work towards that goal. I do know that all of us have altruistic efforts here and that we are trying to do what's right for our constituents and for our communities, and simply disagree on the best way to do that. And so with that, I'm going to move L09 to House Bill 1110 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us 1 second. The amendment is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You might recognize L09 from the last time this bill was on seconds. And you might recognize it because we debated it at length and we actually had an agreement towards this language. And unfortunately, after we all had an agreement and we're going to move forward with this language, there was some disagreements from institutions with much deeper pockets than mine. And so unfortunately, we did not end up adopting this language. Here's the thing, we don't need financial institutions to agree to liability in order for us to do what is right. The standard before us with this amendment is if the financial institution knew or should have known that a disbursement is financial exploitation of an eligible adult, the immunity to liability does not apply. Why are we bringing this? Because we heard heartbreaking stories in committee about these sophisticated scams and how they are harming our vulnerable populations. And when those scams occur, the only recourse somebody has is to go after those financial institutions that disperse the funds. Now, I understand that there are situations that are truly so sophisticated, a bank cannot catch them. And that is why we have said if they knew or should have known, we are giving an opportunity for someone to seek recourse. It does not mean the bank is automatically liable. It just means that they are not immune from that liability. And I do want to once again state, we have no dispute over immunity when it comes to the holding of funds. We want financial institutions to hold funds. We don't mind if they're overly cautious with holding funds. Our disagreement comes when those funds are dispersed and somebody is left without hundreds of thousands of dollars and they can't go and fly to Jamaica and find their scammer. Their only recourse is the institution that should not have dispersed their funds. And I want us to know why we are looking at immunity for banks in this moment. I want us to note what is happening outside of this building, which is that people are being scammed and they are successfully getting their money back. They are successfully litigating these claims. And we have cases of banks flagging that a disbursement is fraud and sending the money anyways. And that older adult is able to get it back. What a coincidence that as soon as our older adults have found a way to get money back when they are defrauded, that we are faced with a bill backed by the largest financial institutions in the state saying that they're immune. Banks are incredibly sophisticated institutions. They have a number of flags, and quite frankly, they have common sense. When they know, or should have known, they should have to litigate that in court. This does not undermine the good faith definition that is in this bill. In fact, when we debated this previously on seconds, we talked about what that good faith definition means. And sponsors of this bill came and said, if a bank knew, that's not good faith. Well, then why can't we say that here? If we're all agreeing about what good faith means and the way that we should be interpreting good faith, why can't we make that explicit so that people have a means to get their money back? When the warning signs are obvious, we are asking you, members, to not provide an immunity to liability. We are asking you to allow our older adults to continue doing what they are doing right now, which is going after the most sophisticated institutions in the state, going after their teams of attorneys, and actually getting some of their funds returned. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. In 1905, over 100 years ago, in McQuire versus Western Morning News, the court clarified that the standard of care for liability is objective rather than subjective, that a jury could conclude that a defendant hadn't acted as a reasonable person even if the defense offered reasonable persons as witnesses to testify that they'd have acted the same way. As such, the standard is an objective one. The specific knowledge of the defendant doesn't matter. All that matters is what a reasonable person should have known. What would have been reasonable to do in that situation and what action the defendant took. This was established in case law over 100 years ago. Knowing or should have known is an incredibly common legal concept for liability, as it implies that there is an owed duty of care from one individual or entity to another. For instance, if a hazard led to an accident and the manager knew or should have known about the hazard, it creates liability for the accident. In this case, if a teller should have known because they went through a training and were given all the signs of what to look for, and yet the transaction is still processed, harm was caused. Known and should have known is not new. Known and should have known is not actually a gray area. It is case law that has been around for 100 years. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Totone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment because there are protections in the bill. It does protect vulnerable seniors, but we have to have something in that section on the liability for the banks because blanket liability is very bad for those seniors. Known or should have known. If you know it's fraud or you should have known it was fraud and you still do it, they would still be liable without this amendment. If they knew or should have known, right now, the way the bill is, they would not be liable for that in civil court. With this amendment, you could go and have a court case to say they should have known or they did know and they still did it anyway. And you can get relief. That's what consumer protection looks like. This is still a pretty high standard, right? This is still not going to be in all cases. The liability protections are still there with the rest of the bill. This just says that if they knew or they should have known, you can have a court case. And that is real consumer protection for those vulnerable seniors that we are trying to protect. But we are not fully protecting those vulnerable seniors right now without this amendment. This amendment really takes it to that next level to say that if the bank knew or the bank should have known, you can actually have some relief. This is a really important amendment. This is common sense. This is really just saying that they knew something was wrong and they still did it anyway. Or they should have known and they still did it anyway. And you get nothing. That's not protecting vulnerable seniors. The banks get the protection, the seniors do not. That's what this amendment fixes that problem and gives those folks some relief when the bank knew or should have known. This is very, very common sense stuff that we should be including in this bill to make this bill the best bill it can be. Without this amendment, it's not going to do the work of protecting those vulnerable seniors because they can still get screwed. Because if the bank knew or should have known, you can't do anything. So I really hope that you will vote yes on this amendment to be sure that those vulnerable seniors can have that relief if this kind of situation comes about. It's probably not going to come about that often, but we should still have it there in the case that it does so they can actually get some relief. So I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for continuing this discussion. I just want to come up here and note that the know or should have known legal standard, it's also known as constructive knowledge, has been around for more than just 100 years. It's been hundreds of years in the common law. It creates, the standard is objective. It measures whether a reasonable person in the same situation would have known and appreciated the danger. Even if a person doesn't actually know of it, they can be held liable if they fail to inquire or fail to inspect, such as in cases involving a deliberate closing of the mind. This is a very important standard to have, and when this amendment was debated a few days ago on the floor, we heard some folks say, okay, maybe knew's all right, but should have known is too loose. Should have known opens up too much to ambiguity. We heard from Representative Bottoms, we heard from a couple others that should have known is an issue. And I just want to say that it isn't. Courts apply know or should have known in several areas of tort law. It is applied routinely. And what it says is you don't have to prove actual knowledge. You don't have to climb inside the head of the tortfeasor. You can actually look at objectively the circumstances and discern whether or not they should have known. And I think we could all agree that if a bank knew or should have known that a transaction was an act of elder abuse to some of our most vulnerable citizens, that they should not have processed the transaction, and they should certainly not have immunity from lawsuits and recourse. Without this amendment, what we're saying is even if the bank knew or should have known that it was fraud, still no recourse against the bank. Sorry, you're out of luck. And I do want to say, because I understand that this is Friday evening and the hour's getting late, that this is my 7th session here, and I've never spoken against a Democratic bill. Not once. Not once have I come down to this well in the people's house and spoken against one of my colleagues' bills. What's gotten me out of my seat? Elder abuse and providing banks with immunity from liability. So, and yeah, 7 sessions it took to bring me down here to finally talk against a Democratic bill, and I'm doing it in the most narrow way possible. I'm saying this one part has an issue, this one piece where you are telling the banks and the credit unions that even if they knew or should have known that the transaction is fraudulent, you can't sue them. That is something I cannot countenance, and neither should you. I'd vote yes on the amendment.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, colleagues. And again, I appreciate the passion and the thoughts of my colleague from Denver. Why this amendment doesn't work is should have known as an unworkable standard in the financial fraud context. You're putting financial institutions in a position to have intimate knowledge about why somebody wants to pursue a transaction. That standard simply is too high for the volume of transactions that go through a financial system. Should have known. Should have known what? That someone wanted to take out their money? Should have known. That is why we cannot accept this amendment. And I also would like to take issue with the insinuation that we had an agreement on this bill until outside big money interests came and talked us out of it. You're right. AARP talked us out of it. The group that probably has more money than any of us whose sole mission is to protect older adults, said, do not do this. This is bad. Please stop. That is why we withdrew the amendment. So the insinuation that a group like that has been co-opted by some financial institution, I find frankly offensive. We ask for a no vote.
Representative Garcia. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to just provide another perspective. Can we actually be okay with giving an institution, with giving banks that have this incredible responsibility to safeguard our money with immunity, even if they knew, and yes, even if they should have known? How many times, and I ask all of you in this room, how many times have you yourself said you should have known? You should have known better. Every single one of us, I imagine, and if you have never done that, I sincerely doubt that, but every single one of us at some point have thought, you should have known. You should have known better. When we asked in committee what their process was, how do they know? They explained it. They are trained. They're trained to detect. When they hold funds, it's not because they know, it's because they suspect something. So even the act of withholding funds requires something that is not absolute. So when they release funds, when they should have known, another non-absolute, why then is that standard too high? Can you really go back to your districts and say, yes, I gave banks immunity when they knew and should have known that this was fraud? Can you really look at your constituents and tell them that? I hope you don't have to, because I hope you will support this amendment.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was waiting to speak to the underlying bill, but I think this provides a good opportunity for me to ask a question that I am wrestling with. So the way that I read this amendment, it's know or should have known as relates to the disbursement, but also as relates to the eligible adult. That's a separate section, right? There could be a financial disbursement requested that does not actually impact upon an eligible adult, and this bill wouldn't cover it. This law wouldn't cover that. My question is, as relates to this committee hearing and all of these conversations that have been had, eligible adult under this bill has two parts: an individual who's 70 years old or older, and then another type of individual. The first type of individual seems straightforward. Everyone gives their birth date over to the bank when applying for a bank account. We can do the math and know when someone is 70 or 71 or 18. The second question, or the second individual type, however, is less clear, right? It's an individual 18 years old or older who is susceptible to mistreatment or self-neglect because the individual, one, is unable to perform or obtain services necessary for the individual's health, safety, or welfare, or lacks sufficient understanding or capacity to make or communicate responsible decisions concerning the individual's person or affairs. My question to you all, who have handled, this so diligently and talked to so many people related to this, is how does the bank do this? Like, are we going to have a situation where there are now intake processes or psychological evaluations or other such standards related to determining whether you are an individual between 18 and 69 who is fitting these particular qualifications? Presumably, my thought would be that you would have some sort of power of attorney that would decide that, but then that changes this whole conversation. And so I am just wondering, how is the bank supposed to know this, and whether the bank already does have mechanisms to be able to determine these things? If you have any insight into that, I would be grateful.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you. I do want to just say that known and should have known is not actually to the eligible persons. So this question actually came up in committee with an unsatisfying answer. So I would like to ask, second your question to the sponsors of how will a teller know that they qualify under these eligible persons?
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what we heard in committee, good representative from Fremont County, was that it depends on the financial institutions. Some financial institutions have a flag, some don't. Some financial institutions, the account is in a trust, or has a cosigner, or has a guardian, or there's different indications. But what this bill was meant to address is when someone shows up at the window and you have a good faith belief that that person is being defrauded or being taken advantage of, that it is the judgment call of the frontline employee to make that determination if the bank does not have records on it. That's where this bill comes in. That's where we talk about giving the tools to prevent the fraud in the first place.
Further discussion on L009. Seeing none. Oh, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that answer. So if the idea is this is as relates to those face transactions, am I to understand that electronic transactions are not meant to be covered under this? Okay.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, this would cover customer service-facing transactions as well as electronic ones. Financial institutions have all types of means to determine if something is fraudulent. They have patterns, they have fraud departments, they have data that says, hey, this type of transaction to this location under these circumstances or to that account has come up in our system as fraudulent. So again, this bill provides those tools to create a break. Because what we also heard in testimony in committee was that our older adults are being coached to lie to the banks. They're being coached to create urgency and pressure for them to execute the transaction. And one of the most effective ways you can do is create a pause, which is why this bill contemplates 90 and 180 days, depending on the circumstance of creating that pause. We urge a no vote on the amendment.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Representative Luck, and thank you, Representative Camacho. Colleagues, I really hope you were paying attention to what my good colleague from Denver just said. Banks have all kinds of tools at their disposal to determine when fraud is occurring. That means that they can definitely tell when it's happening. They know or should have known. That's the point of this amendment. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L009. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. To the bill, is there further discussion? Oh, Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to switch the topic up just real quick here. We had a robust conversation in the committee. One of the things we were talking about pertaining to the bill was the age limit, and 70 we thought was a bit high for this kind of protection to only apply to people 70 and up, because what if you were 69 and a half and you were duped by someone? This wouldn't apply and you wouldn't have the protection in place. So I move amendment L014 and ask for it to be displayed.
That's the proper motion. Just give it a second. Very much. It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we were told that 70 aligns with something we have in statute, but most of the other bills across the country that do this kind of thing, when we look at the breakdown of them, a lot of them actually fall into the 60, 65, 62 range. And you know, maybe we don't have alignment with the other part of the financial act. Maybe we need to revisit that at another time to bring it back down to this age. The fact of the matter is that the age group it really doesn't matter that much. Everybody is being taken advantage of scams. It is true that people who are older, and I believe it was 65 and up on a survey that I saw, were the most vulnerable. They were taken advantage of most often, but usually for smaller amounts of money. 40 to 45, if my memory is correct, those were the ones who were taken advantage of for the most amount of money. On average, $10,000. But we're not asking to go down to 45 or 40. We're just trying to say that 60 should be a number that we're looking for. A lot of folks who are 60, and I'm sorry if you're around that age, I don't want to insult you, but I mean, a lot of people don't know a lot of the technology things. And I tell you, AI is becoming really big in these scams. And it is a lot of phone call scams where it can be an AI on the phone. You think you're talking to a real person. You just don't know. They're so elaborate that they can take advantage of a lot of different people. And if you are even a very sharp person at age 60, you could be taken advantage of by this. And that's why we're asking to change the age on this to 60, because I've counted 6 out of the 26 states have 60. There's one at 62. One is any age, and there's one variable. But this is kind of roughly a third of the states have a 60 threshold for this. It's a good age to do. A lot of folks who are in this age bracket are not very tech savvy. They're not attuned to these kinds of scams. They could be easily taken advantage of. So we want to make sure that if we're going to put a protection in place, that we're not leaving people out. We want to protect people. If we want to put consumer protection things in place, why should we leave people out of that and not have the protection that we're trying to put in this bill? So this is the amendment. I'm asking for the age to be changed to 60. I ask for your yes vote on this because we don't want to leave anyone out of the protection. We want to protect all of those vulnerable seniors who are 60 and up. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Camacho. Representative Garcia. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I think, just briefly, it is very important that we are not leaving out the target group that is actually most targeted by frauds, between actually 50 and 70. And by limiting within the bill that the protections only exist to 70-year-olds, there could also be an implication that then banks will no longer actually take measures to stop fraud for anyone under 70. That is extremely concerning to me. If what we're trying to do is to prevent fraud from happening, prevent fraud from the elderly, why are we not then preventing fraud from people who are also 60? If you are between 50 and 70, you are the target. It's not 70 and above. So can we say, okay, let's make sure that we're also protecting 60-year-olds? Do you want to protect 60-year-olds or just 70-year-olds? That's really the question.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, we are sympathetic to this because for all the points that my colleague from Adams County has mentioned, that would be a worthy goal. Unfortunately, it is beyond the scope of this bill. There are so many places in our code that have older adult. To have a different standard here, it has to be part of a much larger conversation because benefits are tied to it, protections, all different types of rights and privileges are tied to that definition. And for consistency, which again, consistency prevents fraud, we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L014. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. L014 fails. To the bill, Representative Garcia.
Okay, sounds like we don't want to protect 60-year-olds. How about 65-year-olds? Can we at least protect 65-year-olds? The idea that this creates a different standard, to be quite honest, I find as a not honest or real argument. When you look at the bill as written.
Representative Garcia, let's make sure that we're not impugning people's
Thank
motives.
you, Mr. Chair. I'm
Yeah.
not impugning anyone's motives. When we are looking at the bill, we are actually setting the definition in the bill to start at 70. We are declaring in this bill what the vulnerable age population is. So why can't we do that to start at 65? When we brought this up in with the stakeholder meeting, we were told, no, because then that would take away the standards across the board. When the standards across the board in all the other states that have immunity for banks with these types of bills, they start at 60, and some states are 65. We can set the standard here. That's what this bill is doing. We can set the standard to 65. Are 65-year-olds not worthy of protection of their funds? So with that, I move L015 and ask that it be displayed.
That's a proper motion. Give us a second. It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. Where does our protection stop, members? Does our protection stop at 70? I don't think it should. I urge an aye vote on this bill.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. You know, 65 is a really good number. This is an age that really defines a lot of people in the group. And when we had this committee hearing, we asked these questions about the age. And we said, why not have it be for a larger group of people who are going to be vulnerable in that state? You know, if you're on a cancer treatment or something, you know, you may not fit into that group of the people who have some kind of disability, but you might have a brain fog and you're not thinking right. And that's easily possible. And I'll tell you, like we voted no in the committee because we wanted to work these things out. And when I went outside in the hallway after the committee hearing, someone with the credit union said, you know what, we would be open to having the conversation about lowering the age. But then nobody called us to have a conversation. I didn't get a call. Not before the bill came up on the floor did I have a meeting. There was no meeting. It was the meeting happened after the bill came up on the floor, not before that. But we wanted the conversation to happen before it got on the floor so we wouldn't have to go through all this. We would work it all out. But 65 is a good age to have. It aligns with most of the other states that have this statute in place. Most of the states have 65. And if we need to align whatever else is in statute that's 70, we can drop that to 65 later. I think that's a good idea, and we should definitely consider that. So 65 is the age that we're asking to get to so we can capture more people in this consumer protection. Why would we not want to protect more people in this statute? We're protecting more people. That's a good thing when we're protecting more people, right? If we're protecting less people, we're not really doing what we're here for. We're here to put something in place that actually does the job. And the job in this bill is supposed to be consumer protections for older folks who are being defrauded. So why would we not want to have 65 as that age for us to start on if we're defining what that age is? I hope you can agree with me on this age limit change to 65. This is a really good one. I applaud my colleague from Adams County for having this amendment. And I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the same reasons as similar bills, we ask for a no vote. Again, the proponents are right. We would be open to this conversation, but this is going to require stakeholding with a much larger group, from folks in healthcare to law enforcement to elder care, because the one thing that folks that we worked on this bill with, ARP in general, they want consistency in the law. And they don't want a one-off, they want consistency, so all of our older adults are protected. And for that reason, again, we're open to this, but just not in this bill. We ask for a no vote.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one last thing regarding consistency. If you look at where AARP and the banks have put this bill in other states, the age group is 60 and 65. The inconsistent law will be this one at 70.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Garcia is correct, because in those states, that is the consistent age of older adults. In this state, it is not. We ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L015. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. L015 is lost. To the bill, Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Folks, we're getting close. Representative Camacho spoke against L009 and explained 3 times that the opposition to that amendment stemmed from the fact that should have known is an unreasonable and unworkable standard. It's too loose. What we didn't hear is that known was a problem, just should have known. That's what's unworkable. And we heard the same from stakeholders when we met with them. We actually agreed, sitting around the table in Barney Ford, that knowing is not the issue. Should have known is simply unworkable, too loose. Now, I explained before on L009 that I disagree, but the amendment was voted down. I do want to thread the needle, however, and therefore I move L011 and ask it to be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us a second. It is displayed. Please proceed.
What this amendment says, the key language is lines 3 to 5. This section does not apply if the financial institution knows that a disbursement is financial exploitation of an eligible adult. What we've done is we have dropped should have known. We have narrowed it down to just known. If a bank knows that a transaction is fraudulent, it knows that it's financial exploitation of an eligible adult, yet processes the transaction anyway, it should not have immunity. A no vote means you think a bank should be immune even when it knowingly processes fraud. Please think about that for just a moment. It knows it's fraud, yet still says okay. Why on earth should the bank have immunity at that time? The answer is simple. It shouldn't. We ask for an aye vote on L11.
Representative Jackson. Sorry. It's late and my brain is not working.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the amendment and the robust conversation that we are having here this late snowy Friday. And the information that we have been giving in all of our coalition meetings is that if someone knowingly allows the fraud to occur, that there is no blanket immunity for that. They are not acting in good faith, and so that immunity would not apply to them. And so I would ask for a no on this amendment.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With all due respect to the comments you just heard, that's incorrect. Based on the standard of good faith, all the bank needs is some reasonable basis for thinking that the transaction is okay. A persistent customer saying, send my money out the door, is a reasonable basis. We heard that from the bank's lawyers themselves. Think about what we're saying right now. If a bank knows a transaction is false and fraudulent, it shouldn't be processing the transaction. And by the way, if this was covered by good faith, then accepting this amendment by the sponsor should be easy. They shouldn't be opposed if this is covered by good faith. This is a no-brainer. We don't allow people to facilitate fraud. A no vote on this amendment is opening the door to saying banks should have immunity when they knowingly process fraud. Vote yes on the amendment.
Representative Tatone. Oh, Representative Sokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. It is half of the amendment that I put forward earlier. I still find that should have known is a perfectly acceptable standard that anybody who's been to law school has studied and knows how it is applied. And yet we couldn't get there. But I'm a little perplexed right now because we all sat around a table. We had banks, we had credit unions, all of us were there, and the AARP, and we all said, what if they know? And we said, oh, this is so great that we can all agree that the issue isn't if they know. That we have difference of opinion over what should have known means. Okay. I think that this is incredibly watered down. We are simply saying a bank knows that fraud is occurring and is letting that transaction go through anyways. And if the only reason for not accepting that is because we think it's already covered in the bill, that simply does not make sense to me. If it is a simple restatement of your standard, why can't we make that explicitly clear, since we seem to be concerned that it's not covered by good faith? If you think it is, let us say that. The truth is that it's not. The truth is the reason this is being opposed is because the interests behind this bill want immunity even when they know. But it's not the interests behind this bill that have a vote here today. It is up to us to determine if a bank knows that their customers being defrauded and lets it happen, do we think our constituents deserve to have no recourse? If you think that they deserve to have their money back, when a bank knowingly lets them get defrauded, please join us in voting yes on this amendment.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is so easy. This is so easy. I rise in support of this amendment. I'm kind of blown away right now that we're trying to pass what we're calling a consumer protection bill to help elder people not be defrauded, a consumer protection bill, but we don't want to put in here that the banks know that there's fraud happening and then they can get away with it. They know it's happening. They know. And we could just put this in. If it says it in the bill already, then saying this again will not change the outcome of the bill because this is already in the bill. So then let's just add it in. We do this kind of thing all the time where we have something in a bill and then someone says, well, I don't know if it actually says that specifically, so we want to restate it again just to be sure that we're actually saying that. And we do this all the time. So because of that, why would we not want to put this in the bill and let banks get away with defrauding people when they know it's happening? They know it's happening and they can still get away with it without this amendment. you gotta vote yes on this amendment. Because if you vote no, you want the banks to defraud old people and people with disabilities if they don't have this in there, that they can get away with it. If they know it's happening, you're letting them get away with it if you know it's happening. Without this amendment, you can get away with defrauding those people. We're trying to help this bill become a better bill. We voted no on it in committee to have these conversations. We didn't have those conversations prior to be on the floor, and now we're trying to do it. And when we had the banks and ARP and the credit unions in the room, ARP did all the talking. The banks just sat there and let ARP say everything. It was like a human shield. AARP's doing all the talking for the banks. I mean, I was in the same room. Didn't they? I didn't hear the bank say anything.
Let's go back to the bill.
They said it. They were the ones doing the talking. This helps this bill become better. Please vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's really hard to follow that because we've had so many organizations whose entire mission is to protect our older adults. ARP, the Bell Policy Center, Disability Law Colorado. Our own Attorney General approves of this bill as it is amended. That is true. So we ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your engagement on this bill. I'm surprised that we're not getting here with this. I do want to say that many of those organizations are supportive of this and have worked with us on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L011. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. L011 fails. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1110. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. 1110 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1005 is amended, 1008 is amended, 1009 is amended, 1050 is amended, 1069 is amended, 1088 is amended, 1110 is amended, 1192, 1198 is amended, 1202, 1215, 1216, 1217, 1218 is amended, 1219, 1220, 1265 is amended, 1293, 1294, 1295, 1296 passed on second reading, ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Woo! Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. Members, Representative Brown. Thank you, Representative. That is a proper motion, although a little rough. We do have amendments at the desk. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Garcia amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, House Bill 1050.
Representative Garcia moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to risk the action taken by the committee in not adopting the Garcia Amendment L4 to the underlying Garcia-Sander Amendment L6 to House Bill 1050 to show that the Garcia-Sander Amendment L6 did not pass, that the Garcia Amendment L4 passed, and that House Bill 1050 as amended passed.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to be here late on a Friday night, snowing, doing the people's work with you.
It is an honor in the snow to do the people's work with you, too.
Members, I want to just bring this up one more time because I do think it is absolutely imperative that we understand the connection between the tools that exist in a classroom, family engagement, student readiness, and the work that teachers can do. One of the things that's really hard for me about this bill and the reason why I brought this amendment is because what this does inadvertently, and I don't want to say that this is the reason why the sponsors are bringing this, but this puts the workload and what was originally intended in this bill as the burden of the teachers above the student success of the child. This individual readiness plan is the only comprehensive plan that is sent home or that parents have access to. Yes, there are so many assessments, and we need to address that. But to do that by making the singular, comprehensive readiness plan that parents can use at home to see their benchmarks, that teachers write for each student, that could have been included in the report cards, may be good for teachers, but it's not good for the students. Education policy requires a balance. Education policy requires us to see not only how it impacts teachers, but also how it impacts the students and the families. Student success is dependent on family engagement. And this readiness plan facilitates that engagement. What I don't want to do right now is turn this debate into a children's versus teachers debate. From my perspective, if you vote yes on this amendment, you are putting children first. If you vote no on the amendment, you are putting teachers first. And I don't think that's fair here, because I believe profoundly that every single one of us in this room love and adore and respect and uphold the teachers that teach the children of this state, as well as respect families and parents. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I withdraw the Garcia amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Woodrow amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1110. I may have these in reverse order. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay.
Representative Woodrow moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Woodrow Amendment, L11 to House Bill 1110, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1110 is amended passed.
Thank you.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I move the Woodrow Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask it to be properly displayed.
Thank you. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Colleagues, thank you for staying late. I know you want to get home. 30 more seconds to stand up for vulnerable adults in Colorado. If you hit the red button on this amendment, you are going on record saying that a bank should have immunity even when the bank knows it's fraud and financial exploitation of an eligible adult. I derive no joy making folks go on the record about this, but the sponsors refuse to take any of our amendments. To the minority party, I understand better your daily frustration. To the majority, I respectfully request you choose vulnerable adults over the state's most powerful financial institutions when those institutions knowingly facilitate and process fraud. Hit the green button and stand with consumers. Hit the green button in support of honesty. Hit the green button to ensure there's recourse when a bank knowingly allows fraud. Thank you all for your time. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I know many of you were here just a moment ago as we discussed this, but I know also a good number of you weren't. So I would like to just quickly bring us up to speed on how we ended up with this amendment here before us. We had a lengthy debate over whether a bank should be immune from liability when they know or should have known that a transaction was fraudulent. And we had some disagreement over what should have known means and whether it is clear enough or could be interpreted differently than the sponsor's intent. Now, I still stand by the known or should have known standard, but we understand that we couldn't get there. And so we have had our discussions on the floor. We've had our discussions around a conference room table. And we all agreed that our issue was with should have known, but that when a bank knows a transaction is fraud and lets it go through anyways, that they should not be immune from liability. In fact, we also had agreed on should have known, but other voices disagreed, so here we are. The one thing that every stakeholder agreed on and was reiterated multiple times is we all agree knowingly facilitating fraud should result in liability. So why are we now here running an amendment against the good sponsors of this bill's wishes? And let me just say, it is a very uncomfortable position to be in. And I wanted to work together as I thought we had an agreement on this piece. What is happening outside of this building is that older adults and vulnerable populations are being defrauded out of their entire life savings. And they have been able to show that banks were acting negligently or were knowingly allowing those transactions to go through. And what they've been able to do in those situations, when banks known or should have known, is get some of their money back. And as they've been able to successfully recoup some of their lost funds, we end up with a bill before us that says they are immune from providing that recourse. What we are doing with this amendment is still narrowing that standard from the status quo it is today. If we were to not run this bill at all, there would be a broader standard for banks to face liability. Narrowing it to knowingly is still narrowing the recourse banks have to face today, the accountability they have to face today. But it is an incredibly reasonable step that we are asking you to take. And members, I understand that there is pressure to follow sponsors on bills. I understand that this is an uncomfortable position for many of you. But as you go to push that button, I ask that you think about what your constituents would want. And if they are defrauded and losing all of their money, and the bank knew that it was fraud and processed it anyway, would any of our constituents say that they should have immunity in those situations? I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I know many of you were not in the chamber when we talked about this. I think it's important to bring forward the context of why this bill is important. Colorado is the 8th most targeted state for elder abuse and financial fraud. The status quo isn't working. $3.7 billion from our older adults have been stolen. The status quo isn't working. We had a robust debate about good faith and about immunity. I reject the argument that this bill gives blanket immunity, because it does not. It holds financial institutions to a good faith standard. If you knew you were allowing a fraudulent transaction to go through, that is not good faith. This bill accounts for the issues that were raised here today. This bill has been stake-held for months with many of the groups that we go to for advice. And it is being pushed not by the banks, not by the credit unions, but by AARP, because they do not want older adults in Colorado to continue to be defrauded. We ask for a no vote because this bill is necessary. It is required to meet the moment, and your constituents will be proud of you for passing this bill as amended. We ask for a yes vote. No vote.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to rise and just clarify that the good faith standard in the bill or in the amendment that was approved and the knowingly standard are actually different. The reason why we are wanting to push the knowingly standard is to clarify that they're actually different and that banks shouldn't be let off when they knowingly process a fraudulent charge. We all agree with the intent of this bill. None of us want the elderly to be to experience fraud, to have their savings stolen, to have anything stolen from them. So this amendment is saying that if the bank still proceeds with issuing that transaction that they know is fraud, that the elderly and the vulnerable still have an option to go back and get their money. They still have an avenue of going after the banks that decided to knowingly process the fraudulent transaction. If having knowingly in the bill moves the banks to an opposed position, which they said they would, that's pretty telling of why this is actually necessary. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Camacho, this is your second time to speak to the amendment. You have 8 minutes and 19 seconds remaining.
Colleagues, I will just assume I have your grace. It's been a long day. We're all very tired. And I'd like to clarify I'm asking for a no vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Woodrow Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Brooks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Brooks votes no. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Doors aren't closing.
Sorry, I'm here. I vote no. Representative Stewart votes no. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Bottoms votes no. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Sukla, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sukla votes no. Soper is excused. Please close the machine. With 24 aye, 36 no, and 5 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Richardson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1202.
Representative Richardson moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Richardson Amendment, L4 to House Bill 1202, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1202 is amended passed.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Richardson Amendment.
To the Committee of the Whole report.
To the Committee of the Whole report.
Thank you. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. Colleagues, on this day where we celebrated the birth of Reps Johnson and Slaw, I invite you to join me in a journey back in time, some 19 bills ago. Those of us that stayed on this floor debated Bill 26-1202. I offered an amendment that did not impact the underlying policy proposal. It simply eliminated what I find to be a very concerning source of funding that was also a very minor source of funding that was never intended to be used for homelessness programs. Since that time, a considerable amount of debate has taken place. Other bills, some betterer, some worser. Some arguments more recently over, I think, was stated to be blankets of unity. I'm not sure, I'm not an attorney, but I want to refresh your memory on this truly. I have no opposition to helping our homeless, and we have a bill before us that allowed regional bodies to come together to propose taxes to their people to spend on these programs, but it contained within there another source of funding, which was never intended to be used for operational programs. It was the clerk's documentation fee, an administrative fee that was established prior to Tabor, where this legislature or those that preceded us could have established as a tax that could have been used more broadly, but very much specified it to be a fee, the way that most people understand fees, fees for a service, not fees to get around taxation, not fees to support some sort of enterprise, but just a true fee for service. Using it otherwise, this tiny small amount that probably most counties won't even have residual funding once they've taken care of the services they need to provide, just adds what really seems to be a distraction in the bill and just an opportunity to scoop up some money that might be there but probably won't. And I think it does take away from the main purpose of the bill and transparency to the folks that may be in the districts or areas where these homelessness bodies are formed to do their work. So I think just carve this out, make this a very clean bill, a very transparent bill, where programs are started and everybody knows the source of funding. So I would ask for a yes vote on this.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I respect my colleague's amendment from my colleague from Elbert County, but do ask for a no vote. This section of the bill addresses a documentary fee of 0.01%, which was created by the legislature in 1985. And it is a fee on documents that the clerk and recorder in each of our counties process. This fee was created prior to the passage of Tabor, and if they had wanted to call it a tax in Tabor, they could have, but they did not. We actually think that what we are doing here in statute is helpful in that we are clarifying the purpose of the fee and the allowable uses for it, which are currently lacking in statute. And it is not increasing any amount of a fee or any amount of money, but rather just making it an additional allowable use for counties to utilize this fee for housing and homelessness, affordable housing and homelessness needs in their county, should there be available funding with the fee to use it. And so ask for your no vote. It is simply an allowable use for counties for a fee that they are already collecting on an issue that has a nexus to the collection of the fee.
Representative Rootnell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, we are in the midst of a housing crisis, and we need all resources possible to be able to address that crisis. That's what our constituents are begging us for. There is ample precedent for the legislature to clarify the use of fees, and that's what we're doing here. We're allowing localities, giving them permissive authority to use these collected fees for the purposes of affordable housing. It's as simple as that. We ask for your no vote.
Representative Richardson, this is your second time to speak. You have 7 minutes and 1 second remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will not use anywhere near that time. This is not clarifying, this is expanding. Had the legislature at that time set this as a tax for general use, we would have been fine. They set it as a fee for service, saying that we're clarifying it by expanding its uses. And again, a tiny amount, we heard 0.01%. Where does this stop? Where do we stop finding pockets of money that were intended to be used for one thing and then determine we want to use it for something else? This is important. And yet, it's not so important that we're willing to take state money and address it in this bill. We're saying that it's really important and we want you to divert some money that was intended for something else to be used for something we feel is important. I do think that is wrong. And I urge a yes vote on this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Richardson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Brooks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Brooks votes yes. Representative Bottoms, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Bottoms votes yes. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Stewart votes no. Representative Story, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Story votes no. Representative English, how do you vote?
No.
Representative English votes no. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
I'm a no.
Representative Lindsay votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Sukla, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sukla votes yes. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 41 no, and 5 excused, the amendment is lost. The motion before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Stewart, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Stewart votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Brooks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Brooks votes no. Representative Story, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Story votes yes. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Sukla, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Sukla votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Bottoms is excused. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 18 no, and 6 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Members, we're going to take care of some business quickly. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Monday, March 9th, 2026.
The balance of the calendar will be laid over until March 9th. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Finance, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1057 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Thank you. We're going to pause there. Members, we do have one announcement. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to let you all know that in 1913, December of 1913, Denver saw its biggest snowstorm that was recorded since 1881, accumulating 45.7 inches of snow. And while we do need the moisture, I do hope that doesn't occur today or this weekend. That being said, I do genuinely love and adore and value and appreciate all of you. And I have been getting updates of the road between my house and here and the many different accidents that have occurred. Please, 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 please let me be able to see you again on Monday and drive safely.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Leader.
Thank you. So, thanks for the grace. This was given to me way, way late, but I just wanted to put it on record that students from my legislative district toured the Capitol today. The Vertical Skills Academy was here. They had a field trip day, and chaperones, let's see, approximately, was there 10:30 to 11:30. So give them a big hand. I just wanted on record that they were here today.
Yay. Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, let's get back to work. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has
Message
passed on
from
third
the
reading.
Senate will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit
Message from the
without comment.
Reviser will be printed in the Journal. Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1324 by Representatives McCormick and Gilchrist, also Senator Doherty, concerning regulation of the Division of Professions and Occupations and in connection therewith, implementing recommendations contained in the 2025 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
House Bill 1324 will be assigned to the Committee on Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1325 by Representatives Caldwell and Ferre, also Senator Ball, concerning natural medicine.
House Bill 1325 will be assigned to the Committee on Health and Human Services. Introduction of resolution.
House Joint Resolution 1020 by Representatives Ricks and Espinoza, also Senators Marchman and Wallace, concerning the designation of March 8, 2026 as International Women's Day in Colorado and in connection therewith acknowledging the countless contributions that women have made in history and to contemporary society.
House Joint Resolution 1020 will be laid over one day under House rules. And Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House adjourn until Monday, March 9th, 2026 at 10 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the House is adjourned until Monday, March 9th at 10 a.m.